welcome to the next Religion Chaos panel. My favorite night of the week, probably yours too, if you think about it, and you must. This topic is the nature of God. Okay, all of the divine attributes, all of the prompts that you come to expect from a religious chaos panel that will inspire discussion, make you think, and generate chaos. So good to see you, Section 230. Good to see you, Agrillapolis. Good to see you, Marilyn. And yeah, no one is on panel. This is probably the quietest it's going to be. And I realized I forgot to post the link, so I'll have to go. Wait, no, maybe the link is in. The link is pinned. I have to put it in the description. Give me 1 second, okay? But yeah, link is pinned. Come on up. And let me make sure I have two streams going. If you're in the horizontal stream, move on. No, if you're in a vertical stream, move on to the horizontal stream. If you're in a horizontal stream, you are in the right place. Confluence is waffling as he realizes he does not have everything set up. Give him 2 seconds, okay? 2 seconds. Okay, I think we're good. I think we are good. So yes, click the link in the description. Sorry about that. Or click the link in the pinned chat. Should be in both of the chats that I have right now. And good to see you, young Christian. So this is probably the calmest it's ever going to be. So, you know, if anyone wants to join in and get in before the chaos, now is the time. Okay, young Christian, that includes you. Because the way this is going to work is people will come up, they will say their religion, they will say their main philosophical takes in 10 seconds or less, and then we will go through the prompts. Good to see you, Agrillapolis. How are you doing? And yes, Marilyn, I am rage baiting you to come on the panel, okay? And also, Gnostic guy from last night, you too, okay? You're also in the vertical chat. You might want to be there, but you can always come to the other chat. And Gnostic guy, you could join early to let me quiz you on Gnosticism before the real chaos takes off. Because usually we'll probably end up having roughly 10 people screaming in an orderly way, but in a chaotic way at the same time. So if you want to join, you should. And if no one is coming up yet, I will inspire all of us and try to rage bait everyone in my audience with an Alan Watts video that I have on standby, okay? Called The Nature of God. I feel like it's going to be fitting. So, without further ado, we can put that on, okay? It's a 10-minute video. I don't know if you guys know who Alan Watts is, but he is amazing. And this is a little inspiration, okay? So, everyone freaking get up here and talk about God. And while you're attempting to do that, we'll be watching The Nature of God by Alan Watts.
Most of you know the old story about the astronaut who went far out into space
you're not the
and was asked on his return whether
I'm sorry. I got confused with the other guy. I did read it when you sent me.
And so they said to him, well, what about God? And he said, she is black.
Ignore the visuals. Just listen to what he says, okay? Just trust me.
This is a very well-known and well-worn story. It is very profound. Because, I tell you, I knew a monk who started out in life as pretty much of an agnostic or an atheist.
Frankie, Futoy.
Hey, so check it out. I got the mutton chop.
Who proclaimed the
you do
vital force, the élan vital.
Something loves it.
Okay, hold on. Now I'm really into this Alan Watts video, so I want to let it play at least a couple minutes, okay? And then I want to hear Frankie and Futoy your thoughts on this, okay? Futoy, I feel like you like Alan Watts.
The more he read into this kind of philosophy, the more he saw that these people were really talking about God. And I've read a great deal of theological reasoning about the existence of God. And they all start out on this line. If you are intelligent and reasonable, you cannot be the product of a mechanical and meaningless universe.
Based.
Figs do not grow on thistles. Grapes do not grow on thorns. And therefore, you, as an expression of the universe, as an aperture through which the universe is observing itself, cannot be a mere fluke. Because if...
Based. How do we feel about this so far? Futoy, do you know who Alan Watts is? Futoy's dead. Is my mic dead?
I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay, Futoy is just absent. Frankie, what do you think about what he just said? Do you agree?
This is the beauty of God's creation.
Base. I thought you would insult this, but you agree with this.
No, because I'm taking it like this. This is the beauty of God's creation. Because a creator creates things that are beautiful. If you look at nature right now, nature is beautiful. Like you go outside, you see the snow, you get out of the city, you see the snow, you see the woods. It's beautiful to look at. It's almost breathtaking, right?
It is.
If you look up into
Majesty.
the stars, you look up into the sky, into the stars, you see the vastness of our galaxy. That to me is beautiful. There's no way, shape, or form that they just happened like that. It just like everything is in its place by happenstance. No, I really believe that God himself placed everything there. As he said, I know the stars by name. It's like, that's the beauty of creation. And I think a lot of Christians don't realize that, or they're ignorant of it. Because then when we looked at the base level of, just us. But look at everything around us. You know what I'm saying? He started from the top to the bottom. I'll be back.
Oh, Frankie was cooking. Frankie was cooking. I'm assuming Frankie is working. But that was fire, Frankie. I don't know if you could still hear me, but that was fire. Gonna play some more Alan Watts while we wait for Frankie to come back.
As a tree brings forth fruit. Then
hopefully Alan Watts doesn't disappoint Frankie, because he was vibing with it so far.
What it's all about, the ground of being, as Paul Tillich called it, must be intelligent. Now, when you come to that conclusion, you must be very careful, because you may make an unwarranted jump. Namely, the jump to the conclusion that that intelligence, that marvelous designing power which produces all this, is the biblical God.
Oh, yeah, this is where Alan Watts might lose you, Frankie. Ignore what he just said.
I really hear, but it's like I know Alan Watts is kind of a weirdo. I know he's kind of a weirdo and shit. Like it's the whole thing of like intellectuals believing they can outsmart God. That they put God in a box and they can outsmart him. When God literally says that if your thoughts are here, mine are up here, you haven't even scratched the surface of my thinking. Because and also is this too, a creator continuously creates. So
wait, that's interesting. Okay, so is God still creating now, and what does that mean?
What I mean is this. What I mean is this, is that nature self-replicates, as we know. Right?
Right. Is nature God?
Wait, oh, damn it, hold on.
See, Frankie is Confluence coded. I think that, God is intrinsically within nature. I don't know if Frankie thinks that, so not exactly sure. Alan Watts is based, he doesn't think that it's the biblical God, though. But,
contrary to his own commands, is fashioned in the graven image.
We can't expect everything from Alan Watts,
of a
okay?
Eternal, authoritarian, beneficent tyrant of the ancient Near East. And it's very easy to fall into that.
No, I'm not using ChatGPT. I only use ChatGPT to write. My
DGP. I can't even say that.
No, I'm using ChatGPT to write a series. I'm doing it for fun. I'm doing like amateur writing for fun.
Well, did I miss that? Did you say that? What is that responding to?
I don't know.
You're writing a series?
Yeah, I'm writing a series.
Oh.
All right.
Hey, Frankie's wife. How's it going, Topanga?
Well, what I'm saying is this, is that nature is self-replicating. We are self-replicating, meaning that, I have a son and I'm having another child on the way. God instilled in us the self-replication. So creation is continuing on. It's not just in some ways, it's almost like we're the divine encapsulation of God on the earth, right? In some ways, right? I mean,
Not in a gay way, but if you're saying that like God is always creating, right? And God made us and we're always creating. That isn't that part of us being made in the image of God, that we are creators as well? Not in the same way that God is creating, but in the same way that we're self-replicating, that we're artists, that you're writing a series.
Well, what I'm saying is that we're replicating God, right? We're not acting as God as some people do want to believe, some of these idiot, PDF file elites want to believe that they're God.
That you're talking about people like Maryland for a second. God damn.
Like, I'm not going to bash Maryland. I'm not. Unless she pisses me off, then I will. But like, what I'm saying,
you mean like the actual idol worshippers, the actual like people are trying to the Tower of Babel-esque people,
Babel kind of thing.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is this: God is constantly creating, because a creator or an artist, you can say, doesn't stop. Michelangelo didn't stop with the Statue of David. He continued on for other pieces. Leonardo da Vinci didn't stop with the Mona Lisa. He continued on with other things.
Based.
It's a continuation. And what I say to this is that when the people talk about evolution, motherfucker, I'll be back.
Okay, I think Frankie can still hear me when he goes away. So I'm going to ask Frankie a question that I just thought of off the dome. I don't know if this makes sense, so I'm asking chat too, okay? Does it make sense to say, like, if we are made in the image of God and we're creating things, like if we're doing art or we're doing music or we're writing a book or something like that, is that in some ways God creating through us? Now, not like fully, because like we can obviously create stuff that's like not good at the same time, but it seems to be something like when Frankie's talking about that God, like a creator doesn't stop creating, that Michelangelo didn't stop after David and, all the stuff he was saying. It's like, that makes me think that like in what form is God creating now? He's not doing a new creation as in there's no active special creation now that we know of, right? The universe is already in motion. So I wonder if we are the vessels of that creation in a smaller sense, nature itself with just fucking and reproducing and stuff, and plants, planting and whatever they fucking do. But then I think we are the ones who actually intentionally create. So are we not in some ways, is that God creating when we're creating? Is that God creating through us? Is that blasphemy, or is that kind of omnigoated if you think about it? Yeah, through the Holy Spirit. Yeah, good to see you, Sally. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking, right? Like if we're indwelled by the Holy Spirit and we're inspired, and again, this can be put to bad uses. Like you can't, the Tower of Babel was a creation if you think about it, and you must, right? And it was a bad creation, but if we are inspired in a good way, not in a gay way, to create stuff, then it's like, isn't that God creating? Is that the Holy Spirit's work through us? Or am I just on some whack shit? I don't know.
Well, the Holy Spirit works through all of us, dude. And what I'm going to say, like, what I was going to continue on with evolution, right? Oh, I believe in evolution. Well, yeah, so do I. I believe that evolution is a continuation of the creation process. What I mean by that is you were born. You're an infant. It's like I'm watching in real time with my own son. I'm watching in real time. And then he's going to evolve into a little boy. And then he's going to evolve into a teenager. And then he's going to evolve into a man. You know what I'm saying? That's evolution. That, in a sense, is evolution. The crawl, walk, run.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
The evolutionary picture of the ape, of the slime, the ocean slime, turn into a fish, the fish crawling out of the water, turn into an ape, turning into us. That's the whole premise. But I'm saying, no, it starts from an infant child all the way to a grown adult. But the problem is this with evolution. It is called de-evolution. When you're an adult, you start declining. Then you become older, become slower, become not as healthier. Then you become sick, old, and die.
Now, is this just change or is this evolution? Because as Adam points out, he's saying that's maturity, not evolution. I guess it's evolution, I guess, in a different way. It's not evolution in like the scientific way.
Well, I'm calling it evolution. The reason why I'm calling it evolution because we're seeing a progression. Because the scientists would consider evolution as a progression. You know what I'm saying? Like for example, the apes evolving into man. It's a progression from one state to another state.
Yeah, it's a progression.
You can also call it a maturity if you want. But what I'm saying is that we start at one state and we're evolving to another state, but then we're also de-evolving to another state.
Like we're physically devolving as we age and die, is what you're saying.
As we age and move on, we're physically devolving. So that, and also mentally devolving. Like people lose their memory as they get older. You know what I'm saying? Dementia, fucking Alzheimer's, Parkinson's.
Asperger's.
I almost said Asperger's. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Yeah.
So that's what my interpretation of it is, and that's why I say it's a continuation of the creation process. So creation is continuing. That's how I see this.
So what do you think about what I said about are we oh wait, Frankie's leaving. Asperger's has always been it's always been autism, okay? You didn't help. It's always been autism. It's just now under this exact umbrella of ASD, and now they don't differentiate. But Asperger's has always been a type of autism, okay? So I don't know if that was really helpful, Testicular Johnson. Hey, you should come on panel, Testicular Johnson. You like when it's more common. Yes, it was reclassified. Yes, I agree.
Sorry, Con. The devil gave me technical difficulties to stop me spreading the truth.
Well, maybe that was God, actually, if you think about it.
Well, yeah. Well, with my belief, it is God. Yeah, indirectly.
There we go. Big soda.
Also, Confluence. You were like, I remember you guys. Like, I think it was like yesterday. I think you guys were talking about the when Moses led the children of Israel out of Egypt about the smoke and smoke and cloud in the sky.
Yeah.
But I actually have a different interpretation of
that. He says ominously as he mutes himself. Good to see you, Big Soda.
Good to see y'all. Sorry, I'm
Big
late.
Soda, you're looking so handsome today. It's crazy.
I
You're
did
looking
my
so
hair.
beautiful.
Could we join our hands together and pray to stop Satan messing with our devices?
We can, but we all have to turn on our cameras and do this, and then it will look like we're holding hands. Okay. I have to stick my hand down. I guess there's a way to do this. Okay, that could work. Steve Soda, grab my hand. Wait, what if I put us? Okay, if I put us like this.
That's not my hands.
That's pretty close. That's pretty close.
That's not my hands, Big Soda. It's not my hands, dude.
No, but let's see what Frankie's about to say. What are you about to say, Frankie?
Is Frankie back?
Yeah, I'm back. All right, so we'll go with the story on this. That Moses led the children of Israel. That God Himself was in a pillar of smoke and a pillar of fire, pillar of smoke by day and a pillar of fire by night. And then they hit the Red Sea, and then Moses, he parted the Red Sea, and then they went through. So we have to remember the background and the backstory of all this is that Moses, one, was raised Egyptian, two, was raised in Egyptian nobility of all things. He was basically the adopted son of Pharaoh Seti the first, or was it Pharaoh Seti the second? One of the two. So he was, as every Egyptian male royal, was trained in military, and the Egyptians used pillars of fire and pillars of smoke as signaling and formation devices. So what I mean by that is this: is that you have a long stick with a platform, put a brazen or a cap over a fire, it smokes. That's a signal for.
Colin, check your Discord. I got something for you in there.
Forward.
It's a gift.
And then you have a pillar of fire.
It's wrong.
What?
It's a gift.
So go ahead, Frankie. Go. I see it. It's wrong. It's nonsense.
It's not
we can
wrong.
get into that. It's so wrong. Don't interrupt, Frankie. I showed it to you yesterday. We're not doing that gay shit again. It's so retarded.
That's what I'm saying. Because it's true.
All right.
But go ahead, Frankie. You're saying
true.
that.
I just searched it up.
Yeah, search deeper, young Christian. It's such an easy thing to figure out.
You want me to cite sources? You want me to send you sources?
Yes, actual.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, but let Frankie finish, and then I'll beat your freaking ass, young Christian.
Rip my
Okay. No, pause. No, I caught myself. I didn't say that. I wasn't going to say that. So the pillar of smoke and the pillar of fire, you think that comes from?
While they were moving, the pillar of smoke was during the day while they were moving. That's a signaling of marching forward, of moving around in directions.
And you think the Egyptians did this?
The Egyptians did this. This was basically a battle formation. This is basically with just military logistics. And then a pillar of fire at night, basically keep the light around them, so they can see in the general area that they're in. And also it's called a fire guard, where there are men watching the fire at night. It's called fire guard baiting. They're watching for the enemy. So, fucking hell. Motherfucker. I'll be back.
I hate
Okay,
the gun in his story, but is he
Good to see you,
saying they did
Untrackable.
this or God did this?
I think what Frankie's saying is he's saying that his interpretation of why God did this is because the Egyptians used to do this, and this was like kind of there's a tie-in. Like, I'm assuming it's similar to what we were talking about yesterday with like how the plagues are related to the Egyptian gods and stuff. And so God did the plagues, but it's like it's a spin-off of the Egyptians. And maybe I think that's what Frankie might be saying. Is that this was related to their battle formations that the Egyptians were doing? Now, young Christian, I almost don't want to put what you put on the screen because I don't want to embarrass you, young Christian, because I care about you.
Let's roast them. Put them up. Put it up.
Okay, it's coming up. Okay, this is what young Christian thinks is a dunk. We're talking about if Egypt thinks that every firstborn male is a god. Okay, that's what young Christian's claim was. Then he sends me an AI summary, and it only makes sense if you read the first sentence and stop reading after that. Even the AI summary doesn't explain it, because if you keep going, yes, the Egyptians were the firstborn as divine, not firstborn people. Okay, this belief is reflected in various creation myths and divine birth narratives. For instance, the god Atum is often associated with the concept of divine birth, etc., primordial god Shu and Tefnut. Additionally, the myth of Osiris and Isis highlights the importance of the firstborn in divine lineage. Nothing about every firstborn child being divine or being a god. Young Christian, this is embarrassing. Frankly, shame on you. Shame on you, young Christian. Shame.
I got you. Hold on.
All right, let me continue on, right?
Yeah,
So-
go ahead.
All right, so then when Pharaoh, they consider Pharaoh Ramses, but we were not too sure. But when Pharaoh went and found them, he said, "Oh, look at them! They're lost in the desert." Actually, they weren't lost in the desert because Moses was in the desert for 40 years. He knew exactly where he was. So,
Motherfucker was lost.
he wasn't lost.
Then why was you lost in the desert for 40 years? That's
He
a skill
wasn't lost
issue.
No, he wasn't lost in the desert for 40 years. God put him there. God said, basically told him to stay there. He wasn't lost. And
You think he always knew where he was?
Moses knew exactly where he was.
Wait, why do you think that? That's crazy.
The reason why I think that is because he was married to a Midianite, to an Ammonite.
You think it was that thought's fault?
Huh?
Was she misleading him?
No, they were a nomadic tribe. They were a nomadic tribe that traveled from place to place.
You could still get lost. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, doesn't it explicitly say they were like lost in the desert?
The Pharaoh said they look lost in the desert. If you find it, read it, and then it'll show it. But what I'm saying is this: Moses knew exactly where he was, and where he was called the Sea of Reeds. So the Sea of Reeds is above the Red Sea. It's literally like a fucking mangrove channel. You know what that is, right?
I feel like Moses was low-key lost in that desert.
He wasn't lost, dude. No, he wasn't lost, man.
I'm gonna see. I'm gonna check. What does the Bible say on this?
Chat G, was it G?
Maybe they're just wandering, and maybe he did know where he was, and he just chose not to because he wasn't allowed to. Maybe.
No,
I
dude.
always assumed bro was like lost, you know.
No, he wasn't lost at all. He knew exactly where he was when he was leading the children out of Egypt, children of Israel out of Egypt. The thing was, when Pharaoh was saying this, there was a large wind. There was a large wind, right? So then,
What desert is this? Let's get a map up. Let's bring up the chart. How big? Because like, is this a big desert? I don't really know. You know.
This is what I'm going to show you. This is what I'm going to show you. It is in the Sahara Desert. They were still in Egypt. What I'm talking about, they were still in Egypt. They were next to the Red Sea in Egypt. So if you look at the map, there's a little canal or channel that connects to the Red Sea. That's called the Sea of Reeds, or the Suez Canal, as we call it now.
Yeah.
I'm about to hit you with facts,
so
bro.
then, right,
You're about to trigger the shit out of me, young Christian, because you can't fucking read apparently.
No, hold on. Yeah, I'm collecting it all, and I gotta figure out.
Pharaoh saw that the children of Israel put the fire behind them, not in front of them. So the fire was behind the children of Israel. Pharaoh says, "Look at it. The fire is behind them." But that's actually a significant thing. Hold on.
I'm trying to get a map of this, but all the maps are to see how big the freaking Sinai Peninsula is in real talk, or like what area they're actually like stuck in.
Well, if the fire is behind you, what do? You run.
I don't think the fire was like chasing them or anything. I mean, it was from God.
Well, what are you going to do? Are you going to run into the fire?
I don't think the fire was touching the ground. I think it's just like a pillar that goes from...
Yeah, I mean, maybe I should pull that up. Pillar of fire.
Hot.
Fire. You've helped to stick your shots in. Fire is hot.
So here we go. All right. So the fire was behind the children of Israel. So then Pharaoh is seeing the fire, and then the east wind started to blow. So Pharaoh, in a sense, was blind and deaf to what was behind the fire. Because if you're in the middle of the night somewhere with no lights and you see a light, you're going to get blinded by it because it's the only thing you're staring at. I'll be back.
Okay, I don't know exactly what Frankie is referring to. Because, okay, and this is a mistake that I pulled up Bible Gateway. Don't judge me, okay? But the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud to lead them along the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, and they might travel by day and by night. The pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night did not depart from before the people. None of this shit is like chasing them or anything. There's not like one side or the other. I think it's just in daytime you could see the pillar of clouds or smoke, and at nighttime you need fire because otherwise you can't really see that's how I think.
That's what I'm saying, that the pillar of smoke was the daytime signals, daytime flags, and the pillar of fire with the nighttime flag. So then what I'm saying is this, is that Pharaoh was blind and deaf to what was behind the fire, which was the children of Israel. So then the Sea of Reeds, as I said, it's kind of like a mangrove canal that's very marshy. And the fact of the matter is, it was possibly at that time, it was low tide. So the water was lower. And then the wind blew and dried it. So they crossed through. So that's, in a sense, parting the sea. Because that's God doing it. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with that. Okay, now I have to go back to looking up the Sinai Peninsula to see how big and if you could theoretically be lost. Wait, it does say 60,000 square kilometers. That's crazy. That's a big peninsula if you think about it.
So, are you scared of the water? Are you scared of the fire? Are you scared of the land? What is it that you're scared of?
I don't think they were scared at all by these things.
No, there was all signaling. There was all military logistics. What Moses was doing, he literally was doing this logistically. So
wait, you saying Moses was doing it, or was God doing it?
God. So I put it like so in this whole thing. I'm putting this as God is the director to this movie, and Moses is the main actor, the main character in the movie. God is directing Moses, saying, "You're going to do this, do that, and this is how you're going to do it." And Moses is like, "Okay, thanks." And then I'm gonna do and then he just performs the scene.
So what are you scared of?
What do you mean what I'm scared of?
What are you scared of?
What do you mean?
I'm scared of heights.
Are you
kinda
scared of the water? Are you scared of the land?
Thalassophobia.
I'm scared of confluences.
Fire.
Like, what do you mean,
What
dude?
What is it that you are scared of?
I'm scared of
Yeah, I'm a
nothing.
little confused by your question.
It's like
very
in Batman when Ra's al Ghul is talking to Batman.
No, because if you only fear God, if that is the question at hand, you know, why is the water so fearful? Why is the fire so fearful? Why is the land so fearful?
So I think you have a difference.
If you only fear God,
what fear is.
why are these situations so fearful?
I think you have a different interpretation of what fear is, because when God says, "Do you fear me?" that doesn't mean are you afraid of me or scared of me. That means do you respect me? Like God said that to Abraham. God said that, does thou fear me, Abraham? And Abraham said, "Dost thou fear the Lord?" Which means God was saying that, "Do you respect me, Abraham?" Abraham said, "Dost thou respect the Lord?" That's what he meant. Now, when you're saying that, do you fear water? Do you fear heights? Do you fear this? That to me, that's human nature. Because how Jordan Peterson described it was that if you go by the evolutionary standard that we were apes living in trees, that the ground had snakes, the trees had birds. The ground has snakes, the tree had birds, and the grounds have cats. That was the whole purpose of fear.
So you're scared of snakes and you're scared of birds, and you're scared of fish.
Do you see a bird on my thing right now?
This motherfucker eats not eagles. Eats monkeys.
That's a
right,
harpy
Frank?
eagle.
Yeah, the harpy eagle, and it eats monkeys, right?
Yeah, it eats monkeys. It eats sloths. It eats anything it could grab. It's like in my opinion, the best eagle in the world. There's no other eagle that could compete with it. Even the American eagle, it doesn't compete with it.
Well, that's not you.
So lame.
That eagle is not you. This is me.
Yeah, I sent the verse in private chat.
Okay, and
so I pulled from scripture and I pulled from outside sources. You got all of it.
This is nonsense. I don't know what you think. I don't know what you think is proof, young Christian. I honestly, you're like blackpilling me. I don't know what you possibly think constitutes proof of something.
I can explain what Christian just wrote. I can explain the verse, right?
I sent him a bunch of
stuff. Wait, you don't even know what did Christian
on that same night I will pass through Egypt. I will strike down every.
No, you don't know what. Oh, you don't. I see what you're saying. You don't know what young Christian is saying. Let me catch everyone up to speed. Young Christian made the retarded claim yesterday that in Egyptology, that the ancient Egyptians thought that all of the firstborn children were gods. That's what he said. And I said, that's nonsense. That's not true.
Okay, no.
You didn't say Pharaoh. It's still live. I saved it. I didn't private it, so we can all look at it. What you said, okay?
That came from Pharaoh Akhenaten, who believed that he was the first son of Ra. He literally believed he was the reincarnation of Ra.
Yes, the firstborn is the thing. The firstborns. I mean, that's a Christian.
He was the firstborn of the previous pharaoh. That's what he's saying. That he's the.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. Anyone who was here last night knows that's not what he's saying.
That's literally the argument.
Is that what you're Christian? If that's what you're retreating to, I will let you have that. Are you just saying that the passage of pharaohs went through the firstborn? Because we fought on that for like an hour last night. It's amazing to me that you wouldn't have said that. That you just mean that.
That's okay. That's all right.
So that's all you meant to say was that pharaohs transfer down via the firstborn son. That's all you mean.
Translate on Egypt. Yes, that it's literally divine warfare. He's attacking.
That's no, don't pivot on me. All you're saying, then answer that question. Is all you meant last night is when you said the firstborns are divine, is all you mean that the passage of Pharaoh's goes that Pharaoh sees himself as divine and that the next in line is the firstborn of Pharaoh? Is that all you meant to say yesterday?
It's divine continuity.
You're giving him an off ramp.
So no one else. It's not like a random Egyptian having a firstborn. That there's something divine about the firstborn. You were just talking last night about Pharaoh.
Oh yeah. When you look at Pharaoh viewed himself as God. And
so you were. It's not about the other Egyptian firstborns.
Divine continuity.
But not only about Pharaoh, because even the thing that you showed me that I just put on screen that you said, it says the AI thing, yes, Egyptians worship the firstborn as divine. It doesn't mention Pharaoh in this. So that's what makes me think that, I mean, I am giving you an off-ramp, but I also kind of am trying to hold you on this because, even when you asked AI, it's not about Pharaoh here. It's about Egyptians worship the firstborn as divine.
No, that's right. Egyptians worship the firstborn as divine. Pharaoh's firstborn is divine continuity. God was
Egyptians. This is. Do you agree that this is wrong? Egyptians did not worship the firstborn as divine. It's not like if you're Egyptian and you have a son and it's your first son, that son is a god. That's not true.
The firstborn takes his place.
I think what the meaning is this. I think what the meaning is
this. Stop answering a different question than what I'm answering, young Christian. Stop what I'm asking.
When the Pharaoh dies and the firstborn takes his place,
so
he himself as God.
I'm sure. So why did you ask AI if Egyptians worship the firstborn in general? There's no question here about pharaohs. Why did you ask just about the firstborn in general? And yes, as Section remembers, who was here, he was claiming they were viewed to have divinity, if I remember correctly. Yes.
Really divine continuity.
You're both right.
We're not, but I'll allow it for the sake of peace and harmony.
I'm not saying the peasant.
You were saying that's why God had to kill all the firstborns. That's what you said. That was your whole justification.
There was a clear reason why God killed the firstborns in Egypt. There was a clear reason why.
So I gave the scripture, and I threw other stuff at you.
Okay, you understand why?
All the stuff you posted at me is absolutely. If you think that's like scholarly research, young Christian, I'm gonna say a freaking prayer for you tonight. Okay, Inshallah, Jesus Christ, you guys don't even know what he sent me. Bro sent me like some PowerPoint presentation from some like random ass. You don't even know.
It's other.
I won't share this. I won't share this, young Christian. I won't do you dirty like that.
Grab the source.
It's untoward. It's untoward.
That's all I did.
I was the last born, and I'm the one that become the warrior.
Hell yeah.
Based.
That's not some kind of deep scholarly work I did myself, God. That's me.
I'm not asking scholarly work. It just makes me question what you internally take as like a source on something. If you're like looking up a claim, what you consider to be like evidence toward that claim.
What is wrong with the sources I gave you? The actual scholarly lesson.
Bro, dude, I don't want to pull them up.
I don't think we can move past this till we sort it out.
We have to move past. I mean, you're showing me it's not. No, I'm not doing that to you, young Christian. I'm not. I'm going to save you from yourself. I'm saving you from yourself. Okay. It sounds like we agree, though. It sounds like we agree.
Egypt. I sent you like a bunch of stuff.
That's not how sourcing works. That's not how we'll talk later. That's not how sourcing works. You can't just be like the Oxford Dictionary or this. Like sources are like specific passages in an authoritative text or something. Right, it's not just like
okay, I'll get you a specific passage.
What's more authoritative?
If that's what you need. You're like, no, I'm not going to just accept the cover.
I'm young Christian.
I'll get you the actual.
I'm not going to take as something that just says Exodus interpretation commentary with no page number, no quote, nothing. Just no author. Exodus interpretation commentary is not a source. That's not a source. It's not a source if you think about it. If you think about it, it's not a source. If you think about it. Now I'm getting my dopamine and we're not even at the religious chaos panel yet.
He really died. I'll get it for you.
I'm fucking confused.
But there's no if all you're saying that pharaohs were considered divine by and they trace their lineage through the firstborn, then we have no problem. I don't think that's what you're saying yesterday, but if that's maybe I mistook that. I know, but I'm just saying I thought the debate yesterday was that all the firstborns were divine. And that was what I had lineage from the pharaoh himself. So well, see, and that's not right, and that's not true. So if that's the claim, that's what I want to see the source on, because that's chicanery.
I sent Confluence a real source. Look at that source.
This is better than what I was sent, which is a Reddit thread that Big Soda just sent me, and this is a better source than Young Christian sent me.
I'm about to grab you the text. Hold on.
They were like semi or like demi. I don't know if demigod is the right word, but like demi-divine or semi-divine.
Well, they had like,
but not like, yes, if we're talking about like direct descendants, you could make an argument from that. But the original claim was all the firstborns in Egypt were seen as divine, and that I'm saying there's no source for that I've seen, and I would need to see a source on that. This is like bleeding over from last night's stream. But if Young Christian is just saying that pharaohs have that, then fine.
Exodus 11:4-5. God tells Moses that every firstborn in Egypt will die, from Pharaoh's son to firstborn of servants and livestock.
There's a reason.
So firstborn of livestock are also God's.
I guess the livestock. Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck them.
I don't think you want to go down that road.
That's the thing. They're probably not divine. I think the firstborn had meaning. I think that's. Yeah. See. Okay. So we posted in the back chat. Yeah. I don't. This is not what I disagreed with. Okay. The Torah, a modern commentary, sees the plagues as demonstrations against Pharaoh and the gods of Egypt. Yahweh's zeal for his reputation as people. I never have disagreed on this. I've never disagreed. I disagreed on firstborns being seen as divine. So you're posting something in the private chat. I agree with that. I think that's fine. That's a cool way to understand the story. But I just don't think that that all firstborns in Egypt are divine. Okay, that was the contention. Good to see you, Wasteland Games.
A little bit difficult, Confluence.
How am I being difficult? I agree with this the whole time that the plagues were this. How am I being difficult, Testicker Johnston?
Or maybe you're being disagreeable, which is not,
Hey, Young Christian came at me, okay? He came at me from yesterday's stream to say that I was, somehow, not saying something untoward on this, okay?
I think there's a difference between firstborn and first proven.
Howdy.
I'm not sure what that means, untrackable, exactly.
Well,
it sounds good.
Proven. I do like how it sounds.
There is a difference between, being here and proving yourself.
Right, that's like kind of like Jacob and Esau, right? Esau was the firstborn, wasn't he? And then bro gave up his birthright for some soup or something. Yeah.
Jacob tricked Isaac because he put the fur of Esau on, because Esau always wore like a fur coat, and he put the fur coat on him, and then that's where Isaac gave him the blessing.
Do we see that as a good story? Because when I read about that, I'm like, Jacob's just a little sneaky bastard, man. I don't know.
But it turns out to be a good story because it was through Jacob. It was through Jacob that the children of Israel came forth. It was through Jacob because if you remember, God said, I believe it was God. I believe it was God himself that was locking hands with Jacob. That was, in a sense, wrestling Jacob, because the reason why I say this is because angels cannot bless you. Because they are only messengers.
Well,
I would agree with that. I would view that as Jesus wrestling with Jacob.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
I have a bigger problem with God killing people for no reason, just because they're firstborn. Like, what the hell? Why would he do that?
Because he's God.
But why? Yeah, he's God. Does he need to do that?
Does he need a reason?
Well,
You just did it for
what,
fun.
what is competition?
According to David Rockefeller or John D. Rockefeller, it's a sin.
It is arguing over who is best.
Well, yeah.
That's what competition is.
And who was competing?
But what are we winning? Are we winning God's love, or are we just beating each other?
We're not competing for God's love.
Trent, you should join the panel.
Well,
Yeah, God loves me more than he loves you.
That's a God I would not worship. Okay, I'm just kidding.
Is young Christian still in here?
If that's how you feel, then
Oh yeah, Wasteland, you were here last night, so you know.
He's in the top right.
Yeah. I feel we could have an interesting conversation on Jesus.
Well, we have enough people, so I don't want to get. I've let myself be a little derailed, okay, with the whole firstborn thing, you know. But I do enjoy being triggered. But we have a religious chaos panel to do, and we have enough people at this point. I was just waiting until we had enough, and we have had enough for a while. So, and I mean, if anyone has any final things they want, I don't want to cut anyone off, but but no new topics though. But if anyone has anything they want to clear up,
Confluence.
But what specifically?
I don't know, just anything, just before we really get into the weeds of it all, okay? And also, we have 2 spots left. Get your place in the Confluence Religious Chaos panel. The link is pinned, is in the description. Horseradish said he would show up today, so I don't know if someone can tell Horseradish that. I mean, where is he? He said he was going to show up. I mean, we're going to be running for a few hours, obviously. So, but Horseradish did promise me. So, okay.
Should we all explain what?
So what we do is, so first of all, for everyone, anyone new that joins, this will apply to them. What?
Soda's a Jew.
Soda is Jewish.
Ethnically, yes.
That is technically true. Okay, that's technically true. But there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's 2026. Okay, so
I have my own bank to prove it.
Okay, so
Confluence.
First of all, why are you? I almost said I shouldn't say. Well, why is no one cammed up? This looks terrible. Why am I the only one ever in freaking cam up? Get your cams on.
I look
cam up.
fucking nasty right now.
Untrackable. Thank you. Frankie's at work, I guess. Testy never cams up. Futan never cams up. Thank you guys for camming up. You're the real ones. You go on top, okay? Boom, boom. Okay, and Young Christian, you're gonna go. You cam up, Young Christian.
Yeah. I'm working on that multi-page report for you on firstborn in Egypt. So.
You're gonna send me again.
So should everyone?
I won't be distracted.
No, don't worry, Connor.
I got this, Wasteland. I got this. Okay, I got this. This is how it starts. Yeah, I want sources, APA or MLA. Well, yeah. Well, no MLA. Chicago or APA is what I will accept. Nothing else.
Back up.
Okay, and if you miss a comma, I will not accept it as a real source. If you miss a punctuation, if it's not indented correctly, okay, then fuck your gay shit. Okay, F on the paper. Okay, so this is what we do. First of all, before any prompts, we give 10 seconds to say our religion. Literally 10. I mean, it could be a little bit more than 10 seconds, but 10 to 20 at a max. Just say if you're Christian, atheist. The basics, say maybe you're agnostic, that's a wild off the dome example, but just say whatever your religious view is. We go clockwise, we go snakewise, and we do in this mode, so it makes sense to say that. So we start with me, Untrackable, Big Soda, Young Christian, Food Toy, Testy, Frankie, Wasteland. So it's like a clock, it's like a snake, if that makes sense. Okay, and I always go last so I can steal off other people's answers. No crosstalk. Everyone gets 10 to 20 seconds, starting with you, Untrackable. What is your religion or lack thereof?
I have been a lack thereof, but I have to say Christian.
Based, red-pilled. Okay, Big Soda.
The dirtiest of Protestants.
Also based. Young Christian.
Christian.
I didn't ask your name. I asked, yeah.
Yeah. Christian. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
I get
yeah.
it. Sorry, I get it. Okay, my bad,
Yeah,
my bad. Okay, Futai.
When it comes to religion, I am deist. I believe God is omnipresent, that there is only God, that there is nothing or no place where God isn't.
Kind
Boom,
of
baby.
based, kind of, but kind of based. Testy.
I'm agnostic. I fall on some sort of like cosmological argument, like a first cause type of thing, but I do not believe in dogmatic versions of a deity.
Okay, I like your profile picture, by the way, Testy.
Yeah, I changed it to the little devil one for this.
It's very goat coded. Yeah. Okay, Frankie, too sweet.
I am a Christian.
Based, red pilled. Wasteland.
I believe in Gnosticism. Essentially, I believe that the God of the Bible is the flawed creator of humanity, the demiurge, and that God and Jesus are separate.
No,
Oh, that's a hot take. Okay, and also Trench. I thought you people, not you people in that way, I'm not in the orthodox way. I thought you guys were allowed to debate, to talk about God. I thought you couldn't like interpret scripture. Okay, that's what I mean. The ortho bros.
I don't know what's
the ortho bros.
Ortho bros anymore. I don't.
Because now he's like we can't even talk about God, or I don't. Is that a thing? I don't know. Kokoshuko, good to see you.
I don't want to lead people astray, so yeah, you should probably not talk about it.
Yeah, but we're talking about, just like, is God all powerful? Is he all loving? What do those things mean? What is fear? What does competition mean? Is Christian wrong about all first words being defined? These are the kind of topics that I've prepared for.
If you're like walking down the street and someone stops you and challenges you about your belief, you can't defend it.
Yeah,
well, I have to let Trent answer.
You gotta ask
I don't know.
Yeah, speed dial your priest. Be like, hey, speak for me here.
Like, I don't think it's a good argument, because I could say God is an elephant, and if you're not going to be led astray by me saying, you're not going to be led astray by me saying God is an elephant, right?
Well, what if you're like a toddler and you're stupid?
Why are we having theological debates with toddlers?
Yeah.
Well, isn't that how the indoctrination works? You gotta start when they're young.
Oh, see, there we go. The truth comes out. I don't care to defend it. Okay, just say that then. Trench. Just say that then. Okay.
You can always run away.
It's true.
Okay, this is the first prompt. Okay, we're starting off easy, and we'll get more complex and variegated as the night goes on. Again, we go clockwise, we go snakewise. So the first one is: what are the main attributes you would give to God or require a God to have if you're atheist? So, do you think God has to be? If you believe in God, what are the main things that you would say? Is he all powerful? Is he all whatever? What would you say is the core of what you would consider a God? And if you're atheist or agnostic and you're like, well, this is the bare minimum of what it would have to be God. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah. You're gonna
starting. I know I will. Okay, untrackable. So what are the main attributes you'd give to God or require a God to have if you're atheist / agnostic / testicular Johnson coded?
Yeah, I believe in grace.
Do you think God's? There's no crosstalk, but can you say more?
Well,
just God has to be graceful or gracious.
I believe it to be floating hands, and
okay. Okay, that's valid.
If you are so lucky to fall into God's grace, maybe you were living this way.
Right. Oh yeah, and I forgot to say, we're gonna Big Soda. Yeah, he was well within the time, but I just forgot to say this: 30 seconds or less. But untrackable, you were well within that time, so it's not against you at all. But I just forgot to say this. Yeah, 30 seconds. So no no 5-minute monologues from you, Big Soda. Go ahead.
God would have to be a perfect balance of just and mercy. He would have to be love itself. He would have to be omnipresent, but he would also have to be outside of time. And I think those would be the core attributes, and hopefully I'm not missing anything.
All right, young Christian.
Self-existent, eternal, omnipotent, omnipresent, immutable, and sovereign. Yeah. And love, mercy, just all that sprinkled in there.
There's some good ones. All right, Futoi.
I'm not sure if I understand. If I was atheist, what would I put onto God? What would I need God to be? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because some people like Indian Jesus sometimes has said, when I define God, he's like, well, that's not enough that I would call that God. So like I can convince him that maybe God is like all morals or logic or love, but he's like, why would I call that a God? So that's not enough for him. For him, a God has to be like personal or has to involve a mind of some kind, right? So there's some things that I could convince you of that maybe I could get Testy to say logic is objective, but Testy would say, well, I'm not going to call that God. I would just call that logic. I would just call that reality. I would call that. So if you were an atheist, what would it take for you to call that thing God, to use that name? Does that make sense?
Kind of, yeah. I guess. Get what everybody's been saying, like love, unconditional love, I guess. Yeah, would be the main one from what everybody said, you know.
Okay. Christopher Johnson?
So I'll try to be quick. So because I said I believe in more of the cosmological thing of like a first cause, I think a version of God would be essentially God to us, because it would have been a creator, which is the term I prefer to use. So God could have made us by accident, could have been completely unaware of our creation. God might even hate us. Maybe he despises us and he stays away. I can't attribute any sort of adjectives to God in that regard. The only sort of thing is more of a creator sense, as in I cannot conceptualize something from nothing, and if there was space dust or some sort of precondition and cause and effect is totally true from the Big Bang forward, then I can accept that all that works within reality. But yeah, God in the sense that something created something, but I can't really assert more than that. Very unsatisfying.
Okay. I'll allow it. Frankie? Are you, Frankie might be working. No, Frankie's there.
I'm here. All right. So main attributes for me is a loving creator, right? So that's one, a loving creator. Two, outside of our realm of reality. What I mean by that is that the Greek gods were Mount Olympus. In Mount Olympus, the Greeks said they could go to Mount Olympus, which it's in the realm of reality. So God to me has to be outside the realm of reality. And the Almighty and the All-Knowing and the All-Wise. That's my interpretation.
Okay, based and welcome, Ancom Sai. Thank you for joining.
Hello.
So next is
Another
Wasteland.
Fuck you, Soda.
Howdy. So, an imperfect, flawed creator that can shape the material realm to its will. An eldritch entity, essentially.
That's a wild.
Bro, diving into the Cthulhu mythos. That's
wild. Holy, okay. Everett, look up Lovecraft's cat's name, by the way. Well, don't do it, but no, do it, but don't say it.
Throw it in the comment section.
No. Wait, do you actually know the cat's name?
Yeah, I know it.
Okay.
That was a time I was reading all of that.
Okay, Ancom Sai. So before you give your answer, 10 seconds, say your religious position, and then, the question is, what are the main attributes you give to God? If you're an atheist, what would the attributes have to be for you to be like, that be God, if you think about it?
Yeah, so I would go with agnostic, largely leaning toward atheism, and the attributes would going with Clarke's third law. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So if you have sufficiently advanced technology that it seems like us to magic, that's sufficient for anything I think to be called God.
Okay, great. And then we'll end with me, so I get to steal everyone's answers and think of the best ones. I would think, yeah, all of the classics, I guess, yeah, all powerful, all knowing. I think logic, love, eternal, outside of space and time. A lot of these things, and I will use the rest of my time to, I guess, start the question that I want to ask. Well, we have someone that just joined, so, don't threaten me with a good time. Marilyn! How's it going, Marilyn?
Hey, Marilyn. How's it going?
Sorry I'm late.
Nobody's answer was Maryland, by the way. Just want to point that out.
I was getting to it, and Marilyn joined, so which is crazy if you think about it.
Mine was definitely Marilyn.
So, Marilyn, give since you're since you're new.
Every demon on both aisles has made sure I haven't been up here yet, so I want to hear every question and do a rundown.
Goated. Okay, you're just in time to give your answer. Okay, so 10 seconds, say your religious position, and then the question is, what are the main attributes that you think God would have to have? So, like, does God have to be all powerful? Does he have to be all loving? Does he have to be what do you think is the bare minimum that you'd be like, this has to be God?
I need to think about that for a while. I mean, I guess I don't. All right. I don't think there's more than 3. If I could think more than 3, it would be too much. I'm God. So I'm going to have to say, obviously, unconditionally loving. I'm going to have to say, I want to use the word sacrificial, but I don't want to, because it's like sacrificing is such a an idol. It's so overrated in virtue signaling. But what I mean by it is sort of like, I need to find a synonym for it. It's like your identity is wanting to give to people and make them happy and make them prosperous and just make them joyful. It's not sacrificial of you to do that. It's just your nature of wanting to give. I guess giving. I don't know. Not sacrificial, giving. So yeah. So unconditionally loving, giving, and oh gosh. A friend. You'd have to be a friend. God's a friend.
God is a friend.
There you go. Giving
Good to see
friend.
you,
Unconditionally loving,
Oxycat.
giving friend.
And 07's Untrackable.
Wait,
And
as an
now,
addendum, I would like to say God's a woman.
Well, obviously.
I agree with that.
Throw that
Yeah.
in there.
Wow.
Urge.
Why
Wait, why would you disavow that? Wow.
Are we on?
because God is. I almost said this. I accidentally said this the other day. God is transgender, but not in that way. God is beyond. God is beyond gender. God is trans gender. Right? So
Pronouns are there.
that's what I'm saying. So, like, to say God is a man is also equally psyop if you think about it, right?
disavow?
Yeah.
It's actually gender dysphoria plays part in my beliefs.
Fucking dumbasses. Fuck.
You guys know what I mean, though, right? God does not have a gender, right? God is beyond gender.
Yeah, God is beyond gender.
You're correct.
He's not binary.
I can't even hear your. I just hear Frankie being really mad. I'm not sure what he's saying.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's
Oh, giant, dude, that's so good.
yeah. Clip forever. Khan says Mel is God.
This is crazy.
Well, on that
What?
note,
Are we on crosstalk?
Oh yeah. Crosstalk is enabled.
All right. I would say God is your friend, except to the firstborn of Egypt.
Well, maybe that wasn't God. Maybe that was just him in a psychosis or schizophrenia, and he thinking he heard God, and it wasn't really God telling him to do that, and it was the devil.
Well, yeah. I mean, hear me out. Maybe there's two gods in the Bible. The all-loving God, the Creator God,
No,
is
it's
the
still
real
him.
one, and then there's a fake one with the brimstone, and you're gonna burn in hell.
Wow! It almost like you're exactly the same as Wasteland, who's thinks the demiurge is the god of the Old Testament, and he's an evil god and a false creator.
Well,
you
didn't
guys
he
are on
even
the
say
same
that?
team.
Didn't he even say that? He said, "I'm a vengeful God." Did he not say? Am I misremembering?
He do be a vengeful god, yeah, and he did say that, yeah.
I think he says I'm a jealous God. I don't think he says I'm a vengeful God.
I think he does.
I think he does. Doesn't he say? Doesn't he say? And I enact vengeance on the sons and the sons and the son. Isn't there like a passage where he's like on the first and second and third generation? You guys know what I'm
but
talking
I
about?
don't think he explicitly says that I'm a vengeful God. I think the only explicit statement that I remember is I'm a jealous God.
Seventh son of the seventh, the seventh son of the seventh son. Basically, 14 generations down the line.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, wait, here we go.
Read it.
Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, Nahum 1:2-8. What a good
Church is right.
translation.
Father does imply gender.
It does, but
not necessarily. Father implies role, so he's playing the role of father.
Yeah, like does because if we any normal sense we give to when we say what like sex is, right? We're gonna say like sex is determined by the gametes you're producing, or maybe some people say by your chromosomes. Well, God doesn't have chromosomes. God doesn't make gametes. Well, he made all the gametes if you think about it. And so it's like it's he's all the binaries. He's everything. But okay, so this is what I'm thinking of. Okay, the Lord is jealous and avenging, and other translations. I know it was a mistake. It was a mistake. Don't judge me, okay? So this and other passages says vengeful. The Lord takes vengeance and is filled with wrath. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Does that sound like God to you?
You don't understand what they're saying. You don't understand what the fuck they're saying. God is saying he is a jealous God because he told the children of Israel not to praise any other gods but him. All right. 2, he's a vengeful God, meaning that he would defend his children. Like, for example, with David. The perfect example is David. Like in Psalms 118. David said that all my enemies are around me, and in the name of the Lord I will cut them down. God says, I will avenge you because they have harmed you.
There's nothing wrong with a bit of vengeance. I'm not saying there is.
I mean, doesn't that
all
the adjectives you use for like loving?
Old man that grins at every sin you do. God, as Paul describes in the book of Hebrews, that he is a consuming fire. That's what God is.
But everybody uses that adjective.
Frank, you're sounding a bit vengeful yourself. Wrathful. I
do like the passion.
I could imagine Satan being a consuming fire, not necessarily the Lord.
No, God, no. God is a God is a consuming fire, but in like a good way. Okay.
In a good way.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. Okay, wait. Has anyone? This is maybe a deep cut. This is a rant. Has anyone heard of the band called Me Without You? Okay.
No.
Anyone?
No.
Fuck. I was hoping someone. They have a song that says like, "Why not be utterly changed into fire?" is one of the verses, and I feel like that really that hits that's a good kind of consuming, right? You're becoming. It's like, what does fire do, right? It takes the fuel and it creates more fire. There is like kind of a beautiful imagery in that, I would say, right? There also is like, I'm being.
Fire does purify, right?
Right. There's verses that talk about that. And if you imagine us being like wood or something, right, and we're tossed into fire, the consuming fire, right, now we become the fire in some real way, right? Where the wood is transmuted into the fire. So there is obviously the painful imagery, but there also is the good imagery. Me without Confluence is too right. Doomerang, do you know that band? At least someone in the chat has to know that. It's such a good band. It's so good. What do you? Frankie's mad. Frankie, you're mad. I'm not sure what you're mad about exactly, but you know.
No, that sounds like some gay ass band for some reason.
Your God being transgender was
gay.
pretty
No,
bad.
you're not, you fucking heretic.
No, again, it's not trans. It's transgender in the etymological sense, not
Don't
in like.
ever say etymological. Don't use that
Your
word.
God is a snake
transgender.
with the head of a
Oh
lion.
my God.
What's
She's
wrong
both
with
man and woman? No,
What's wrong with-
bro.
No,
it's like-
Oh, see, Doomerang does know me. This is why Doomerang is the best chatter. He's the only one that knows me without you. He's the only one, which is goated.
That's
Goated.
a terrible word to use.
I understand, but you know, I'm not going to let people steal my words, okay, Marilyn? I'm not letting them.
No, but like every single.
eventually?
I'm sorry, and you can clip this. You can say this, and I'll never go against it. But like every transgender person is confused. God is not confused.
Blah, blah, blah.
I know, but
God
Marilyn,
is
when
not
I
confused.
argue the opposite.
Do you know? Okay, Marilyn. Wait, hold on. Just to be clear. Okay, just to be clear. Like, there's words like trans-rational, right? That means like beyond the rational, right?
You like when?
So transgender. I'm just saying. I'm not saying God is transgender in the way that he's like male. I'm just saying he is beyond gender. He's beyond our concept of gender. He's not producing gametes. He doesn't have chromosomes, right?
He's
And
omni-gender.
also,
So,
Torches Together is an incredible song.
I get
07's
it.
Boomerang.
I get it. But there's other words to describe that
Marilyn,
beauty,
I'm gonna
and
say-
it's not
What would happen
transgender.
if God were non-binary?
So, Marilyn, I'm going to say.
one at a time. One at a time, everyone. One at a time.
One at a time.
God is transatlantic. God is transatlantic. Yes, I said it.
Right, yeah. Trans is just a prefix, okay? We can't let them steal our prefixes, okay? They're coming for our children. They're coming for our prefixes. And we can't let them have either, okay?
They fucking stole the rainbow.
All right, so
doubt-
yeah, I personally stole the fucking rainbow from the demiurge.
Yeah, you know, the dummy ears.
Yeah, we're taking
So,
it back.
Marilyn,
We're
I'm going to
taking it
say the opposite of what you said, that the demiurge is confused and trans people ain't. I've dated many trans people to know that.
Yeah, you're gay.
Wait, say that one more time.
I said the demiurge is confused and trans people ain't, because I've dated many trans people.
Yeah, you like dick in your ass. I know.
Yeah, but they're confused. They're
Depends.
confused
It depends.
because
You're
no,
confused.
but yeah, if you are not comfortable with the genitalia you were given and cannot fill that mold that you were given,
It actually goes into
if you cannot be who you want to be and still be who you were made to be, you are confused.
Well, confused. I'm going to tell you something. Can I speak, please? This actually goes into my spiritual beliefs. So I believe that humans are divine spirits trapped in mortal bodies. I
Right,
believe that they're feminine and masculine spirits, and
right.
that trans women specifically have a feminine spirit inside them. That is specifically that is my spiritual beliefs
Listen,
right there.
I
disagree.
understand that.
But it goes into my
understand
religious beliefs.
I understand it. I study astrology. I know that some boys have more feminine planets and then they do masculine planets in their chart
Like Anders.
but that doesn't mean they've got to be gay just because they're more feminine. Feminine is not a
No, gay is
man
gay
or a
in
woman
your ass.
thing. Feminine is not like, now you're making it
I've been with
confusing.
big hairy
I
gay
hate
dudes,
words.
so like
Yeah, you like digging your ass, dude. Like, oh, like.
If
cool.
you are not comfortable with the genitalia you were given and being able to flaunt that in any like you were made for a specific design, you were made for a specific person or
the
purpose.
creator is flawed.
No, the creator's not flawed. You are the will, you are the purpose, you are the reason. and
Like,
and
I
you
think
are supposed
I
to
think
multiply.
advice
You
from
are
a dude
supposed
with
to
a head
multiply. You are supposed to multiply. There's supposed to be many and many and many of you because you are so loved.
I guess
You are
it's
so
fertile
cared
people.
about and so cherished that there's supposed to be many of you. You're supposed to reproduce and multiply. You're not supposed to be weird.
Exactly. I think people agree with Marilyn.
I mean, it's just a discomfort thing. It just makes you uncomfortable. That's all it is.
It's not that it makes me uncomfortable. It makes me mad because you're not living out your design and what your purpose is.
You're scared of the
You're
assume that there's a
getting
design or a purpose to
sullen
begin
in
with.
the head because of this system that we're forced to participate in. If you didn't have to forced to participate in the system, so you could be, I'm whatever, just have some sort of virtue signaling in whatever facet. No one would even give a fuck. Then you would naturally do what comes naturally, and you wouldn't have such weird thoughts, such weird psychosis, such weird hypnosis people get into.
Sounds like you're saying society is the issue.
It is. It's that society is the issue. Absolutely. We're all forced to participate in this.
Marilyn, why are you assuming that there's a purpose in the first place?
We are the purpose, and because we already exist. We already have a design which what makes us feel good and what doesn't make us feel good.
So why do you assume that there's a design?
It's truth.
Keats is here.
Truth is not an. Why do you assume that there's a design?
Why do I? Because you are a design.
What reason do you have to believe a design exists and we're not just randomly put together?
Because you have lungs. Your lungs have a purpose. Your lungs have a purpose to draw in air. Your air goes through your body and has another
That's not the same as a
function.
purpose.
But
they have a function. That's not the same as a purpose. A purpose implies intent, which you can't demonstrate.
If you're
So
talking about
you can't say that there is an intent behind any of this and that people are acting against an intent.
You are the intent. You are the intent, and you're like a clock. You have cogs and wheels, and I have a design, and everything together makes you who you are. You have a design. You have a purpose. But you because you exist. Because you exist. If you didn't exist, that wouldn't be true.
You exist because you have a design because you exist. You're completely circular.
You have a design. Oh my God, you have desires that were put into you.
You have a design because you exist because you have a design.
Yeah, it is circular.
You have a design which entails things that you want. You want things because of the design you are made for.
Again, circular.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not circular. It's true. There's no reason to argue into infinity. There is a truth, a base foundational truth. You are the truth. The truth has no agenda. But just because you are who you are, you still have an identity. You still have characteristics.
Truth requires evidence. Truth requires evidence. Where's your evidence of design? If you believe that we are designed, that requires
you have an identity. You have characteristics.
Marilyn,
you have a nature.
Marilyn, I'd like to bring up your point about
you're saying self-evident things.
Sorry, Marilyn, I'd like to bring up your point. You're talking about like how this is like naturally and stuff. There are gay animals. Like penguins are the gayest fucking animal there is. You're telling me that's not natural?
Giraffes too.
I'm saying that's not natural. I'm saying that we were made. We are to take care of the land and take care of the animals and protect them and feed them and make sure they're okay. We have not been for a very long time.
So do you think we should go out and feed every wild animal in all of creation? Because that's kind of silly.
Shelter them, feed them, make sure they are well, make sure they are doing well, know them all and know all their names and know and account for all of them. But you're so sullen in the head. You're so lack mentality. You can't imagine knowing
so much
every animal because your brain refuses.
It makes it really hard to pee when I got that much dopamine. Jesus Christ, that's why it took me so long. Holy shit. Okay, Maryland is based, okay? Maryland is based on this one, if you think about it. We all agree. We all agree.
Absolutely, no,
It's not circular. This is like Agrippa's trilemma, okay, which as erudite would call it. Okay, everything comes down to being self-evident or circular or reductio ad absurdum. It is self-evident. Even I think Wasteland said it is self-evident, but it is.
Oh,
Marilyn, I'd like to ask,
reality, like
would you call me an abomination for having relationships with men?
No,
Testy, you're too quiet. I'm turning you up because I want to be more triggered, Testy.
Shit happens.
I just broke up with a dude.
Shit happens.
Dude, I like this guy. You need to come on more often just to fuck with these people. Like this is
No, that's not the issue. Like I've had sex with a few girls. I've had sex. Like it's not. That's not. It's not the issue. It's not the issue. The issue are worth. You are purpose. You're supposed to multiply. You're supposed to have many of you because you're so loved. You're so worth cherished, and there need to be lots of you.
Marilyn, I love you. I love you.
You're fucking weirdo. Why do you
You are just asserting things. Like if you just start with the premise and you're
That's what we are made to do. Multiply.
Yes.
That's what our function is.
How do you multiply? How many of you are there?
I've got one.
How many Marilyns are there in the world? Because
that's not what I meant. Now you're idolizing words. You know what I meant.
Idolizing words. No, I'm using your own words against you. Christ.
No, yeah. But then, because this comes up from time to time, right? Like, the purpose of marriage is like man and a woman and have a family and blah blah blah. But like, and yes, they are outliers. But there are people who just cannot.
Trans is fake.
So they're automatically like seen as lesser in this type of worldview.
There's no such thing as trans. Why are we having this conversation?
There absolutely is.
No, there's not. You're fucking. You're low value and low income.
Trans rats are human rats, buddy.
If they want to play dress up, let them. That's fine. They're not trans anything.
No, they are.
No, they're not. You have no academic credentials to make such a fucking bold statement. It's more leftist, effeminate, estrogen-laden fucking rhetoric.
Okay. I mean, it's a phenomenon within society.
It's not a phenomenon. It's unfuckable guys that can't do manly things. So
it is a phenomenon in society. We can't. When someone says they're trans, you know what they mean by that, dude. Right,
There's no such animal.
That's fine, but we know even if we define it as people that think that they are the gender that they weren't born as, even that is still a thing. There are people that think that, right? So the word still
you're
makes
a feminine
sense.
Canadian man. You're based, but you're not exactly like an alpha dog, bro. Like anyone
is that
that
your
can't
best answer? Is that your best answer?
It would make sense
when you low IQ take.
I'll take an IQ test against you for $1,000 right now.
Okay, you would absolutely lose that, but that's like the gayest thing ever. That's the gayest thing ever.
Bro,
but,
you live in a rented room in Canada with no car. Like I'm pretty sure that I'm adept at being a sufficient sovereign man.
Why don't you ask me how many homes I own, how much I can bench the dude?
Because the answer is nothing, and the answer is 112. Unexceptional men. Guys who can't get on the open market value to attract people.
How about you engage with what I actually said, the dude? Okay, put that big brain of yours to the test. Okay, engage with what I actually said.
Unintelligent? Would you call me unintelligent?
Put it to the test and answer what I said. Right, which is that there is a use of using that word. There are people that think they should be the other gender than the one that they were born as. Right, so the word has utility. That's what I'm saying. So engage with that. Okay.
I used to think I was a dinosaur. No one allowed me.
That's not engaging. Again, you
dinosaur,
like
dumbass.
You're allowing leftist feminist men to like infiltrate academia and add validity.
Oh my god! You can't even. You are embodying the spirit of a leftist feminist man. If you can't even engage with the basic premise of any of these arguments,
there's no argument.
That's crazy.
Let them do whatever they want to do. Just don't give it validity.
The word transgender, there are people that identify, and when I say that word to you, the dude, you know what I'm talking about. To pretend that we don't know what
they're feminine men that want to cosplay. Let them. They have the right to do that.
Okay, that's fine. But that word still has utility. We still all know what we're talking about when we use the word transgender. So to just say that word doesn't exist, right? That doesn't make any sense, right? The word exists.
I didn't say the word doesn't exist. I said it's not a real thing. I know what the word means. I'm saying it's not a real thing. You can think you're anything, and that's fine. God bless them. Like, they have the right to do.
That's what you attacked me on, is what I said. Was when I said that's literally what I defined it as. I said, even if we say it's people that think they're the gender that they were not born as, and then you come all fucking hot and bothered at me, okay, which is crazy. So, and now you're just repeating what I said. So you do think that is what it means, and it's a valid word, and it is, you just define it as people that think they're the gender that they are not. Right?
The word has meaning. The condition, I don't think any of them actually think they're the opposite gender. Like, if you put them up to a polygraph, none of these people genuinely believe what they say. We just partake in their self-delusion.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
The dude, polygraph isn't real. That's why they don't use it in court.
I know, it's like transgenderism.
I mean, well, just because polygraph has utility. It's just not real.
It's not real.
No, it's not. No, that's not right, Futoy. That's not right. Polygraph is true most of the time. It's just not useful enough to be used in court. It's not like 100%. It's more than 50%. I'll just say that it's more than 50%.
It's wrong. It's BS. Polygraph is real. It's not real.
It is real.
Just being on
Jeffree Star is the GOAT. If you want to see what a trans person should be, see Jeffree Star.
Jeffree Star is not trans, though, if you think about it.
It's
the gold standard for you.
The water.
They put more effort. They put more effort into feminine representation than most fucking.
I feel like gay people in general put more effort.
Honestly, Con, polygraph isn't a real science. Honestly,
stop! Don't say science like that. Don't misuse science like that.
I didn't misuse it. I'm quoting one of the German psychologists.
God, Futoy, just look it up more.
I'm quoting.
God damn it! This is too much chaos even for me. Polygraphs are a useful thing. They're not useful enough to be used as with 100% certainty. That's why they're not used in a court of law.
They're bullshit.
They're not bullshit. They're not bullshit.
They're bullshit.
They're not bullshit.
They're not real science. It's bullshit.
Testy, do you believe they're bullshit?
Well, because you said they have some use. I asked you maybe my volume's low. Like, what use do they have? Because they aren't admissible in court. We all agree. So, what is the use of a polygraph?
I would say a polygraph can detect if you're lying more than 50% of the time for most people. That's what I'll say. That's a very low threshold. That's what I'm defining as useful.
Yeah, I agree. It's not complete junk science. But
I think that the polygraph is more to identify an intent to deceive rather than to see if someone's lying. No, those are two very different things.
It is there to identify nervousness and anxiety. That is
which is heavily correlated with lying.
When they lie, heavily correlated maybe, but you can't use it to any level of reliability. It takes one YouTube video to learn how to fool a polygraph test. That's it.
Someone address me.
Ancom, have most people learned how to fool a polygraph test, right? No, they have not. So then there's utility. If you took everyone on Earth and you applied a polygraph, it would be more often than correct that they are lying. You would be able to identify.
Somebody asked me a question on the panel. Who addressed me?
For a polygraph, it's bullshit.
I don't know.
I asked him.
You can't. It's not bullshit in the same way that just flipping a coin is bullshit, right? Like you would be if you polygraphed everyone on Earth and you tried to detect if they were lying, you'd be right more often than flipping a coin. That's what I'm saying. My estimate is you'd probably be right like 80% of the time. Now that doesn't mean you can't fool it. I understand most people don't have enough control over their autonomic nervous system and their blood pressure and all that to be able to fool it. It's possible to fool it. Yes, that's why it's not admissible. It's possible you could just be nervous. That's also why it's not admissible in court. But it's not junk science. It's not nonsense. Okay, just to be clear.
I hate people trying to fucking debate.
The one guy asked me a question. Can I just address the one guy? Pretty please. I love trans people. I love trans people. I love Kamala. I just want to address the guy who addressed me.
I don't know who addressed you. Who addressed the dude?
Someone said him.
Yeah, I was trying to speak to you.
Go ahead, sir.
I can say, and Confluence can pull this up, that specifically, if you want to like look at a genetic thing, like there's studies showing that trans women have similar brains to cis women.
Well,
But
men have similar brains to women.
Why does it
now that is junk science.
Yeah, we all have a hippocampus, we have a cerebral cortex, we have a medulla oblongata, we have dura matter,
Okay.
like, and we have a mid-sagittal suture. That's junk science.
Okay, why does it even fucking matter though? Like, let people live their lives, goddammit.
That's what I said. That's literally what I said. I'm just don't partake in the. If you want to live your life, gender's been a spectrum for 1,000 years.
Delusion. Do you hold doors? And if you're in a restaurant and someone's walking behind you, do you hold the door open for them?
Always.
Okay. You don't have to believe anything. Just if someone wants you to call them by like whatever the fuck. It's just a common courtesy, like holding a door in front of someone. Like, I'm tired of people like discussing and debating my fucking identity. Like, Jesus fucking.
Are you trans?
So fucking stupid.
Wait, are you trans?
Yeah, but I'm not making it my entire fucking personality like some people.
Then why don't you ask other people to be a better ambassador? Because most of us just let y'all live a quiet life until the vocal minority. I'm with you. I'm actually not against you on this one. Just let me say what I'm saying. Same thing with me. I'm a conservative. There's a vocal minority that do not speak for me, and I disavow them on the daily. If you could be a trans person and not ask for special accommodations and not snap at people that we bend and take a knee to like the 0.3% of the country, I would love to be your friend and your neighbor. But you've got a vocal minority that's fucking really damaging your community.
The majority
I don't want to be that guy.
That,
but...
like, you know, that woman that trashed GameStop. You know, the people point to that, and like people like Chris Chan. Chris Chan isn't really trans.
Yeah, it's a caricature.
Say, oh, like they'll make the small group of people like and point and say, oh, that is every one of you. When it's fucking not. Like the majority of people just want to live lives and be trans.
I don't think most of your people are that lady in GameStop, but the same one who put her hands on Ben Shapiro, or put his hands on Ben Shapiro. What I'm saying is you have the right to live however you want to live. Who laughed at that? That's a real thing. That's a trans woman.
No, I laugh because I know the clip. It's a funny clip.
Yeah, you're going to leave here at a hospital, the ex-Navy SEAL.
I think the dude's greatest argument is that you can be what you want to be, but he doesn't want to be forced to refer to your pronouns.
I'm friends with a couple of trans people. Like, it doesn't bother me. Like, and when I say trans people, as long as you. But for you to demand that we recognize your legitimacy, you are not the opposite gender you were born.
No one's demanding.
Not you. There are people out there that are, brother. How do I address you? How do I be respectful? Are you sir or ma'am?
Ma'am.
Okay, that's I will. That's me. That's me acquiescing on a personal level. If I know somebody in my life, I will respect that request.
Hey, no,
but if I walk into a place and a stranger introduces himself with pronouns, I don't need to learn a stranger's pronouns. Go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm. I actually think that's kind of fair, but a Confluence, not to call you out, but you have a
like obviously you shouldn't be fired for. Sorry, like obviously.
Wait, Testy, why are you calling me out? I want to hear this.
Sorry. Because so many people in your community just openly misgender and mock, and it is kind of gross. I mean, I've said it before, but it's whatever. I'll be that guy, and I understand the compelled.
So what am I being called out for?
I feel like that should be, okay. I guess you don't want to like control people's speech or whatever. There's a line, and I do understand it, but I think that like the dude for like I don't know, man, he's confusing because he came in saying like trans people aren't a real thing, and then he's like
they're not a real thing. Like I can respect as an individual. Like, there are people who live a life that I don't necessarily like with my faith or my philosophy agree with. But I can separate the person from the action. When a large group of people come out and demand that we recognize, like, you're not a lady or you're not a dude, like, you can dress like one, you can feel like one, that's great, I support your endeavor, but you're not that thing. Like, you're not.
The thing. It's just, like, obviously you shouldn't be fired over accidentally, misgendering someone, but it's like a common courtesy thing, like, holding a door open for someone. It's not like
so here's where I disagree. When those are just happenstance meetings, like strangers in public, if somebody works with me and Bob wants to become Bethany, that's and Bob's nice to me, respects my family, I will I will question my beliefs to try to sometimes that's just making somebody else comfortable. But in a random, if I'm waiting a table and the person there is like, you need to do this, I'm like, you need to Vincent Van Gogh fuck yourself. Like, we will never meet again. The idea that I'm ever going to refer to you in the third person is crazy work. The hubris and the arrogance there is fucking, and I think that it actually hurts what I would say is the more normal membership of the trans community, people who just want to live a quiet life.
All right, let me ask. If you meet someone and you refer to them as sir, and they correct you and say, actually, I would prefer you refer to me as, madam or whatever, if they're directly making that request of you, are you going to deny it and just say fuck off?
Depends on it. Well, I'll answer that. It depends on the context. It depends on the context.
What context? Like, what is a context in which you would say no versus yes?
Whether or not they're being polite.
Not
He's
just whether or
already
not they're
told you this. He's already told you the answer to this. If he knew him personally, if he was, personally like a real good friend or a family member that he knew real well, he would do that. But I wouldn't even do that. I wouldn't do that in any regard because no,
I would ask him,
what the fuck, bro?
Marilyn, really, let me answer.
It's not embarrassing to be what you fucking are.
Let me answer, Marilyn. And you're the StreamYard 7. You're the prettiest girl on YouTube, I swear. And I'm gonna give you
God.
You are. You're the prettiest. You're the prettiest trans woman that's ever existed.
Oh my God.
What I would say to the person, I would say, why don't you tell me your name? Because let's say I have an issue at a store. I have an issue with my mortgage.
No, you didn't let me finish because I'm not even done going all the way
fully. He asked me the question.
The only reason that anyone would have difficulties with this. The only reason you want to have difficulties with this is because of some abuse that has happened to them. I've already experienced this. I don't know if it's true for everyone, but I'm going to say that psychologists have said this. If you were ever abused as a child by the same sex or whatever, you either become an abuser yourself and do the same thing, or you get a fetish. Fetish would be transgender, dressing like a woman, wanting, different,
both of those things can happen without any sort of childhood abuse, though.
Because of feeling more feminine and not getting a better, not having parents that were really
Well, people who had perfectly loving parents that did not abuse them in any way have come out as transgender.
Let me get the last part of my argument out. All I wanted to say is, if it's a transactional conversation, your gender has no place being brought up to me. And when I say transactional, like the person at the register, a waiter or waitress at your table, or somebody that's checking you into like transactional relationships in a professional capacity, I don't want to hear that stuff.
I kind of agree with you, to be honest, because regardless of just like your gender and your it has no part of the conversation. It's not relevant to what you're doing. So,
and that's what I was referencing
how much gender is involved in every transactional relation, in every relation we had, really, because what?
Well,
sorry, someone said my name.
Can I share when I got kicked out of the they tried to kick me out of the Museum of Modern Art? I was up in Seattle. We're going on a cruise, so we spend the day. We go in there, and someone's buying the tickets, and I said, "Oh, thank you for the assistance, sir." And they said, "Oh, my pronouns are blank and this and that, and we'd appreciate it if you just try to show a little more sensitivity." I said, "Hey, this is a transactional relationship. The idea that I'm going to remember who you are after my visit through the Museum of Modern Art is pretty low. So I think it's pretty arrogant for you to just throw that in my face." If anything, I said, "Thank you for your assistance. I was trying to be polite." And the security came out and said, "Hey, do we have a problem here?" And I said, "No, this is exactly what happened." And it's those types of things.
There's a lot more going on because of that.
What do you mean?
I don't know, the security's not just going to come out for you accidentally, unless you're, constantly, standing there and saying, after they said that, "Oh, I just prefer to be this," unless you're just standing there and saying, or shouting, no, I'm not gonna do it. Like the security's not gonna do a fucking thing. I don't like.
Well, we're also talking about Seattle here, and I'm not going to say that Seattle's an accurate representation of the whole country. It's a very isolated incident at the Museum of Modern Art, so I kind of knew the audience. You know, I'm not going to paint that as I'm not going to be so disillusioned where I'm like, that's the way that the world works. I'm not that stupid, but that's just the one that really I remember vividly well because I don't need a browbeating lecture.
Seattle.
Yeah,
did they
Seattle.
have like gray hair and a nose ring?
No, it was just a normal, probably 27-year-old human being that was confused about their identity.
Because I know someone who worked at one of those places and got like, you know, yelled at by a customer for some shit like that. And...
No, this was a kid, and I didn't yell at anybody. The just security said, "Hey, you know, do we have an issue here?" Because anytime there's any people aren't allowed to have a civil disagreement anymore. Everybody gets caught up in their.
Okay, to bring us a little bit back, we will go to a new prompt, but so we got really in the weeds on this prompt, but I want to go still down this prompt a little bit more. Okay, so again, if we can go back and forget everything that we've talked about and go back like 2 hours, okay, probably if you think about it. But what are the main attributes of God? Because some people, I think, gave attributes that I would say I agree with, but I would think we need more of those. And some people gave attributes that I think we need less of those, and we'd still call it God. So I guess what I want to ask everyone is, what do we think the main things are that you would say is God? So like, if we said that God is loving, well, what if God had all those attributes but wasn't loving? Would that still be God? If he was still all powerful, all knowing, right? All everywhere, omniscient, right? But he just wasn't loving. Would we still call that God? Like, do all these things stand together and die together, or can we pick and choose what we want and still call that God?
I would say probably not. I would say since what we know is love, what we know of love is like love is God, and so if God was separated away from love, I don't know if we'd be talking about the same entity.
Also, you want us to put ourselves in position of an atheist, right? Is that still a thing in this conversation?
No, it's not. It's just. I'm getting cancer. Who's echoing? Okay. Oh my God. Okay. No. It's just if you are an atheist, then what would you require God to have?
Okay. So it's our own personal opinion. Then you want.
Yeah, and I guess I'm thinking. I guess I'm trying to figure out: is there a common core of attributes? Like that we would agree on, or do each of us have our own things that we'd be like, no, I wouldn't call that God, yes, I'd call that God? And I'm not sure exactly how to tease that out, but that's what I'm kind of curious on.
He would always consider you the most important, whoever he came across. That's one.
I can't answer.
I know you're not going to like this, Con. I just know it. You're going to see it as a cop-out, but it's just how I believe, and it's the result of what I believe, right? So I don't think we can comprehend what God is, and we can't put our own rules on what God is and is not.
You are God. You already know his nature. You do too. You're not taking accountability.
Well, I've got to play the game.
Red-pilled, if you think about it.
You are God. You are God.
I've got to play the game. You see, God, we are God, not knowing that we're God, not having the full capabilities of God, right? Because God knows everything.
Bible says that we have the mind of Christ.
Over there.
We have the mind of Christ. We can.
To a Christ consciousness, all right. That's true.
We're to do even greater works than Christ.
Well, when the guy is killing somebody, is he in the mind of Christ? Or worse crime than that?
I believe none of that is right, and we're all I don't know, man. We're all going towards the right direction to where it will.
We're not God.
Be okay. It'll be okay. It'll even out. It'll make sense.
Marilyn, where in the Bible does it say we have the mind of Christ?
It does. It says it. Look it up right now.
Wait, it does say that.
Well, that's why I was wondering, like, where.
Yeah,
because usually if you pull out just one verse and you don't read, I guess, the context behind it, usually you can
Why
convince
would
yourself
there
of
need to
anything.
be context to that?
Well, that's why it's a book and not just a single verse.
First Corinthians 2.
You see, this is one of my gripes with Christians and people who believe in the Bible.
The one that says, "For who has known the mind of the Lord, so as to instruct him."
Yeah, but we have the mind of Christ.
Okay.
Yeah, the next thing about that, but we have the mind of Christ follows that.
It's not saying a certain thought to where you need context clues. It's saying you have the mind of Christ. Why do we have to act like it's just a verse and it wouldn't be something, I don't know, universal?
Because you can't just take one verse out of the Bible and then act as though that verse acts on itself. That usually the verse acts on the rest of the passage.
If it's a universal truth, not if it's a truth that's a foundational truth that never changes.
It's a super chat is a super chat. $2 is $2. A little spin off. The other cheek. Yours is turned. The other cheek. Okay. No.
I love spreading the other cheek.
Support your local chaos, religious chaos panel, okay? Don't go with the big box stores religious chaos panels. Support local religious chaos panels, please. God, please.
Mama and Papa religious panels.
The United States.
Yeah, your mom and pop. Yeah, your mom and pop religious chaos panels. Exactly. Okay, so are we ready to move on to a new prompt? Okay.
I have a bit of a gripe, right, with Christians or people who believe in religion. Right?
Okay, fine. Say your gripe. I have to pee.
Yeah, I have a gripe.
Grinds my gears.
Broomstick.
Do you know what grinds my gears? As I feel like you come up with stuff when you're talking to people, religious people, and they'll interpret the Bible how they want. They'll even change their interpretations just to fit the narrative.
They're the same as the vocal minority of the trans community that are horrible ambassadors for Christ.
I'm not a Christian. I just want
I don't think he was addressing you.
Okay.
I swear to God, no more. I don't want to hear any more trans talk. I swear to God.
There was no more trans. What I said was I'm lumping them in the same. Putoy brings up an excellent point. There's a book called Spiritual Materialism where people can browbeat and use religion as a form of 100%. He's 100% right. They're the vocal minority that are horrible ambassadors for a community. Every community has them. Every community. I don't think that's a crazy take.
I would widen the net on that one because, there's so many contradictions in the Bible, and there's so many things that are like, huh? And a Christian, I suppose, or a biblical person will defend that to the death, even though it just sounds like total BS. For example, God will kill people, but then one of the 10 Commandments is "Thou shalt not kill." So it's like room for thee, but not for me.
It's not kill; it's murder. It's unlawful.
Murder. If it's wrong for murder, why would you murder people? God, in the Bible, has murdered people.
You said murder. What's unlawful about it?
What do you mean? What's unlawful about it?
Murder is the unlawful killing of another person. So what's unlawful about God murdering me?
Do you think the commandment is trying to defend the law? Do you think the commandment "Thou shalt not murder" is trying to defend the law? That's why "Thou shalt not murder." Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that it's saying "Thou shalt not man slay," right? Which is also an interpretation. Which is the most interpretation. Manslay. "Thou shalt not manslay" doesn't say the law isn't. It's wrong to manslay. It's wrong to murder, right? So again, you just my point.
You ignore every other.
We pulled this up literally, I think yesterday. Okay, we pulled this up yesterday. The thing is, murder is either going to be seen as unlawful killing in a legal context or unjustified killing. And
so when God
takes someone's life, it's probably not unjustified if God is the one doing it. That's the usual explanation.
No, y'all are idolizing.
What did the Egyptians do? What did the firstborn of the Egyptians do? What did they do? What was their sin? The firstborn of the Egyptians. What was why did they deserve it? Why did so many people in the Bible deserve it? Why?
Confluence. In your academic adventures, have you ever heard of an author named William James?
Yes.
He wrote a book called A Variety on Religion Experience. And Futoy brings up a good point. I actually can't argue with Futoy on this point. And I think that people get caught up in the dogma of and I hate when people say that, like, I'm spiritual, I'm not religious. Like, I get the context, but it's a cop out. It's lowbrow. It's lowbrow at best. That William James
specifically. Like,
say again.
Well, what point specifically would you say that you're standing beside Futoy on?
That there are people who are horrible ambassadors for Christianity that turn people.
Okay.
Yeah. That part.
Crazy,
yes.
Arthur Stoic. Crazy.
Yeah,
Is that the book that you're familiar with, Confluence, Variety on Religious Experience?
That's the only book I know by him. I just think it's funny that this guy thinks I haven't heard of William James.
I don't know if he's famous. I didn't read him, and I didn't come across him in my studies.
Dude, these people we are both talking about made me lose my religion, right? They're the cause of why I lost my religion.
No, that was REM. You were there in the corner. I know. I was there when it happened. Confluence, is he a well-known author? It was a very obscure conversation that book came into my life. That wasn't an insult.
No, it's not super well. No, it's not super well known. It's just like I'm obsessed with like the synchronicities and the syncretism of religion. So I just think it's wild that this guy is being like, that's like crazy. That he thinks it's crazy. I've heard of that author. I'm not saying I know a lot of authors, but that's my bread and butter. Is I love that shit.
Then it was just, you're the only person, even in my church and people that I've talked. No one's ever. I'm actually impressed, and I think you're misinterpreting my reaction. I'm pleasantly surprised.
No, I'm triggered by the chatter but he's saying he's trying to troll me, and he succeeded. Okay, which I enjoy. I like getting my dopamine. No, I'm not. I was responding to a chat. You're good.
Sorry.
Hey, you're good.
I thought you were upset by. I didn't mean to come across in that fashion.
No, definitely not.
And if more people were like Confluence, I have the expression has never become so godly that you're no earthly good. Do you agree, Confluence? Spiritual materialism is pervasive in many religions.
Yeah, I think so.
Almost.
But
would you say that?
How are we?
Go ahead.
Wait. Go. Well, okay. Well, how are we tying this? How are we tying this into what Futoy is saying? That's the one thing I am confused on.
That I think that many men and women, just the human race, right, mankind. I think that in the last 500 years, they haven't exactly done a great thing to perpetuate spiritual principles and Christianity as a whole. There's been a lot of orthodoxy, Pharisee, Sadducee, false prophets, and there's that. What I'm saying is I can understand how people are disenfranchised, and I think it would be disingenuous to say that that's not a real thing.
Right, but Futoy's argument is also that you shouldn't even hold a type of biblical inerrancy at all, right?
Well,
Futoy is saying you're saying that we shouldn't even defend that God murdered the firstborns, right?
I guess what I'm trying to say is I can understand what started him down this road. Like if you track the breadcrumbs back, I can see like most people who have a staunch opposition to religion, if you go back in their history, they were I'm watching on right now Netflix or I don't know what it is. There was a documentary on like some cult stuff growing up. Like it's really hard to have somebody set aside everything they think they know to have an experience with faith if they were steeped in something that was less than sincere and helpful and kind and loving and pure.
Well, Con, I think you and Soda are a perfect example because you basically did it, right? You're trying to say that the commandment "Thou shalt not kill" is there because it's a law, right? So that's why if it's a law, why would it need to be in the Bible? Why would the God say, "Well, look, it's a law, but I'm just gonna double down on that law and make it a commandment"? Right, but no other law.
That's not what I said at all.
Yeah, but what are you doing is you're twisting.
What am I twisting?
No, sorry, twisting might be the wrong word. You're using parts of the Bible and you're interpreting them to suit the conversation to push your narrative. When
there's no narrative.
When how the hell?
I'm engaging in proper hermeneutics, Futoy.
Let me finish.
No, because is where it says not to kill is in the same book where it talks about the firstborn being killed. So obviously we have to interpret that. It's not even like I'm bridging like two different books or something. It's in the same book. I think it's proper. I don't think it's like twisting or using it for my narrative. If I'm looking at one part of the same document tells people not to kill, but the other part of the same document gives an example of God killing, and so obviously there's no contradiction, or the whole book is in contradiction, just like the book of Exodus. So then we have to explain it. That's just like interpreting a text. That's not like twisting anything.
This is what I said. When God
you didn't
does
let
it,
me finish, but maybe twisting is the wrong word, but using it, interpreting it as you please to fit your narrative, right? You believe the Bible is real. I don't fucking believe the Bible is real.
You don't have to believe the Bible is real. Even if
it contradicts itself all the time. Why do you believe it?
Futoy, you are like so misreading the whole situation. It's like insane. Even if you are an atheist, you're looking at one book, right? Exodus, right? You're looking at one book. You're not taking Exodus and trying to compare it to Kings, and you're seeing that there's a contradiction. I understand that, and I understand that if you think that's cucked, we're looking at one book. If I look at the Egyptian Book of the Dead and I'm trying to properly interpret it, I'm going to be looking at the whole book, right? That's just a normal thing to do. You don't have to have any special pleading.
The Book of the Dead doesn't have contradictions.
This is how you ought to interpret anything, right? If I read the Bhagavad Gita and I see something that contradicts with another part, I should look at them both, right? I shouldn't just be like, I'm taking a narrative. That's like even with the Quran, right? You should look at the whole text. No, that's just how you. That's proper analysis of a literary text, right? That's nothing to do.
Both you and Soda said it's a commandment because it's the law, right? So
I didn't say that. I never said that. So that's what I mean. You're not even like you're not even listening. I didn't say that. Me and Big Soda gave like different answers to that question.
I am listening.
You're not listening.
It's the law.
I specifically said that what you read as thou shalt not kill. I corrected you and said no, it's thou shalt not murder.
And I furtherly corrected you by pointing out that it's manslayer, because what Con did yesterday was
that's one context.
That's one context.
And kill had one mention, murder had 7 mentions or something, but manslayer had 18 mentions. So the correct definition must be, in your logic, manslayer, not murder. Thank you very much. Mic drop.
It's not even close.
I don't think it's mic drop I've ever fucking seen.
It's a mic drop. It was your argument. You said, let's look it up. And we looked up the word. You said, look, kill only has one mention.
You're not even wrong if you know that expression. It's like there's so much that you're missing that it's like
I'm not.
What we looked up yesterday was how that word is often translated, and specifically. No, you didn't.
Your example was you brought up the word. You said, "Look, it couldn't be kill because kill is only interpreted as one time."
I'm saying there's a more specific word if they wanted to. If they wanted to just use the word,
was 18 times.
What do you think manslayer? Okay, wait. Explain. Okay, since you apparently understood what I was saying yesterday. Explain what the manslaying. What did I show yesterday?
Why do I need to explain it? You brought up.
He doesn't know.
Explain, Futoy. Explain. You're gonna quote my point. Explain what I showed. Explain what I showed yesterday.
You're not going to listen and let me finish the sentence. You're definitely not going to understand. So I back off. Right, continue with whatever you want to talk about.
So you don't know what I was saying yesterday. That's fine, Futoy.
Whatever. Yeah. Don't let me finish. Don't listen to what I'm saying.
Hey, you have your full opportunity. Explain what I showed yesterday with manslaying. Go ahead.
You brought up the Hebrew interpretation that was used in the Bible, right? For what I said was kill, what you guys said was murder, and you brought up the words associated with that, and kill was used one time to refer to that. murder was used 7 or 8 times. I can't remember the exact thing. And that's what your argument was. It's murder because it was mentioned more times as murder than it was as kill. And then but you failed to look up at the top line where it says manslayer was used 18 times, double the amount of times it was used as murder. So in your own logic, manslayer is the correct term, not murder.
What do you mean by, when you say used, what do you mean by used? When you say the word is used as manslayer, what do you mean?
Do you not remember yesterday?
I remember. I want you to tell me what was I pointing out yesterday?
What I mean it by or not mean it by.
18, what does that mean? 18 what? 18 what?
It was used 18 times.
What does that mean? 18. What? Like, say more about that. What do you mean when you say that? It was used 18 times.
This was your argument.
I'm trying to figure out if you understand what we were looking at yesterday, and it doesn't seem like you do.
Bring up the Hebrew.
Okay, so you don't. Okay. The thing that we were looking at yesterday.
That's not what I said. You see, you're doing it again. You're taking what you want out of my meaning. And that's what you're doing with the Bible, Tom. It is. And it ain't right. I don't think it's Christian at all.
Brother, you were just on some crazy shit, okay?
No, I'm not. Honestly, I think you should seek the truth, not your own interpretation, if you truly want to be a true Christian. Mic drop the second time.
I'm going to take my advice on how to be a true Christian from the deist agnostic Irishman, which is the worst of the three, by the way. Thank you.
I'm Irish,
Here's Holy Wars for $2. Yes, Holy Wars, okay? This is crazy. This is crazy.
I'm only using your own argument against you. So if you find it crazy, you find what your argument was crazy.
You're doing a terrible job of it.
Yeah, you can't even repeat my own argument back to me.
I did.
No, you didn't.
You don't listen. You only listen to what you want. You only hear what you want. That's why.
You don't want to respond to what I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
We haven't that topic yet.
Bring it up. Please bring it up. Bring it back up on screen like you had it yesterday.
Wait.
The Hebrew definition of the word murder or kill from the Bible.
Begin here. There are 6 other people here listening to this bullshit.
RuPaul of the panel versus
I was aware. I didn't hear anything.
God damn it!
I'm just to add to the chaos. I just want to point out that as Testy is trying to like omni-cuck me, I have Anson omni-cucking me also in the opposite direction by saying, I can't pull it up now. Where is it? Oh, it's too far back. Where Anson's saying that I've made this a safe space for queer people, and I have Testy saying that I need to do more to police the misgendering and stuff. That's how I know I'm equally in the fucking middle. When I have the conservatives saying that it's a queer safe space, and I have Testy being like, "Oh yeah, you're doing something untoward."
Yeah. All I said, again, descriptively, I said I think it's shitty that you allow misgendering in your community, and then fucking Section 230 and everybody's popping off like, oh, that means you want us banned, you want us to ban, you want to control our speech, blah blah. Like, shut the fuck up, all right? All I'm saying is I don't like it, and I'm just giving my opinion. I think it's a shitty thing to do. I think it's just disrespectful to people.
And I think it's funny. I think it's funny that the conservatives think I'm making a queer safe space. So I think that's kind of funny that both sides just see it as like the opposite.
Yeah, but just whatever you said.
I'm just gonna say I don't give a shit if people misgender me. It don't really.
That's
fine. It sucks, but it don't matter.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. I'm not like trying to.
Why does it suck though?
Why
does it suck?
I think it's a shitty thing to do.
I need to know why is it suck?
Wait. When people do it, it's not for like a biological, like, oh, it's because of biology, it's because they're being shitty. It's because they're being assholes.
It's not because they're being shitty. They're not you.
Maryland, you are not the only
K2 says USA because USA did beat Canada in the Olympics. Canada is gay,
both men and women.
Was it both? I didn't even know it was both.
Oh yeah,
that suck.
That's untoward.
Right, sorry, I kind of
damn Canucks.
You guys can go back to your argument. My bad.
No, I'm irritated. I'm good and irritated. Why are you offended by it? No one is you. You are you.
No,
Only you
I
can
didn't say it
offend
was
yourself.
offended.
Marilyn,
No, like
I just said
only,
it
but
sucked.
you said, oh, it sucks. It sucks. Why does it suck?
shit-
Why does it
because of the
suck?
way it's used. The way it's used here is to mock people and to make fun of them. It's not.
So
used
they
in-
need a new word. They need a new word
They're-
for it.
I don't understand why you're getting pissed. All I said
Stop
was it just sucks. Like,
hijacking the
I'm not
word.
making it a big deal. You're the
Oh,
one
sorry. I
making
thought
it
you
a
were
big
talking to me.
deal.
That's my bad.
No, but it shouldn't suck for multiple reasons. But
What
the
a
biggest
gay ass!
reason-
What a gay ass chat message, left Chief. I love how you never come on panel. You just say the shittiest stuff from chat. Okay.
Hey, hang on.
biggest
Can
reason-
I ask Tessie just one question
Fucking
about
dumbass.
ideologies?
Hurry up.
Tessie, ideologies that you normally oppose, do you generally mock them?
I do my best not to, but
I think you do a lot.
Con, I wasn't hating
And I don't
on
think
you.
it's wrong. I don't think it's wrong. I guess I should
Well,
clarify.
I don't think you're hating. I'm fine
Wait,
with our
I'm
fight.
reading
With
it.
I'm
Can I-
fine
can
with it. I
I-
love
can I have
fighting.
There's just so much hate coming your
Wait,
way
can I
at the
just have-
minute for
just have-
different things. I'm like, why are we all piling up on Confluence? What did he done?
Y'all are all pussies.
I want to get to the bottom of it. So could you just give me like a quick
K2K
example
said read the chat.
so I can like understand where you're coming from?
Okay, like to give an example. So Yahtzee ideology, I mock that because I don't like that. I don't like it growing, and so
Okay.
generally ideologies I don't like. I'm okay with the mocking or the I guess grilling, as the kids would say nowadays, of that ideology.
Okay, I understand what you're
I
saying.
just want to live my life, man. I don't give a shit about this ideology shit like that. Like,
If you just want to
goddamn.
live your life, then why do you care about other people's opinion? Like only you
I
can
did.
affect you.
I don't. I literally just said the only thing I said about it was that it just
K2,
sucks.
I read both the super
Why
chat. I don't know if
does
you're
it
delayed. I read both
suck?
your super
Oh
chats.
my god!
Because
Why
it's
does
an
it suck?
asshole thing. It sucks. Like,
Like
I'm
the
not.
It's an
example
that's
asshole
all it is.
thing that people won't call you a female when you're
If
not
someone,
one.
Marilyn, how can you understand? If somebody
But
started
the
calling you
person-
him every single day, you would probably get pissed.
But
So-
I'm not a
I don't get.
him.
Oh, hold on. I don't
Marilyn
get. I
kind
don't
of
get
is a
pissed
large
about it, though.
gamete producer. If you think about it, Testy, that would be the difference, right?
What?
I tried to be understanding. I mean, I understand.
You're-
like
you're a
all I
female.
said
You
was it
try
just
to be
kind of.
understanding
All I said was it just sucks.
to
Like, I'm
reality.
saying, I'm not gonna like argue with people about it. It just.
Yeah,
just-
Wasteland, you do what makes you happy. Fuck what anybody else thinks. That's the best way.
No, listen. If you want to be a woman, if you want to, whatever the heck. But why get other people involved? Why get other people involved? They're not putting on your
I
makeup
don't.
for you. They're not putting on your stockings and stilettos. They're not doing that
I
for
literally
you.
don't. I don't really correct
But-
people about it. Like,
But it sucks that people will not call you a she when you're not a she.
Not all
yeah,
people.
it does suck, but don't correct
I'll
people about it.
I'll call Wasteland the she all
right.
day.
I'm
I'll say
done for the
her-
night.
I'll use all
I'm
her
done.
proper
I'm
pronouns.
out. This is not a religious sermon. This is.
I wanted to move on from the trans.
Yeah.
I tried. I
hold
tried
on,
to
hold
move
on, hold
on.
on.
Could have always just went to the next topic.
Hold on.
I
Wasteland-
tried, and Marilyn
And then
said she
you
wanted to
pray.
keep cooking on the trans thing.
Well,
so I
you
let her
just
cook on the trans thing.
Let me end it by saying, Wasteland, I support whatever makes you happy. Whatever that is that makes you happy,
Thank you.
I'm supported, and I will refer to you with whatever makes you happy. No problem.
Thank you, man.
No problem.
Okay, next topic. Okay, and this is I don't know if Frankie's still here. Frankie is still technically still here. And now there is room on panel. Okay, we've had a couple of rage quits. Okay, so if you want to join panel, you can. Okay, Frankie is still here. Okay, good.
Sandpaper, blah, blah.
And moratorium on the trans. Okay, moratorium on the trans. No more trans talk. Not going to happen. Okay. But on a slightly related note, okay, does God, if God knows everything, does God know what it's like to sin? What an interesting question. Okay, starting with you, Big Soda. Clockwise and snakewise, people.
I gotta read it. Let it scroll back around.
Yeah, I'm like discombobulated. I'm trying to fucking re-center myself.
Are we going clockwise again?
We're going clockwise. We're going snakewise. Yeah.
This is easy. No. God can experience what it's like to be separate from himself. So no, God cannot experience sin.
Okay, briefly, K2. This is a skill issue. I read both your super chats. We talked about how, and Big Soda pointed out that we lost twice. Okay, unless I'm missing one, otherwise you fucking missed it. That's a skill issue. Okay, young Christian.
Yeah, no, God can't experience sin, but he can understand it.
Okay, Futoi.
I don't believe there's nothing God can't do. I believe God can do everything and experience everything.
Okay, Testy.
So if I believed in, like, I guess the Christian conception of God, which I think is the God that we're using here, then I mean, I would have to say yes. I kind of agree with Futoi. I mean, if God is can do anything, then sure. Why wouldn't he know what it's like to sin?
Okay, Frankie.
I'm sitting here wrestling with that idea because God is outside of our realm of reality. And say experiencing sin, like what kind of sin? I think that's really the bigger question. Like, is it the sin of the motherfucker? I'll be back. Skip me.
Okay, Wasteland.
I don't believe sin is a thing. There's good and there's evil and there's karma, but I don't think like sin in the traditional sense is a thing.
So does God know what it's like, I guess, to do all the acts that humans do? Like what it is like to murder someone or to do something untoward to someone else, even if you don't think that's sin? Does God know what that's like?
Yes, and I feel he enjoys it.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay. The dude. I don't know if you were listening, but does God know what it's like to sin?
Yes.
If he's all knowledgeable.
God or the Son of God or the Trinity? What do we be specific?
I mean, all of them, really.
Yes, I think he understands what it is.
And I will say yes. I think that I don't see a problem with that. So I don't know. Wait, so who on the panel, I guess I want to ask, who said that God doesn't know? Just so we can get a...
Okay. So I said no, but I must have interpreted this wrong. I think I interpreted it as, can God commit sin? And so I guess, yes, he can know what sin is, but no, I guess I would add that he can't commit sin himself.
Right, he can't commit it. I guess what the question was trying to go for is, like, I have sinned and you have sinned, and so we have experiential knowledge of sin, right? Mm-hmm. So does God have that? God understands sin, but what the question is really attempting to dig toward when I wrote it was like, does God actually have that experiential knowledge that we have of sin?
No,
or does
God,
he just
God
know that we do
sin.
it? But then does that mean, right, but is the experiential knowledge of the sin itself, I guess? Do you see what I'm trying to tease apart there? Because that would mean I know something that God doesn't, because I know what it's like to like tell a lie, right? I know what it's like to do something bad. So then I have knowledge that God doesn't?
Well, I think
separate from God, sin separates you.
Doesn't that sound crazy to say that I know stuff that God literally doesn't know? That sounds like a psyop to me.
Well, hang on. I think we can explain this kind of easily. You know what it is to separate yourself. Sure, go ahead.
Probably not.
This is
like completely unrelated.
I was just responding to something someone said in the chat where they said that I was a commie for having hammer and sickle, but I'm not a communist. I'm a syndicalist.
Well,
very different.
The hammer and sickle says otherwise, man.
The hammer and sickle does kind of say otherwise.
No, I'm a syndicalist. That's unrelated.
The Lord Naroku, I feel like the panel. I think we have an understanding of sin. I don't know. I mean, Testy and maybe Futoi and definitely the hammer and sickle guy are probably maybe using a secular understanding, but I don't think the rest of us are.
Con, you're asking, does God understand what it means when you pick not God, when you don't pick him?
Well, I was going to make the experiential, I guess, argument, because if if you can separate yourself from God, you can experience that, but God can experience separation from himself. I don't know how he can have that experiential knowledge the same way. And I think we're getting closer to the arguments of like, can God create a rock that he cannot lift? And so I think we're getting to these weird,
yeah, we definitely steered in that direction.
Yeah, what's the right word for it? We're getting to, I guess, things that don't make sense logically, because I don't think God can separate himself from himself, and that is what sin is. So can God have that experiential knowledge of doing that? I would say no, because I would say that would probably be a contradiction.
Do you think God has other experiential knowledge? Like, does God know what it's like to smell a flower? Right. So not just like know on an intellectual basis, but does he actually know what that is experientially like? And then would if we would say yes, then is it just things that are sin that he doesn't know?
Soda, are you not saying because I don't understand how or understand it, it must be wrong?
No, I'm saying, I'm saying that to me it doesn't make logical sense how God would have the knowledge of the separation of himself.
Yeah, sin is a separation.
Answer my question though. Does God have the experiential knowledge of things? Like I know what it's like to drink from this cup right now. I know what this tastes like. Does God also know experientially what this tastes like? That's what I'm like.
Well, makes sense? That's kind of what I was taking a second to think about that.
Because from a cup and sin are not the same thing.
I know. Look, I'm going, but that's what I'm saying. Because some people might say that because we're creatures and God is omnipotent, that everything we experience, God is not experiencing those things.
Confluence, I have an answer. All right.
So I believe he's a physical being. He can experience it.
Hold on. I don't remember where. Motherfucker, are we back? Smash me with sandpaper.
What's happening?
Frankie's working, so that's why he keeps having to leave.
Can I chime in here?
Yeah.
I think I almost don't have too much to add, and I'll just say my piece and then kind of sit back. But I think, and I've brought this frustration up before. So God is defined as like this all-loving, perfect being that. Like the rules that are set up for the definition of God in this context don't allow for God to sin because God is a perfect being. So it eventually we're just going to lead back to ourselves. In terms of the experiential thing, I mean, you could say that, well, Jesus was a living man, Jesus is God, blah, blah, blah. Like I could say maybe in a physical sense, maybe you can have that sort of experiential thing. But when it comes to sin, that's like a direct contradiction to how God is set up. So I don't think you never really bite that bullet as a Christian.
I mean,
Testy, that's an interesting point. Did God experience sin as Jesus? And I would say that yes, there was temptation that was used against Jesus. So maybe he does have some experiential knowledge of that sin.
Yeah, Testy, don't sit back. Your opinion is very based on a lot of things, I find.
KT says Canada is silver fluence, USA. Okay. At least we got silver. And yes, okay, wait, I will bite that bullet though. And this is why I did want to ask this question, because I'm not afraid of biting this bullet. I mean, Let's Chief, who I'm currently in a fight with, earlier in the chat was saying the typical thing, which I was hoping to bait out of some leftists about. So God knows what it's like to do this specific act and stuff, as if it's like that's some like gotcha. I don't actually think it is. I don't see any problem with saying that God does know experientially what it's like to do these things. I don't know why that's necessarily an untoward thing. I think that we are made in the image of God. We have the Holy Spirit, and we have sinned. And so I don't think it's like a scary thing to say that God has experienced what it's like to sin.
Okay, what do you mean by
well, I mean, I think he's a physical entity, so he can, like, I guess, sit down.
Transgender. Says the guy who called God transgender.
No, let's not go back to that.
No.
Please move forward. Colin, what do you mean by experience?
Joking, by the way.
God is not culpable for any sins, right? Obviously, but if we mean like, I mean, when I asked this question, Keelan was like, does God know what it's like to like hit it big at the casino or something? Yes, I think God is, because we have experienced this, I think God has experienced this. And I think then whether or not that action was sinful to gamble in that moment, I don't think that means God either does have that knowledge or doesn't have that knowledge of what we've experienced. I think that God is not doing it. He's not culpable of sin, so he is not sinning, but I think he experientially knows the sin. I guess that's what I would say. And K2 says, I rather win bronze than lose silver. Fuck off. And we have a $5 super chat, which does get the whisk. From Lord Naroku, I still don't know if I'm saying your name right, but sin, as any thought, word, or action that misses the mark of God's perfect standards, violates his laws, goes against holy personality. And well, yes, that's what we all, that's what we all think.
COD, what are you? COD,
Okay,
what are you
why did
arguing for?
Evil, though? For $5, but yeah, that is what we.
What are you arguing for?
That's exactly.
Well, you're saying experience.
You can't create a contradiction.
Why did he create evil?
And if there were
God created evil.
And wait, and can I just? I'll tack on real. So, and even for the point of evil, if God does anything that we, as mere mortals who cannot understand His will, we perceive as an evil action, we just then the cope is, or the apologia, however you want to phrase it, or I guess in your sense the justification is just that we can't know the mind of God, and if God did it, it must have been the correct thing to do. So, like,
you're saying this. You're saying this that if God doesn't act evil, what do you mean by that? Or you want to go to the whole notion of the firstborn of Egypt? You want to do that because I can explain that.
No, we're not going back. We're forward thinking.
No, I'm working on that page report for Colin.
We're not going back to anything ever. We were only moving in a forward direction.
I'm saying, like, I could think of an example. What's the?
Can't God just like kill the devil?
Yeah, but like where there's an example where God, we would perceive as something like maybe he's deceptive or he's tricked somebody or whatever. Like we would
deceptive.
That would be a sin, right? It would be a sin for.
Like I see nowhere in the Bible where he deceived or tricked someone.
Okay. I mean, it's fair enough to source, bro, but let me find it.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that I think God is allowed to do that we are not allowed to do, though, right? Like that. This is like the killing thing, right?
But what we're seeing
we were talking about before.
Confluence is God is working with a set of rules. He's not like Zeus that does whatever the fuck he wants and nobody could say anything.
He's a tad capricious. I mean, I will say, just being honest, he's a tad capricious, right?
The reason why I bring up Zeus is because Zeus, literally, if you look
at least Zeus was honest.
If you look at the mythology of Zeus, it's literally he does whatever the fuck he wants, and nobody can say shit to him.
Yeah, so is God.
God is working through certain parameters.
Is that Bible Gateway?
Okay, this is what Testi sent. I mean, well, he didn't send the Bible Gateway, but I'm getting a little sloppy. It is. Testi sent me a direct link. Actually, I'm doubling down on a direct link to Bible Gateway. It's not my fault. And if the prophet be deceived when he hath spoken a thing, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet, and I will stretch out my hand upon him and will destroy him from the midst of my people, Israel.
So what that means is that the prophet himself is deceiving people. So
no, but it says, "I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet."
Yeah, because if someone claims to be a prophet, if someone claims to be a prophet, then they're speaking for God. So if the prophet deceives, ergo, God has deceived. So God's like, "I'm going to stop that immediately." That's going to be handled.
So that's basically
even like I don't know.
Can I ask
the NSB is changing the word to persuaded because they know it's a bit troublesome. Is my interpretation of this. So I mean, I don't know.
You think that's literally.
Can I ask you a question?
And that he is not. And the prophet saying he's regard, he's deceiving the people saying he's regard. That God would deceive them, saying that okay, I will let you believe that. Then I'm gonna fuck you up after.
Oh, a brief thing from Ants. I just looked up the definition of a syndicalist. It is a Leninist commie offshoot ideology focused on a dictatorship of the proletariat. You're a commie, bro. A creepy one. Okay, I don't know about the creepy part, but everything else, I think I agree with Ants on this. Okay.
No, everything went by
a syndicalist is kind of a communist. It kind of is. Okay, if you think about it.
It's not even Leninist. It's older than Lenin.
Older than Lenin, my ass. What, Marx and Engels?
It's not even a Marxist tradition. I mean, it's somewhat
Marx
influenced
or
by it.
Engels,
But
what is that?
cynicalism
They're
is
older than Lenin, so is it Marx or Engels? Which one?
it's not really Marxist in influence. I mean, it has some Marxist influence, but it kind of developed on its own.
So there's Marxism in there.
So what syndicalism is it's also anarchist too, but everything is led by trade unions, so like your teachers union, your
anarchists do not believe in any form of government.
Okay, dude, just go read theory. Anyways, I want to ask young Christian.
Marilyn, briefly.
Do not believe in any form of government.
Is that angels did have free will? They don't anymore. Now they're just messengers. That's how people mainly explain it. I don't know if that's true or not, but
okay, why doesn't he just kill the devil? Like, wouldn't it be so easy to just like zap him out of existence, like Lot's wife?
Yeah, of course he could.
What was the question?
Now, Lot's wife, I can understand. It was like, don't turn around. And she turned around. Like, it wasn't God directly smiting her. It was the cause and effect.
Why not turn the devil into a pillar of salt? That would be so much easier to do.
Well, if you ask me, I'm going to tell you that the devil has a purpose. The devil...
if you ask me, I'd say the same thing, Futoi. Rare conflicts of Futoi agreement.
God and the devil talk. God and
I think for a moment like that, we need the Stacy what?
In the book of Job, God and the devil.
What is his purpose? Just to like turn people away from the creation and everything?
No.
Free will requires
it'd be so much easier to just cap him.
Have you ever read like Tertullian, right? Early church father, right? He talked about how like, Jesus is God's right hand, Satan is God's left hand. Now I think that's a little low resolution take, but I think there is some validity in that, especially if you look at like the book of Job and stuff.
The book of Job was.
I'm grabbing us in.
Talk.
It'd just be so much easier.
And from
a Gnostic perspective, I'm going to say that he works for him.
Okay. What else?
There is no hell.
No, say what else?
You will be reincarnated forever.
Well, so you'll be like a mushroom.
Do you believe you can escape reincarnation?
Yes, you gotta achieve gnosis.
Oh, okay. So you gotta reach Shangri-La. That's what you're saying.
Shangri-La, what?
Like you're saying reincarnation, so you gotta reach Shangri-La.
Do you mean Nirvana?
Nirvana, Shangri-La, same shit.
That's
pick one.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, you're bringing up fucking Call of Duty lore. Okay.
Well, it's Buddhist tradition now, right?
Yeah, Buddhists believe in reincarnation. Like.
Yeah. But other religions do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like you're trying to reach Shangri-La, Nirvana, whatever the fuck you want to call it, whichever one you want to fucking choose.
No, gnosis. You got to understand that you're trapped to escape.
So then you're going to reincarnate into a mushroom.
Yeah, do we get to be people or do we become animals? What are the rules?
Yeah, like
you ascend to the higher plane of being, you don't reincarnate after that.
Am I going to reincarnate into a harpy?
If you don't achieve gnosis, you're just going to keep reincarnating forever.
Am I going to reincarnate into a harpy eagle?
Could I ask what
you're going to reincarnate into another person?
Why not a harpy eagle?
Because animals don't have the divine spark.
What do you mean? Animals are created just like us. They're living beings just like us. You're saying that animals don't have souls?
They don't have the divine spark that humans have. The humans have a divine spark that were trapped in mortal bodies.
Soul or like what?
We're fragments of the pleroma.
The pleroma. What the fuck does that even mean?
It'd take a long time to explain. You gotta read like.
Well, explain it. I got time.
It's complicated, but it's the heaven above heaven.
The heaven above heaven. So the as above, so below kind of thing.
Pure creation, pure, perfect, raw creation.
It's a little pure, perfect raw creation. So you're talking about like the center of the universe with pure energy. Is that what you're talking about?
Beyond the universe, beyond energy, where light and radiance flows
So
from.
you're saying pure. So what is it, like pure energy, pure creation? Like what is it?
Pure
have you been there? Have
energy
you
and
astral
creation.
projected there? Have you astral projected there?
Like Dr.
Man, we're into the gnosis talk
No,
now. I see.
I wanna
Okay.
know. Have you
I
astral
believe in
projected
astral
there?
projection, but I've
Me too.
not personally.
So you never astral projected there. Have you remote viewed there?
The pleroma is like the fullness of divinity. Okay, I don't know why Wasteland is giving you these weird runarounds. Okay, it's the fullness of divinity. It's a Greek word. It's even in the New Testament a bunch of times.
No, I want to know. Have you remote
So it's
viewed there?
like the ultimate. It's the ultimate fullness of divinity. So I don't know if it really makes sense to say you've astral projected into the fullness of divinity. I don't know if that even makes sense from a Gnostic point of view.
Confluence, stop touching your dick.
Hey, my hands are up here. Okay.
I could apply the same. Like, have you astral projected into heaven? Like, it's the same kind of like. It's. I mean, it's all silly to me. But
I mean,
You can't really astral project beyond the material realm.
Hold on, but Chester Johnson, have you astral projected into a fucking Playboy mansion or no?
I haven't, but I would if I could.
Astral
fucking bet
projection
you
takes
would.
years, like honing it and stuff like that.
Honing in what?
Yeah, how do you? I don't even want just like mumbo jumbo.
Like I don't even know how to.
It's
do
not
it.
mumbo
Like, you
jumbo.
gotta,
It's
like,
not mumbo jumbo,
train
Tessie. It's
yourself.
not mumbo jumbo.
I looked up your parapsychology bullshit because you didn't send it to me. As far as I know, there's like the astral.
What does that have to do with astral projection?
Well, because they studied it through. I don't know if it's.
No, they studied remote viewing. Okay, first of all, okay,
I said both.
they're not the same things. They're not the same thing.
Damn it. Gonna fucking. Gonna make me look up the difference now.
Well, astral projection. I don't think there's any like objective evidence for that. I'm not saying that there's like a study for astral projection. I'm not saying that.
But I just thought it was remote viewing, so I'm clearly mistaken.
Like
Yeah,
what
it's
is
not
it?
remote
Like what is it? Like can you remote view to Nirvana? Like I mean like Kurt Cobain is
I
dead.
think doing drugs will help you too.
Kurt
Like,
Cobain shot himself in
a lot of
the
people
face.
tell you not to do that, but
Courtney
you
killed him.
can open your mind and expand.
I mean,
your
Courtney
senses.
Love did kill him. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that flat out. Courtney Love did kill him.
Can
Yeah,
I ask
Frank-
everybody to cancel their Netflix subscription because Strange Things is doing strange things to your mind?
Why you gotta watch Stranger Things though? Why you gotta
Hey,
do that?
no spoilers for Stranger Things. Okay, I'm
Why
on like
you gotta Futoy, why you gotta
I'm
watch
on episode
Stranger
4, and
Why you gotta
it's
be-
fire.
why you
It's
gotta
fire.
mess with
It's so
the
good.
Futoy?
I'm fucking
Why you
loving
gotta mess
Stranger
It
with
Things.
insists upon itself confluence. It insists.
I'm sorry, Frankie. I'm sorry.
The fuck is wrong with you, Futoy?
I'm sorry.
K2 with the 5. Confluence, you missed your point like McDavid missed the wide open net. Okay, I understand the hockey thing. I don't know what point I missed, but thank you for the $5. And yeah, get your donations in again. Support your local chaos panels, okay?
Yeah, but
if you think about it.
But
And wait, I want to ask
seriously-
Frankie. Wait, briefly, because this is my chat's gonna move on. I'm gonna forget this. So Sally had said this: animals are not created in God's image. Also, Bible doesn't specifically state no animals in reincarnation. Examples used are human reincarnations. So I guess what I want to know, Frankie, because you said you were a little confusing me, because I agree that I think animals have value and I think are very important, but I don't think that the Bible does say that they're not made in the image of God. The Bible specifically says that humans are made in the image of God.
Well, yeah.
So
But
do you
what I'm
agree
saying-
or
what
what?
I'm saying about animals is this: like God did create the beast of the land, the beast of the sea, the beast of the air. So what's a beast? A beast is an animal. Thank you. Okay, so offshoot number 2, Futoy, go stand in the fucking corner. You dumb shit. All right, so number 3.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, so number 3, yes, we have dominion over the animals. That does not mean that we have to dominate them and destroy them. That is wrong. We have to take care of them. We are the caretakers of this planet because we're made in God's image. We have to act like it. We have to act like.
I'm sorry, but that ain't happening. Meat farming is the most disgusting, cruel thing you could ever imagine.
Yeah. Major agricultural farming is fucking horrendous.
It is.
Ham sandwich.
Peter, you click the link in the description and you have to cam up and then do a couple hand signs so I know you're a real person, and then you too can join the panel. Okay.
Who the fuck would you get out for the fucking
And also,
corner?
let's Chief. You can't skip the first couple seasons of Stranger Things. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's the craziest thing you've said all night, Let's Chief. And you said a lot of crazy things.
Why you like watching little kids Confluence fucking run around on a bike?
Whoa, where's the big soda stars? Where's the big soda stars?
I don't like it.
Why you gotta watch a little kid ride around on a bike?
Look, Stranger Things season 1 and 2 is the only thing the only thing that's getting me off in Stranger Things is Nancy. What's her last name? I can't remember. Nancy from Stranger Things.
Why are you getting off on people that look underage for?
She's like, I don't know, like 23 or something. Okay, Nancy Wheeler. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
The reporter girl.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you like her?
Oh yeah, absolutely. She's elegant. She's elegant. She's so.
How can Peter not see the link? What is happening?
Hold on, Food Toy. Are you in England?
So yeah, this was happened
right
yesterday. The link is in. It's in the description of the YouTube
Couldn't
video.
hear you, Frankie.
What you say? Are you in England or Ireland or Scotland?
Ireland, south of Ireland.
Get your Irish ass in a fucking
This is like the most chaos of any religious chaos, but for like a million reasons.
I'm in pain. Can we go next topic?
That's why I stuck around.
It's very hard to hear you, Frankie. What? I couldn't hear you. What you said? Get my ass in what?
Irish ass in a fucking corner. Stop eating potatoes.
That's what we do. We're Irish. It's like saying,
you know what?
Why do you support the IRA?
YouTube chat. Put up the wrong.
I actually don't, Frankie. I don't.
We just
Someone we'll move to the next.
Is that what you're doing?
The next thing.
No, not that either. The reason I don't support the
link
IRA
is
is because in the 70s and 80s they murdered innocent people for no reason. They put bombs in bars and shopping centers. I'm not.
Knowledge of the upside down. And so do I, Let's Chief. I've been to the upside down. Okay,
Frankie,
ironically,
I'm all for United Ireland, but not at any cost. Not murdering innocent people. That doesn't fly with me.
Okay, new topic. Not murdering innocent people. That's untoward.
Like, come on.
Okay, someone already brought this up, and I understand it's a meme thing, but I put it up for a reason because I'm honestly curious what we think about this. Okay, so I understand it's a bit jejune. Okay, so take that. Don't judge me on my prompts. Okay, so is the rock too heavy to lift, aka the burrito is too hot to eat? Paradox a real problem or just semantic cuckoldry? Okay, is there any problem with that at all? Right? It can, if you don't know, right, the thing goes, if God is all powerful, well, can God make a rock too heavy that even he cannot lift it? Or can God make a burrito so hot that even he cannot eat it? Right? Are these just word games that we play and it's stupid, or are these actually pointing to an actual paradox about a being and his omnipotence? Starting with you, Big Soda. Big Soda.
His silence speaks.
Okay, we'll move Big Soda. Oh, no, Big Soda back.
Okay, I gotta read the question again. Hold on.
Yeah, wait for it to circle back around.
Give me 1 sec. It says, "Is the rock too? Oh my gosh! Is the rock too heavy to lift? Okay, burrito too hot? Paradox a real problem or just semantic? I think it's semantic cuckoldry. Yeah. I will save my I guess debate for when we go to crosstalk, but it's semantic cuckoldry.
Okay, yeah, Christian.
Yeah, it's a really dumb argument.
Okay, Futai.
I think paradoxes are definitely a real thing, but again, I don't think that's a good question to put on God, because God transcends all that sort of human idealism. So yes and no, bit of both.
Okay, Testy, I'm curious, as I think you're the only agnostic atheist here.
This is just like a semantical thing. Like it's so the definition that's usually I guess the asterisk is that this deals with God's omnipotence, which is that God can do all things. And so there is a paradox that arises because if there is one thing that God cannot do, then he's not all powerful. But the kind of workaround people use is God can do things that are logically possible. So since this is illogical, he can't do it. And the only way that it really works is if you could claim that God can do things that are not logically possible, which people can claim, but within this like framework, it's like a self-contained thing. But it is just kind of a semantical trickery, I guess. Like you could probably fool some people if they're unprepared for it, but it is just kind of word games.
Based, Frankie.
All right, this sounds like a logical question that basically has no basis in anything. Because it's like I could literally make a, what the fuck it's called? I literally we make fucking cars that we can't even lift. Like, that doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Wasteland.
Yeah, I'm just gonna agree. I mean, the Yaldabaoth is beyond the material realm and can control the material realm. It's not bound to it, so it's just kind of a semantic thing or whatever.
Okay, and we'll end with me. I mean, yes, I guess we're all on the same page. I mean, yeah, it is semantic cuckoldry. I think Testicker Johnson surprisingly put it best. I mean, I think everyone said the same thing, but I think Testy gave the most.
Why surprisingly?
Well, just because I don't know, because you're like an agnostic and kind of gay and stuff,
I'm a little bit of a philosophy bro too. I mean, I like.
Yeah. Because I would say I would go a little step further, I guess. And I don't know if people agree with this, but I would say the way I would I would steal Testy's argument of saying that God cannot do something logically impossible. And I would say the reason for that is that God is logic. So you're asking God to do something that it actually goes against his own self. I don't think God is just logical. This actually is going to be a future prompt, so get prepared. But it's going to come in a maybe an hour or two. But I don't think God's just logical. I think, or he's not just merely logical. He's also logic. So I think it is asking a direct contradiction. It's not just like God can't do something that's logically impossible. It's an actual violation of his own character, and so it doesn't even make sense at all, even from yeah. Okay, so someone has just joined, Joseph. So, Joseph, you have to cam up unless someone can vouch for you, and then you have to do a series of hand signs. Okay, so we are still on high alert, okay? But yeah, so I guess no one disagrees with this. I have responded to K2. I'm not playing. He just wants me to play a bunch of hockey things of Canada getting destroyed by the United States. It is $10 to play a YouTube short, K2. It is $10, okay? So if you want us to watch the US, you could do that, but I ain't doing it for free. Not on my stream, okay? Joseph, I see you. You can cam down after. No one can see you but me. Give me one of these. Joseph, give me one of these.
I have a question for Futoy.
One of these with two, and then give me a thumbs up.
Okay,
I'm pulling you up.
Shoot.
So you can cam down if you want. You don't have to stay on cam. You can stay on cam, of course, but I'm just letting you know that I am pulling you up. Okay. Good to see you, Joseph. God, family, country. Welcome to the panel. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Appreciate you having me.
Yeah, so do you, as the person who joins, do you have anything that you want to add, or you don't have to add anything yet? I just want to give you a.
Well, are we asking him his beliefs and all that stuff? Right?
Oh, yeah, right, yeah,
I believe in a monotheistic God, the Christian God. I like the question that you posed. I do believe this. A well-used, a theoretical question in which, God being all powerful, can he actually create something in which would, make it hard for him to do something? I don't believe in a realm of relevancy or reality. I don't know if that's possible, if that makes sense. The question is, isn't it like a double entendre or something that it makes it almost impossible to answer?
Yeah, I mean, it's a I don't know what the best word. I mean, it's a paradox, and and it's not. I don't think it's a particularly good one. I think it is kind of just a bit of word games. A little bit is what I would say.
Yeah, it's exactly like what happens when an unstoppable object hits an unmovable object.
Well,
Same thing.
can I throw something else out there? Because I think it was, I want to say it was Descartes, but I think that if you take it that it's all the things that are logically possible, you could take the stance that God is the one who determines what is logically possible, and therefore God would be able to do things that we would because he could create scenarios that would seem contradictory. So God could theoretically make 2 + 2 = 5, because if he's responsible for the laws of logic or for how logic operates, then he could manipulate things so that could be the case. I'm basically just throwing that out there as more like fodder. Like that is a stance that people have taken.
And that's the thing. I would say, I don't know if this is right or wrong. I'm kind of throwing this out there too. I would say that God is like beyond rationality, or God could be beyond rationality, but not beyond logic. And so like the 2 + 2 = 4, and I don't know if this is even true in like a logic or math sense, but that hits me different than the logic thing. I can imagine that maybe there is, and this is like going outside my knowledge, but I could imagine that, yeah, maybe there is a universe where it is different, but something like logic about like, yeah, making, if everything's the same, making like a 4-sided triangle is just, well, that doesn't even make sense. You'd be using some type of pivot to add some dimension or like change some rule on the ground already, so that those things would be in direct contradiction. Whereas the math thing, it hits me in a different way. So I think God can be beyond rationality, but not beyond logic. But I don't know if that's right what I'm saying.
No,
let's say the material. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'd say the material realm has like some kind of structure to it with how it works. So like, with how mathematics and everything hold and physics and everything holds everything together. So I'd say there's like some kind of logic and restriction to it.
I think God can do anything. It's just our human minds can't comprehend God making something that stops him being that.
All right, so Futoy, here's my question to you. What flavor of poteen do you like drinking?
I don't drink alcohol.
What's wrong with you? Why are you're not Irish?
Well, it's probably because I am Irish. I've seen what alcohol has done to so many people around me that it's probably put me off it, to be honest with you.
You're fired.
Okay, Brandon, I want to ask you something. I've heard of a type of logic, and I can't remember what it is. But there's some theory that denies the 3 laws of logic, and one of them is kind of cucked if you think about it. So you have like the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle. And that last one, I think, is kind of a gay law of logic. But Brandon, you are the resident philosophical bro. So do you know what theory I'm talking about? There's like some branch of like theology. I don't know if you're familiar with it. I don't know how popular it is, but it says that the law of excluded middle is actually kind of like not necessarily true, not as true as the other two. So that's just a question for Brandon,
Wait, did we determine that Brandon isn't a CIA plant after all?
We have not. No, Brandon is very likely a plant.
CIA plant. Yeah,
very likely. I have a poly market on it right now for.
Yeah.
It's pretty good odds.
What did you say? Let's get a lie detector on them.
What is I'm trying to think of the syllogism, whatever. Not syllogism, but like
stick him in the polyamory machine.
What is that?
So the law of, so I'll pull this up on screen. I don't want to get it wrong. Okay, so this, because I think this is like, I don't know, when I read it, I'm like, I don't know. So in logic, the law of excluded middle states that for every proposition, either this proposition or its negation is true. And I don't know. I mean, I took like one class in formal logic, so I'm not, but I'm just like, I don't know, just on a baseline thing, I'm like, for every statement, I feel like there's statements that could be made that are kind of true and kind of false. I don't think they're all like in like a binary, but I feel like maybe I'm misunderstanding something there, but I feel like I don't know. It hits me in a different.
I can think of examples where that is the case. Could you give me an example where it could be like both? Where there's some
I guess I would say, I mean, this is kind of maybe a bad example because this is going to be a religious example. But when I think of like that God or is sovereign and that like humans have free will. So then it's like I guess a proposition could be that like every action we make is completely free. It's like I don't know if that's like I don't know if that's like really it's like from or maybe not completely free, but that humans have free will and can make decisions. It's like in one sense that is true, in one sense it's false. And I guess actually wait, hold on. I don't even think we even need religion for that. In one sense that is true, right? If we're thinking about ourselves, but in another sense it's kind of false because well, we have all these like these genetic makeups and all the life circumstances that have happened to us. And so all of our actions aren't actually true. So it kind of just depends what you mean by that exactly proposition and what lens you're looking at it from. So it seems like if you have like two different lenses, one of them would say yes, one of them would say no. Does that make sense?
Yes. This has something to do with, I think it's called indexing. It's been a lot ages since I took a critical thinking. You need more context. Like, for example, somebody could say it's
Wasteland. Your mic is giving me cancer. I don't know if you dropped it or whatever, but it's giving me cancer.
But yeah, like two people could say it is nighttime, and for one person it could be nighttime, and then the other person could be on the other side of the world where it's day, right? So it would appear in some sort of like it would be a contradiction.
Is this better?
But you require like further. You can't. Yeah, the statement itself.
Is the microphone better, Con?
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is the question, does God have to abide by the laws of physics, right? If that is the question, well, I mean, the laws of physics break down at a quantum level, right? So not even, so the laws of physics aren't universal, really.
Well, so laws of logic are kind of different. They would, I guess, it's related to physics. It would be like the laws underpinning physics, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, there's lots of things that happen on the quantum level that are physics breaking, right?
Is Futoy a low-key genius and none of us knew?
Shh, don't tell anybody.
Marilyn, if you're looking for the link, it's in the description of the video.
No, Futoy's Irish. He's not a genius.
I'm Irish. What does that mean?
Yeah.
You're not a genius.
So am I coming through okay?
Yep.
Okay, it's my mic's having issues. Also, Marilyn, the link is in the description of the video. If that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, link is always in the description and it is pinned.
Confluence, your face is hidden behind the 255.
Oh, what? What does that mean?
I can't see your handsome face. I'm looking at StreamYard, and it's hidden behind the clock timer.
Oh, maybe are you on your phone?
Wait, what do you see?
I'm on my phone.
You're live. The live counter that we can see in StreamYard. Looks okay. To me.
It's not on the stream. It's on the. Oh, I see.
No,
on StreamYard, I might be. Yeah, but on stream,
Well, I only come here to look at my pretty. I come here to look at my pretty femboy, and I can't see you.
Who do you think would win the fight, Anton LaVey or L. Ron Hubbard?
Who?
I hate Anton LaVey. You better not. Look, I can accept you're a Gnostic, Wasteland. I can't accept if you're a LaVeyan Satanist. I can't accept that. I cannot abide by that.
No, LaVey's
I said who would win in a. Okay, I'm saying who would win in a fight, L. Ron Hubbard or Anton LaVey?
L. Ron Hubbard, absolutely.
No, Hubbard was like a fucking scarecrow, dude. Guy hadn't even lived.
No, but like,
who would win in a fight between me and
in a
Constant
metaphysical
Confluence?
way?
Oh, my bad. You meant it like a fist fight.
Well, that's what he probably meant, but I'm changing it into a metaphysical way, okay? And this is Mara's favorite channel, okay? Go to chat. Okay, go to chat.
Can I be honest? I don't really hate like specific religions, but I fucking hate Satanism.
Yeah, me too. And this guy, Mega Bloodbath, Satanism is pretty. Satanism is not based. Okay, at least if you're a theistic Satanist, I've told this to Tessie before.
I disagree
with that. Theistic Satanist, at least you're believing in something. If you're a LaVeyan Satanist and you're stealing from Enochian texts, that's so gay. Good to see you, Alex.
I agree with you 100%, Con.
Oh, what the fuck is Alex doing here? Fuck you, Alex.
There are two types of Satanists in this world.
Put some respect on Alex's name.
Fuck you, Alex.
Right.
Fuck you.
Can I speak?
Lucifer.
You can't speak. You're a transgendered Satanist. Nobody cares about your opinion.
not a Satanist retard. There are two types of Satanists in this world. There are people that they're the edgy atheists that hate Christmas, and then there's the Order 9 Angles fucking neo-Nazi sacrificial shit. Both are fucking
and that's
evil.
at least those people at least take it more seriously, right?
Like Satanic Temple. Satanic Temple are like a bunch of internet trolls, and then there's a Satanic Church who are dope. They just mind their own business. They just like do their little fucking song and dance. They don't believe in any of this shit. Like seriously, it's more like a philosophy than anything.
Yeah, it's like a watered down. It's like no, it's all water. It's all gay. It's all watered down.
You'd say that you'd rather somebody be a theistic Satanist. Like I feel like it's better not to believe in any of the imaginary bullshit, rather than like you want them to believe in the devil. Like that's the shit where they're sacrificing fucking ghosts.
I want people to take like religion seriously, even if it's a religion I don't agree with, right? So I'd rather someone fucking worship Hecate or like Athena or something than be an atheist, right? Like absolutely.
I want to respond to a comment. I want to respond to a comment. Someone said
it's more close to at least something godlike, right?
Well,
yeah, I want to respond to a comment. So I want to respond to a comment. Someone said, "How can you be a Christian and captions literally a neo-Nazi religion and call anything else a neo-Nazi?" The Order of 9 Angles are a neo-Nazi satanic cult that believes Hitler was an incarnation of Baphomet. Do you not know what these people are doing?
Sorry, guys. John 12:31. Jesus refers to Satan as the ruler of this world. Now, I don't believe in Satanism. I'm not backing it up or anything. I'm just saying.
Yeah, like bring up
John,
the 11.
are you aware of what the Order of 9
Earth? They're pretty based.
I don't know how Mega Bloodbath is going live. He says, but I don't know how being Christian is I can't even. Usually I could steel man most things, but I don't even know what that really means, right? Because neo-Nazi, right, means it comes after presumably 1930s, and I mean, there's been no recent developments in Christianity since then, so I can't even like begin to imagine what that might mean. But I'm sure it means something cool.
Corinthians 4:4. Corinthians 4:4. Satan is called the God of his age.
The Order of 9 Angles. I'm saying that chat. That doesn't make sense.
Unbelievers.
Sorry, Futai.
You're good. I was just trying to read that passage properly, but.
I mean, Well, Satan does in some ways, rule the lesser world. This is where even Wasteland would kind of agree in a weird way, I think.
It's the whole Shakespeare thing. You know, hell is empty. All the demons are here. That's a Shakespeare.
Marilyn, why are you over there? That guy seems like he's like a Satanist and like not. Well, I don't know if he's a Satanist. So I think he said something similar to that. He's definitely. I don't know, Marilyn. You're that feels untoward, Marilyn. I don't know why you're over there. Okay, crazy times.
I'm not a Satanist. I was calling them fucking stupid.
I mean, you're Gnostic, so like, let's not throw some.
True.
So Corinthians is kind of based, right? Satan is called the god of this age who blinds unbelievers. That sounds about right.
That's what Satan be doing. Okay.
Yeah.
He's the servant of the demiurge.
Marilyn, you think he's based? Do you think the guy that said Christianity is a I don't even know what that possibly could theoretically even mean.
Idol worship.
It sounds like it means that Christianity is a neo-Nazi culture.
I never heard this Order of 9 Angles. I'm looking it up. It's pretty fucking crazy.
It is crazy.
Yeah, they were like connected to Adam Wathan and all that shit.
Confluence is just addicted to the dopamine, and he allows nonsense on his channel.
It's all.
I allow a lot. Yeah, that's my fucking ethos, brother.
Like they're all into that. They're all into that James Mason.
You're so much
shit,
better than this, Confluence.
Well, thank you, dude.
You're a decent man.
You called me a femboy like 5 minutes ago, so I'll accept this.
You're a good man. You are kind of a femboy. Am I wrong?
I wouldn't identify as a femboy, okay?
Did we do a change my mind on
Confluence has read Siege by James Mason.
I have not. I don't even know what that is. Is that some femboy?
I speak in a monotone intonation, therefore everything I say is of academic superiority to that which my counterparts say, because I am far enlightened and surpassed emotion.
It's kind of hard.
See,
for me to, like,
Anson
fucking
agrees with me.
differentiate
Anson
my
says
life.
I'm not better than this. The dude. He
Wait,
says
hold on.
he
Did
says I'm
Anson
not better
leave
than this.
because I'm in here?
You are better than this, Confluence.
No,
You think
Anson
you're a decent-
hasn't joined since Anson's rage quit yesterday in the 2v1. Anson has not been back
he
yet.
still hasn't
since
come
that.
back?
He still has not come back. He's in the chat though, at least, but he has to
Aw,
take some
Anson,
time.
are
You know,
okay, buddy?
he's got to collect himself. You know,
Just
so
you are loved. You are welcome.
he is welcome back. He says he didn't rage. Anson, it kind of seemed like you got a little annoyed and then you quit. It's almost like you got mad and then you left, almost like a rage quit. I guess.
Anson, could I suggest using some of this?
Don't you remember? He is right.
Right up there.
So then he doesn't have to feel like he can't.
Anson, have you read Siege by James Mason?
Anson, you can get this on Amazon.
That could be true. That could be true.
Anson, you can get this on Amazon and get it right up in there.
Okay, maybe you quit. Maybe you quit. Peaceful quit. Peaceful quit. It couldn't. Maybe it wasn't out of rage. Possibly. Yeah, peace quitted. Yeah. Okay. Me and Podesta are on the same page. It was a peace quit. I beg all of you to find Jesus. He's coming back very soon, and we're in the last days, and my caps lock key is stuck down. Thank you for the chat.
God, I hope he comes back.
Save
us from all this bullshit.
Inshallah. Okay, inshallah. Okay, I feel like
Is
we're
everybody
ready
else
for
really turned off by the monotone faux intellects that like pervade YouTube?
Like who? Who are we talking about?
Just in general, the emotionless, they do their best to kind of sound like a Sam Harris. It's an archetype. They're sans emotion. They try to speak monotone, and you can tell that they're trying to wax poetic at all time, using seven-syllable words.
Do you have someone in mind, or
30% of your panel guests?
Okay, I'm not trying to speak monotone. I have autism, so it's kind of hard for me to like differentiate.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that in case Wasteland doesn't, but I've met people that talk how he does. That's just like a neurodivergent thing. I don't think he's like putting it on as an act. I
was actually referencing Searcar, but if I hit you, I didn't mean to miss you. But I was referencing Searcar.
Searcar that was like 4 days ago. I highly doubt you were referencing him.
Oh well, you know, because you gave him like such a panel presence and gave him such a platform to. I
hate when people talk about giving people a platform. Oh my god, I'm gonna unalive myself in Minecraft. The next person who fucking says that, okay? I think he's fun to talk to. You know,
unalive himself.
I think Zerka was a good time. He's fun.
People. Don't you dare.
Yeah, apparently not. I gotta be really careful who I'm platforming. Like, fucking kill me. I mean, like, unalive me in Minecraft.
I think you give too much attention to people that have horrible takes.
I hate when everyone tells me who I should give attention to and who I shouldn't give attention to.
I can't tell you what to do. I'm saying you're better than that.
You're free to say it. Yeah, you're free to say it better. Everyone wants to tell me who I can give attention to.
I don't want to tell you that.
God. Yeah, you don't tell me that, Alex. You don't tell me that.
Colin, what are you screaming about?
I'm getting triggered.
I'm in the living room. I went in the living room to make some tea, and I just hear you screaming at the top of your lungs in my
Christian, you owe me an explanation, buddy.
I think this whole panel could use some exogenous testosterone. That's all I'm saying.
Nah, come on.
Yeah, get on that anaphoric growth, okay?
Why the fake shit when you have the real shit? Come on, dude.
Oh, well, I have the real shit. I don't have that problem. I'm not a femboy.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're advocating for it, so I'm just trying to figure out.
I think many men need it. Absolutely. I'm like a weird outlier.
Explain something to you.
What
if I needed it, I would take it in a heartbeat. 110%. If I needed it, I would take it in a heartbeat.
Anson, are you a member of Patriot Front?
No, that's dude.
The dude.
Well, Anson is in the chat, so I don't know if maybe he's talking to Anson in the.
I gotta go make dinner, so this has been a pleasure as always.
Rage quit.
Testy.
I appreciate your
Are you avoiding me or something?
Testicular rage.
Have a good one, Testy.
Alex, I'm not avoiding you. Alex is super fun to talk to, but you know, my shtick has run its course, so I'll make room for other people. All right, peace.
Later.
Always a fun time. And Testy, it's not a shtick. I mean, well, you also have a shtick sometimes, but no.
Who asked me if I was a member of Patriot? Wait a minute. Who asked me if I was a Nazi? Who asked me if I was a member of Patriot Front?
No. Wasteland asked that to Anson, and then someone else like, "Do you mean the dude?" But he did say Anson. He didn't say. He didn't say the dude
to you, but he thought you were Anson. But I guess he's actually talking to Anson.
Do I sound like Anson?
I think he's reading chat. I think he's reading chat. Anson's in the chat, so I think he's asking.
Yeah, I've been reading chat this whole time.
Yeah.
What's the next prompt? What's happening?
Right now?
The next prompt is how many milligrams of testosterone are we going to put Confluence on with our generous donations?
Confluence, can I ask
you a question? Yeah. The dude, just send me some of your trend so I can use some of it. Okay. Just I'll send you my.
Where were
I'll
you
send you my Addy.
I heard
Addy.
that I heard if you smell a real man's armpits.
Where were you January 6th, 2021, Confluence?
I was in front of the Capitol. I was not inside of it. I didn't breach anything. Okay. Whatever you've heard that's fake. I didn't breach anything.
Confluence, what did you do with the buffalo?
I feel like you're lying. I feel like you're lying.
No, there's no evidence. And anyway,
Confluence broke into the Capitol and he took a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk.
I was pardoned. I was pardoned. Okay. I was pardoned. We don't need to bring up, what happened in the past, right? Trump has exonerated me, right? So,
hey, I'm going to start a religious podcast called Flexidus.
Do animals? This is an interesting question. Do animals believe in a deity or deities?
No.
I guess
we are animals.
I would say no.
We are
well,
animals.
Yeah, but I'm assuming it means like the whole set. Oh, whoa! Who just left? Did multiple people leave? I don't even know what happened. I feel like my screen. Somebody left. I feel like two people left at the same time. I'm not sure who left though.
God believed him.
So we don't have evidence. Sorry. So we don't have evidence of animals actually believing in a deity, but we do have animals following rituals and practices that would somewhat be considered like spiritual, like how elephants, how they'll go and put their trunks
on their dead.
On their dead. You have, I think it was Jane Goodall that said that, she would watch chimpanzees just stand in reverence of a waterfall and ritualistically clean themselves in it, and we have evidence of animals having practices and rituals similar to that, but we don't have evidence of them worshiping a deity specifically.
Or could it just be a chimpanzee cleaning itself in a waterfall?
No, in a ritualistic way, not like
differently from how they normally clean themselves.
Yeah. So what would make it ritualistic?
I think it was I forget the study, but it was Jane Goodall who said it was.
They were doing it while listening to Enya.
Look, Jane,
true.
Jane Goodall. I mean, I don't know, man. She liked those monkeys a little too much. Is what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That monkey love.
Yeah,
monkey coded.
That's what I think. She's monkey coded. Okay, I think she literally a little bit is.
That is the most racist thing ever said in the world.
Only if you take it like that, dude.
Yeah, why would you take it like that, dude?
Yeah,
no, I'm saying out of context. Like if you just read that as this was a transcript on a chat, that's
that would be a terrible transcript, no lie.
Terrible. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm pulling this up, but she did, but in a different way. She did, but not in that way. It's just in the jungle kind of way.
Jungle
the literal sense of the term. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think animals can do ritualistic stuff. I don't think animals have any. Yeah, actually, I mean, it's impossible to know what an animal's
Do you think they have the centers of their brain, the same centers of the brain that give them that feeling of awe?
Yeah, but I don't know if awe is enough to to say they believe in a deity,
right?
I don't understand.
Yeah, but that's not. I wouldn't say that's believing in a deity. Well, Fierce has a new question: do aliens believe in us? I mean,
no,
probably. Well, I don't know.
Well, I mean, considering that we would be aliens to the aliens, they probably believe in something regarding other aliens.
So
grabbing a Zin. I can still hear y'all.
Sorry, if there was an extraterrestrial species that was intelligent, as intelligent as us and isn't as developed to where they can like travel the universe or whatever, yeah, they probably would wonder if there was life out there, like how like humans do, and that probably is a thing because like statistically there is other life out there.
I hate to pull a Jordan Peterson, but what do you mean by believe?
What do you mean by life? I hate to do a.
Well, that depends on what you mean by aliens. You have to be precise with your words. It's no joke, buddy.
An extraterrestrial life form, buddy.
Whoa.
I think we keep the dead air going until Khan gets back.
Check out this comment in chat from by NAYR8.
Narrate? What?
Yeah, narrate.
Hey, do you guys want to come back and start screaming at each other about trans shit just to make Confluence lose his mind?
No, he can hear us right now.
Oh, that's
that's exactly it. He can hear us, but he can't do anything about it.
That is true.
No, but like the whole point was you made him come back and think that we were having a legitimate crash out.
I do wonder, Daniel, were you getting cleaned or was it something else?
What happened tonight?
Do you guys agree that there is a chronic or over feminization of men in America, or am I crazy?
You're crazy.
I love feminine men.
Say again?
I think you're crazy.
Why do you think I'm crazy?
I would say there's some craziness to it, but I would say there's some truth to it, but I wouldn't think it's a natural thing. I think it's probably dietary based.
I like my men feminine, and I like my women masculine. But that's
so gay if you think about it.
Confluence, can you explain this?
Can I explain?
I think.
Hey, that's first of all, I wish I looked that cool. I wish I was what do they call him, the QAnon shaman? I wish I was the QAnon shaman. I was just a lackey on J6 is the truth. I was just there to supply people with Gatorade and stuff, make sure everyone's hydrated, having a good time. Yeah, that's all.
Can I be honest? I think the QAnon shaman guy's hot.
I would. I'd rather
you remember that guy?
Shop the actual dude.
That was super.
Remember the guy who was walking and he had he was carrying the desk and he was just really overly photogenic?
We have disgusted Maryland. I'm not sure which part exactly disgusted Maryland.
All of it.
Unless it was what the commie guy said. I'm sorry. What's your Wasteland Games? Unless it was what Wasteland Games said. Con unironically being a rave bomb at J6. Someone's got to do it, okay?
Confluence, did you take a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk? Yes or no?
Yeah.
We made it all the way. No, I mean, I wasn't
You told me
I wasn't
you did.
there.
You told me you were there.
I
told me he was there and he said he took a
outside.
shit on her desk.
Is this why you absconded to Canada? Did we just uncover the truth?
Everything's been
I have
pardoned.
another question for you.
Everything's been pardoned.
Where were you when Charlie Kirk died? Where were you when Charlie Kirk died?
Bro, I remember
He was,
where I was.
he was reversing,
I remember
he was reversing his trans operation.
I remember where I was when I actually do remember where I was when I found out. I do remember that because I was camping at the time and I came home and I saw someone sent me a Discord and it was like someone killed Charlie Kirk and I thought I said lol, but not because I thought it was funny. I thought they were joking. I thought it was just like
So you laughed at Charlie Kirk dying? That's so
no, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I just thought this person is just like saying some bullshit, and I'm like, well, yeah, as if. And then he's like, no, I'm serious. And I went on the news, and I was like, so I do remember this. Just like I remember where I was on October 7th. Okay, there's a few incidences that stick out in your mind, you know.
Yeah, I know where I was.
Yeah,
you weren't at the Nova Music Festival on October 7th, were you?
No, I was in
Microsoft Flight Simulator.
God, I don't understand the prompt.
I had just woke up like at 11 o'clock. I forget when it was, but I woke up like groggy as shit, checked my phone, and someone sent me a video of his neck getting blown out.
If a person acted like the God of the Old Testament, would you think he's a good guy or a bad guy? I think is the question.
Who's just referenced Charlie Kirk? Like, are you? And I'm not being a dick. Are you being dismissive of him or no?
I mean, he asked where I was on January 6th.
No, not like when he says when his neck got blown out. Like I don't know if he's like passive aggressively, and I'm inquiring. I'm not judging.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, Wasteland. You want to say? I didn't take it that way personally, but
I used to actually be a fan of Charlie Kirk.
Until when?
His neck blown off?
I'd say around. Let me see, maybe 2024. Even then, I still was kind of fond of him.
What turned you off from him?
My political beliefs kind of shifted. I mean, I still did listen to his debates a couple times. I listened to Candace Owens, but you know.
Political beliefs aside, do you believe him to have been political beliefs aside? Do you believe him to have been a decent man?
I think he's a complicated man, but not a bad guy.
I said decent. Decent. There's a lot of Democrats that I think are decent men. And are you older than Charlie? Just for curiosity.
I don't think that he was the greatest guy. I think he was just trying to make money. But you know, like you do you.
You think he was only trying to make money?
I mean, that was his whole like shtick for the political stuff. I don't think
the important thing is Wasteland. You weren't happy when he died. I'm hoping.
No, fuck no.
No, that's. But are you older than Charlie?
That is a red line. I do have some lines on the panel. Okay, that is one of the lines.
Are you older? Are you older than Charlie Kirk was? Wasteland.
No, I only recently turned 20.
Oh, you're that young.
Oh, dang, you're a youngin.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I can't really take too many. I have to put into context that your opinions have limited context. Edmund, you're a smart guy. I'm not. That's not a knock. It makes me view you a little bit differently now. But okay, I'll buy that.
You make Keelan look like a granddad.
Wait, why does it make you feel differently?
Like I disagree with him on a lot of political stuff, but like I don't think that he was a bad guy. I just think he was
well, what I'm saying is for somebody to, I want someone at 20 to have shifting political beliefs because it means at least they're exploring the way they feel about things. If somebody's 45 and they've owned a home, started a business, had a marriage, failed a marriage, and they're going to shit on a 31-year-old who was murdered, I would, his perspective, his lens that he sees the world through. I respect a 20-year-old that's exploring how they feel about things. If he was 50 and he's,
I think you're saying he's not old enough to have a valid opinion yet.
It's fine. I think it's fine even if he disagreed with Kirk entirely, right? I think that's fine. I don't think we have to, because someone's dead, we have to, accept all of their stuff.
Yeah,
I think it's fine. The celebration of death, the disrespect, all that stuff, that's a different thing, but he's not doing that. And even Let's Chief is, even though I disagree with Let's Chief on all this, right? Yeah, he's still saying that the anti didn't deserve to die. It's definitely not a good thing that's happened. That's what I care about.
I think it's
the main thing.
I can accept that. I think it's horrifying that a guy like that could get. I feel like it's horrifying seeing a guy like that just go out in that way in front of that.
I want to debate Let's Chief. I want to go toe to toe with Let's Chief because he says a lot of dumb shit from the cheap sheets. I want 30 minutes. I want to go toe to toe with Let's Chief.
Well,
Let's Chief, get on here, boy.
Let's Chief he'll never, he just always just says insane stuff from the chat, okay?
Well, if you agree with Charlie Kirk or not, you've got to admire the fact that he was willing to debate his beliefs out with anybody. And he basically won every debate, didn't he?
Well, that's not entirely true. He avoided some people.
Yeah, just because I want to answer this.
I don't blame him because that's not his stick. He's not a debater.
Right, and so this is to go off of Let's Chief briefly. I don't think there's anything wrong with going on a college campus and debating people. I don't think there's a problem with that. It's like I don't think you have to. His goal was not, as Big Soda's saying, his goal is not to prove he's the best debater. He can take out anyone. Right? He's trying to change. Right. Yeah, the mind and the vote of the youth.
Yeah,
he was like,
did anyone see when him and
college campus? And so it's what is dumb about your chat?
Did everybody see him and Gavin Newsom? Did everyone see that podcast?
It's a problem. Yeah, I did see it. That was the first episode of Gavin Newsom's podcast.
Right, actually. And I was genuinely optimistic when I saw, possibly the most left-leaning charismatic figure. And, the face of the young conservative right, for 90. And then Bill Maher and Charlie Kirk said that. And if you watch Bill Maher talk about Charlie's past, it was probably the most organic reaction from any celebrity. He actually shed a tear. He's like, I didn't know him well, but the young man sat in this chair across from me with young kids at home. I know you guys aren't Bill Maher coded over here, but I think Bill Maher is a decent man. I disagree with many things that he says, but I think that he's a decent man.
I enjoy watching. I like watching him with Charlie Kirk as well.
By the way, Con, what you described is what I meant by debate. The debating just to win a debate, whether you really truly believe in the arguments or not. I don't really see that as debate. I think they should come up with a new word for that, because that's different. That's like professional arguing rather than
debating is defending your position. Like, I think what Charlie wanted to do was come to an understanding. It wasn't violent in nature. Like, he would match people's energy.
Right, yeah, that's what I liked about him. That's one of his good things, right? One of his best things. He was willing to do that.
In the chat
people aren't willing to do that. And
What's in the chat?
Soda brought up the point that there's some people he wouldn't want to do that with.
Yeah, he avoided some professional debaters, but I don't blame him because that's not.
Who did he avoid? Who did he duck?
Nick Fuentes.
Well, I wouldn't. Nick Fuentes doesn't want to get the truth. Nick Fuentes is a.
Why would you want?
You're calling Nick Fuentes a professional debater, Big
No,
Soda?
no. I didn't. I just said people he didn't want to debate.
You said, well, okay, maybe.
I don't think Nick Fuentes has ever gone into a debate in good faith.
He's not a professional debater.
He did dodge some professional debaters.
We don't have to get
I created the. I guess.
I think he also did duck Destiny. And Destiny is probably more of a professional debater than Fuentes is. At least Destiny,
Isn't Destiny a PDF file?
No. Destiny is a croomer, to be sure. I think it's untoward to say he's a PDF.
That's just I'm not saying he is. That's what people have said in conservative spaces.
People have said that, but I don't think it's. I don't think it's
true. We don't have to get hung up on every single word. We knew what soda meant. Right.
Yeah, if I implied that Nick Fuentes is a professional debater, I didn't mean to. I was just trying to provide.
But I also don't think Nick Fuentes has ever gone into a debate in good faith. Nick Fuentes is closeted homosexual, autistic, and he wants to defend his point and talk over people. I don't think any part of Nick Fuentes ever wanted to grow an understanding with another human being.
Welcome back, my troll friend.
I agree with you.
Wasn't there a
I'm
point
just
that
providing
Nick
an
Fuentes was
example
actually
of
like
someone he didn't
relatively
debate.
decent person?
Not really. I mean, he's not really.
He's got his
Am I
like a decent? I mean, he's fun. I think he's fun. He's charismatic.
Nick Fuentes?
Yeah. Is he? Alex is asking if there's a point that he's a decent person. Like I think
he's incendiary and he's hyperbolic. I don't know if I would say he's charismatic.
I think he's charismatic.
Yeah, I would say relatively or decent.
The dude, just to understand.
Wait, did you say relatively decent? What did you say?
I said relatively decent person. As in, like, in comparison to somebody
not a decent person.
Yeah, just as reference for us. Everybody can be a decent person at some point, right?
No, I don't know. You can be a decent person in the moment, but to be a person of decency, I don't think Kamala Harris is a person of decency. I don't think Joe Biden was. What?
Kamala is a professional politician, right? That's all she is.
But when I say decency, I did like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Rashida Tlaib. They're not decent people.
Because they're brown.
Decent.
Okay, I want to respond to this thing in the
What ignorant, low IQ, fucking apartment basement dwelling cocksucker just said that?
What, me? Because I asked you
the guy who just said because I said they're brown. That was the most ignorant thing in the world. Go ahead, unexceptional white. Make your point. Oh, so, I'm sorry. Then I feel like a dick now.
I'll be up soon.
Now I feel like a dick.
This guy said. Okay, so this guy said, wasn't Charlie Kirk a piece of shit? I'm not saying he is, but it's just what people said about him. No, Charlie Kirk was not. He was not a bad guy, but I do think he was kind of grifting on his political beliefs.
He wasn't a piece of shit. Definitely not a piece of shit. Come on now.
Hold on. To what extent do you think it was a grift versus it was literally?
Is Confluence a grift because he accepts donations and memberships on his chat?
No, hold on. I'd like him to answer that question though.
Yeah, Alex.
To what extent do you think it was a grift versus just like?
I feel like he wasn't really honest about like. I don't really think he was genuine in his beliefs.
Why not?
That's the thing about
what
the
makes you think
dude.
that way?
He says the thing we're all thinking. Nah, I'm only joking, Confluence. I'm only joking.
Keep going, Alex. I like where you're going.
What makes you think that way, or what makes you think that?
He just didn't really feel genuine in his beliefs. Like he was playing it up for the cameras.
Again, you're 20 years old.
Can you hold on? Can you provide like an example of when it felt that way?
I don't know how to explain it.
So it was you just got the intuition that he didn't really mean the things he was saying. He was just kind of
I could see that if they interviewed the students beforehand and they got the dumbest ones up to talk, I would.
Are you
agree
talking
with that.
more like when he first started doing this stuff, or towards the end?
Towards the end, I feel like he stopped being, more I feel like he was less genuine about his beliefs towards the end.
You think he became
Okay,
less
we have
authentic?
a brief pause. Okay, I have communicated with Let's Chief. He will for $50 dono or up to a goal. So I've set the goal $50. He will debate the dude 1v1. Okay,
Has to be on cam. Has to be on cam. Has to show what his face looks like. Has to be on cam.
I don't know if he does. Yeah, I think Les Chief shows his face. Do you show your face, Les Chief? I think you do. I've seen him on Horseradish. I'm pretty sure he does.
If he's willing to, I'll sponsor it right now.
Okay, Alex is what? Les Chief, do you show your face?
But hold
Les
on,
Chief, do you show your
half
face?
an hour? It's not half an hour, is it?
No. It's 10 minutes. 10 minutes uninterrupted, one-on-one. The dude. Okay, he says he can't go on cam. I don't think he's going to be like ChatGPTing if that's what you're worried about. And the dude is known. I've seen him. He's debated on Horseradish. It's not like he's like some random guy. Or did I say the dude? The Let's Chief is not some random guy. He's been debated on Horseradish for a long time.
Hey, Podesta, why don't you join the stream?
So the dude, will you debate him?
When he goes on cam, absolutely, 110%.
Oh my God, you're gonna cook out on that? You said you were asking him to come up.
Come on, dude, you can do it.
What do you?
It'll be more fun if I get to see who I'm talking
Why
to.
do you want him on cam?
When people get to hide behind an avatar, they get to speak with an energy they would never talk with in the real world.
You can see what you can see what he looks like. I mean, in other,
I'm not going to dox his photo if he doesn't want to show himself. That's a dick
no.
move.
I'm saying he's been on other stuff. He's been it is known what he looks like. He's saying he can't come up on this stream specifically. I don't know why, but you can see what he like. He's not an unknown person.
Come on, Chief, you can come.
I mean, if you don't want to do it, the dude, that's fine. It's a little bit of a bad look. You were challenging him out, and now he is willing to debate you.
To be honest,
and now
I am
you're
willing
saying
to.
unless he.
Because he sat down there for a couple of months. He's been in there for months in the cheap sheets with our faces and voices and our likeness. I just want to have the same opportunity.
Okay, you don't actually want to debate him. That's crazy.
It's not what I said, femboy.
Hey, I want him to come up.
I just think that's crazy, the dude, to require a camera. Alex has never shown a camera. Do you not debate Alex?
Yeah, but come on, let's see if Chief will come up. I mean, how?
No, he doesn't have the ability to on StreamYard. He says, "I'll believe if he shows himself normally. I'll believe that."
Yeah, he does show himself normally.
So can I ask him what's the issue with if it's just StreamYard? What you can do is go to the thing at the top. Sometimes it'll be like a lock if you're on PC. Sometimes it'll be like 2 lines or whatever.
I mean, on his phone.
Yeah, we can try to walk him through it because he does cam. So the problem is streamers. You can try to walk him through it,
but he can come up on his phone as well. It's only 10 minutes.
Where do you say it's a StreamYard problem? Where do we read that?
Because I've had the issue with StreamYard a few times.
I've been booted out of StreamYard 5 times tonight.
Oh, he says I physically can do it. I just have a real job in this stream. Often host ideas untoward for professionals. Wait, that's what you're afraid of?
If you don't want to show your face, don't show your face. Just come up and
fair
speak.
Consideration.
No,
I guess. I mean, I feel like, I don't know, would anyone hold you accountable for something that's happened previously at a different point? I feel like that's crazy. Because that means Podesta, you're saying he's not wrong, but that means Podesta, you are held accountable because your face has been up here. And so anything anyone says
what is JQ?
the Blue Jay question.
You know what, the Chief? I would fire people if they haven't come on the stream.
That's true. That is the thing. So I guess this is the situation. Okay, so the dude, would you debate Les Chief if he's not cammed up? He doesn't want to do it for professional reasons.
Yes, I will. As a gainfully employed individual, as much as I think he's a lefty cuck from the cheap sheets, I will respect a man's opportunity to make a living. That is a
okay.
I think most people here wouldn't understand what that feels like.
Okay.
All right, so yeah,
I'll give him that for $1.
Yeah, that's a yes. That's a yes. We have an agreement.
Sponsorship in T minus,
and we have our sponsor, which is Alex, who's omnigoated. And yeah, the dude is Let's Chief. I don't like that you're not gonna cam up because I feel like you're insulting the channel. That's a little crazy. I think
you do have some shit that goes wild. Look,
does anyone hold someone accountable for previously if Destiny debates shut up if Destiny debates someone and then someone else is like, you know what I mean, they've been on the panel before, do they get held accountable because now
yes they do in the court of public appeal. Yes, they do.
Confluence. I'd say it depends on what his business is, right?
The price has been paid.
Right. I just think it's
like if he works,
has been paid.
Let's say he works in like healthcare or something. I'm not sure that he's gonna want people like knowing that he watches.
Yeah, but he's been on Horseradish, and Horseradish has had untoward debates.
All I'm saying is there's potential reasons why somebody might not want to be associated based solely on like their job. You can imagine there might be a job where he wouldn't want to be associated with this channel because of risks to his career, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I can't see it. I can't see it. Because he goes on Horseradish, and Horseradish has debates that are, and so it's like, so that would be, I guess, me have I said something about these things? And I feel like, I don't know.
Maybe you have.
Let me get my phone charger as I am at 19. I want to get my phone charger.
Yes,
so I don't die.
Steve says he's coming up. And Alex with the 50 big ones, okay? The 50 big ones. And yes, I do. I mean, yeah, he's doing it for the cash flow. So we do love that, Let's Chief. We do love that. I feel a little hurt that, you don't want to be associated with my panel. A little bit, but I'll get over it, okay?
I want to know what profession.
Yeah, thank you. Although maybe I should take this. I don't know if I should. It's a good sign and answer to say this, but Horseradish channel debates are way worse than your content, Confluence. Okay, there we go. Okay, and that's the fact that Answer is saying it. Maybe I have to reflect.
I want to know what his profession is.
You're not. Is that the problem? You're just not controversial enough.
And
maybe that is the issue. Maybe you're not controversial enough.
Maybe I'm too milk toast, and his employers think that he'll get fired for being on such a milk toast channel that doesn't talk about the JQ stuff enough.
No, but take into consideration, it could be just an excuse.
I don't talk about the J. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't talk about the JQ stuff at all. I don't know. Like other people say things sometimes, but I'm a freaking Zionist. Okay, that's
Palestinians.
Yeah, maybe his employers, Palestinians, exactly. Or maybe it's just an excuse. Who knows?
Okay, he does say you don't bring it up, but you let it go. I mean, yeah, I do. I try to be a little tolerant. I'm sorry. Am I too tolerant for you?
Yes, you are.
Your Canadian accent coming out.
Can you break down the prompt?
Did it come out? So I don't even know. We are waiting for Let's Chief to join, and it's a 1v1 against Let's Chief and the dude on. Well, I guess what Let's Chief wanted to interrogate him on. But yeah, until Let's Chief joins, I'm gonna grab a drink while Let's Chief joins because I'm gonna have fun. I'm not grabbing his in. I'm actually grabbing a drink because I want to have fun with this. I want to hear the dude and Let's Chief freaking go at it. Okay. So Let's Chief join as soon as you can. I can't. What? No, I can't.
Mute our mics?
I can hear all of you. You don't have to mute it yet because Let's Chief isn't here. So you guys can talk about whatever until Let's Chief comes on.
Yeah, Con, we only get at your ears in because we care about you. You know that.
What?
We only tell him about his zins because we care about him.
Oh, who cares?
Are sins dangerous?
Zins.
No, but he's supposedly trying not to take them
Burn
as
through
much.
a whole pack in a night.
Also takes them like 5,000 fucking times a day.
And I'm sure it's not healthy. Come on, how is that healthy?
It could be healthy.
It's freedom.
Sure, it's freedom. Yeah, good point. I guess
it's what?
Freedom.
We don't believe in freedom around here. What? What's freedom?
What's the quote? People who exchange. I think no. People who swap. People who give up freedom for security.
For liberty.
Yeah, that's
deserve neither. Freedom for safety deserve neither. Yes.
Yeah, and we'll lose both.
And we'll lose.
Was that
both.
Benjamin Franklin?
Yep.
I love Benjamin Franklin. I think he was brilliant. He blows my mind.
He was a little bit of a wild dude.
Hold on, didn't Benjamin Franklin have a bunch of bodies buried in his house and do rituals with the Hellfire Club?
Okay, so I don't know too much about the ritual, but I do know about it.
Where is Let's Chief?
Is there a problem with
that? Yeah, but
I think Confluence needs to let him in.
Was it Benjamin Franklin that said fuck my mind when I'm tired.
He did weird rituals in a cave with the Hellfire Club in England.
I don't know about that.
I feel like that's kind of some bullshit.
I will say, if you have a source for that, I would enjoy reading about that.
My source is Ghost Adventures.
Was it him who said democracy is two wolves and a lamb voting what's for breakfast?
I don't know if that was Ben Franklin who said that.
What did he say?
Democracy is two sheep and a wolf deciding on.
No. Two wolves and one sheep voting on what's for breakfast.
The second part I don't think is part of the quote, but I think the first part is part of the quote.
Oh, it absolutely is part of the quote. No,
right. It is. It is. Well, what he was referring to is democracy could be seen as mob rule, right? So the minorities don't get a say in a democratic vote. Right?
Just to be clear, at that time, the democracy was basically like Athens or Italy at the time, right? So that's what they thought of as democracy, is like this nation it's like complete majority rule. There's no intermediaries. There's no like. So. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily.
So the vote has to be 100%.
I am back. Les Chief is still not here. I don't know if Les Chief has said anything.
He said he's taking a piss.
He's taking. And toes down, turn the lights on in your room so we can see them faces. Stand on your business. Don't have low testosterone. Here, is this addressed toward Les Chief?
No, that's just towards me.
Which is, which I guess, I see Stacy as a brand risk, so I can be your brand risk, Les Chief. I've come to terms with that, I suppose. I do allow chicanery, I do have an appetite for it, if you will. You must.
I think you're taking it too personally. Really?
Maybe.
I mean, you don't know what kind. Hold on, you don't know what kind of fruity fucking organization he works for, right? He could work for like the most left wing fucking people in the whole world, and they would take if you talk about like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got blue and green hair,
or he could work for like a Zionist group, and like, oh my God, he said the Palestinians might not be wrong. You don't know.
Or somebody who disagrees with his viewpoints might be a fucking cuck and call his employment.
Right.
That's actually that's happened in my community.
The thing that happens the most.
Who did we lose? We lost somebody.
Young Christian.
Oh, Young Christian.
He probably DC'd. He'll be back.
The devil got him.
The devil got him.
Satan, damn you, Satan!
Oh wait, yeah. Okay, this is what I was thinking. Okay, so Hellfire Club mentioned. Okay, so I have to ask the resident Gnostic in the chat. Thoughts on Thelema? You know about it? Have you heard about it?
Thoughts on who?
I know that's Aleister Crowley's religion. but I don't really know much about Aleister Crowley or what he believes in.
Okay.
I know a bit about Aleister
Hellfire was
Crowley.
mentioned, so I just had to bring that up. And Les Chief is here.
What up?
Oh, I will remain as a monitor. I will take monitor. That's not the moderator. Holy shit, I'm retarded or a little drunk. Okay, so I'm taking everyone off the screen. I will be on screen, but I will be muted. I will set a 10-minute timer. Everyone say hi to Let's Chief while I set my little timer.
Hello, Left Chief.
Hey, what's going on?
Welcome.
Howdy.
First time on the panel. Crazy. Well, let's do a volume check. Let's Chief say something. Say
Shiggity check. I'm checking myself before I
Recorded myself.
Okay, and if you can say, just for a mic check, if you can say, I avow every word that's ever been said on the Confluence YouTube panel. Can you just say that for a mic test, just for a mic check?
I avow every
Hey. I almost got him. Okay, I'm moving everyone to the back chat. Almost.
Are you
removed
moderating us with
myself.
prompts? How does this go down?
No, you guys
you
just.
want. This was your request. So,
yeah, this was you wanted. You said you wanted Les Chief to come up. Les Chief is up, so I'm only here to step in if you guys are shouting over each other or something untoward is happening. Okay. Other than that, I will start the timer.
You start the prompts, Confluence. Go.
You said you want. Well, I can't remember the exact words, so I haven't started the timer yet. But you said you wanted Les Chief to come up. You wanted to interrogate him on something about him being effeminate, or I'm not really sure. I don't know.
I'm like a leftist or something.
Yeah.
Are you a leftist?
I'm on the left. I'm a Democrat. I'm not like a communist or identify as a socialist or anything like that. I'm milquetoast Dem. Sorry, bud.
Would you agree that there's a vocal minority of your group that's been a horrible ambassador for the left in the last 7 years?
Yeah, the online left is really bad for sure.
So how do you compartmentalize and try to convert people to seeing your point of view? This is good.
Like
look, you hold on. Sure. Just you for $50, you came up. You don't normally talk. It's easy to dehumanize people in the chat, so it really just sounds like passive aggressive conjecture. You've already been courteous and more respectful than I thought you would have been. So let's do this in good faith.
Hell yeah, let's do it, brother.
All right, cool. Go.
Sorry, could you ask the question one more time?
What would you say the online leftist? What would you say the online leftist community that really disavows much? Someone like I'm Irish Catholic from New York City. I'm a disenfranchised progressive.
Yeah, I was raised Catholic too. I went to like a Franciscan high school and everything. Currently just agnostic, just for my background on that.
Shout out to the Franciscans over the Jesuits, by the way. This guy's actually moderately based. This is gay. This is not an argument. I hate trans people.
Those brown robes are based, basically.
Well, they take a vow of poverty and a vow of chastity. They're
Francis was based as fuck, loved animals, gave up his possessions, his riches, his family were like a big.
Too much agreement. Talk about trans people.
Get off the panel, Confluence. Go away.
So yeah, we don't need moderation. We're friends now.
We have 9 minutes. That's I think
obviously we'll continue into this, but this will obviously be your time for whatever you want to go down. But that going back to the vocal, loud minority of the online left, it's easy to kind of quote unquote disavow, as Marilyn would say. Because they don't even advocate to vote for Democrats. So they're not really in our tent. Obviously, if they vote for a Dem, we would take that vote. But it's not like many of us are let's seize the means of production because, some super cringe people who get way too much attention on Twitter and TikTok exist.
I'm not, this is not in bad faith. I'm genuine. Do you think the last election was circumvented in the Democratic Party?
Was it circumvented? Not really. I just think maybe people thought that process was flawed or wanted more of a process rather than it just going to her. But I don't think that was in any way worse than for example, I brought up to Con recently, the fraudulent elector scheme.
Okay, so then of all the things you've heard me say, and you take those little cheap shots from the cheap seats, what do you take issue with my stance on?
So it isn't any particular stance, but when you're having a good faith discussion, you were with. I forget.
Sirkar?
No. Just who was in here just a moment ago. The guy
the
who said he
younger
was
fella.
20, and then you found out his age. Like obviously, it's true that as the more we learn about people, we are going to take those things in context and like weigh those things with their opinion. But you're saying I'm taking a cheap shot, but meanwhile, you're kind of like strong arming someone to their face and telling them that you're not doing it at the same time. So you're saying like, I'm telling you that I'm going to discount your opinion because of this information that I now have about your identity.
So that's where I disagree. That was if somebody was 50,
but this is how it came out in chat. So you're like, I'm not going to necessarily contend with the logic of anything that you just said. I just found out this thing about your identity. And even though I'm probably a person who says they hate identity politics, I'm going to use that thing and tell you about it. Tell you that I'm going to use this part of your identity to discount your opinion, which overtly happened at least a couple times that I saw.
Specifically with the Charlie Kirk issue, he died at 31, 8 years younger than MLK and Louis Farrakhan, if I'm correct. When 50-year-old people, take these cheap shots at what is basically someone who just entered what would be considered legitimate adulthood, I think that's in bad faith. So when he said he was 20, it made me see his comment in a much different light. You're supposed to question everything at 20. Mm-hmm. I'm not passive aggressive. I like to get over the top with things. It's fun. But if somebody's 20 and they have that opinion, but
they're going to be more edgy.
Well, not just more edgy. I think that they're still trying to figure out where they fit inside the line. So I give them a lot more leeway because I've had 42 years, I've had 41 years to create my opinions on things.
Like to be 20.
Right. And if you recorded everything I ever said at 20 and played it in here, I'd be a low IQ soy boy.
I think Con might be okay with some of that stuff being platformed.
What's that?
I said Con might be okay with some of that stuff being platformed. I don't know. It might go down just fine here.
No, even Sirkar the other day, were you there when I said something and he's like, I'm not trying to, and I wasn't going for a gotcha moment. I'm from New York City. I'm in entertainment. I have a lot of left-leaning friends.
I think that is the thing a lot of people do is they try to preempt an argument or try to see where you're going and suss it out first. So a lot of people, especially, like he's kind of coming in and maybe getting attacked by a few people, like I would understand being a little bit defensive and trying to prevent a bunch of like, any potential gotcha. But, I do agree that he could have like chilled out in that moment, and you were just trying to like, I do understand what you were saying, that it wasn't a gotcha you were going for. I agreed with you.
Yeah, no, I was for me to understand where if a debate in good faith means that I have to understand, I mentioned it earlier, the breadcrumbs that lead somebody up to the way they feel about things now. If I can place myself in that person's shoes, it makes me a more effective communicator. Yeah. And I genuinely try to do that. And I get really frustrated when anybody hits me with a full frontal, and I'm pretty assertive. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I'm not. But I don't like people making demands upon me. And I do think that entire neocon, libertarian, moderate, there's just people desperately clamoring for some level of moral, I don't even know what the right word I'm looking for is. Like that, you said the vocal minority of the leftists on YouTube and on TikTok, they're cannibalizing their own part. And now you're seeing the infighting on the right as well between Candace and Influence. I don't think it's good for either party, but specifically, let's go back to.
I don't know.
And with the trans issue, do you have any issues with my views on the trans issue?
Everyone's allowed to have whatever their views are, but obviously, like it's a panel on a platform that Confluence doesn't own. And so not only that, but I feel like there's no benefit to like some of the dehumanization that happens. Now, granted, I am newer to these streams, and there might be a lot of history with some of these people that I don't know about, but it just seems like a lot of the times what's being said is trying to be more like hurtful when it's.
Do you mind if I ask what region in the country you're from for context? Is that, do you feel comfortable sharing that?
Yeah, like East Coast.
Northeast or Southeast?
Northeast.
Are you from the Middle East?
Yeah, the Mideast.
Okay, yeah, you're from the Middle East. And so when I have those viewpoints. I have a really hard time with liberals that are from Idaho, with liberals that are from Wisconsin, places that really don't actually have any, cultural or moral diversity.
Yeah.
And that's where I joke around. I call them the unexceptional whites. I'm waiting
you guys have more disagreements than this. Okay, I'm sorry to step in, but this is come on. Keelan is calling Les Chief a neo-liberal. Okay,
wait, no,
dude, you're getting omni-mogged in chat. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to moderate. I'm just saying. Both of you guys have more strong opinions in this. So, I'm just saying.
So, let's just finish this out.
So, are some of your comments down there meant to be incendiary and hyperbolic in nature?
Let me quote myself in a private chat. I hope you don't mind me quote unquote leaking DMs here, Con. But I just said to Confluence earlier before this donation went through, I'm kind of building up my hate aura in your chat for this reason, not gonna lie. So yeah, obviously it's being incendiary to try to get a rise in some manner. Obviously when
this is bullshit. I don't hate you anymore. And now Confluence is $50 richer with a weak Canadian dollar. You've literally cucked America and you've supported a Taiwanese shill.
Not the joke, but I still thought you do. I mean, again, the trans stuff,
so let's just go down this
the liberal stuff. You guys
let me just
have
explain my view a little bit.
disagreements.
Let me just explain my view on it a little bit. About intersex people existing. I know obviously intersex people aren't trans people. This is not synonymous in any way.
Yeah, XXY, congenital adrenal hyperplasia. Yes, I'm very aware.
So there's dozens of these conditions, right? Even though it's a very strong minority, right?
Yes,
it's very few people, but there's a number of these conditions.
Yeah, yes, and they matter.
So simply put, my view is that if we could acknowledge that there are dozens and dozens of intersex conditions, it should just fall naturally that we would understand that there would be some segment of the population that has some discongruence internally with their biological sex and their experienced gender. That just seems like it's something that would follow regardless of any trans debate.
I'm half in agreement here. I think I said earlier on tonight's panel, gender's been a spectrum as long as gender's been an idea. There's been hypermasculine men. We're not in disagreement there.
Oh, okay. That's fucking base then. So
yeah, I mean, bro, Andy Dick and Chuck Norris are theoretically the same thing. Let that resonate for a moment. That's to say that gender does not.
Do you guys agree with this though? Delusional claim, the preferred pronoun stuff, right? This is from Brandon. I want you guys to get into a disagreement, okay?
The other day, it was hilarious because Emmett came in hot in here when you did have one of the trans panelists on, and came in here and said she and had to correct himself to be insulting and correct she to he, even though she came naturally off Emmett's tongue. Emmett later said they without any problem. It's not that big of a fucking deal, and I feel again, we're just trying to be, instead of just treating people like people with respect, we're pretending it's some big fucking battle that's happening and we're losing some fucking moral high ground if we just call a person how they're presenting themselves. And Emmett did that the other day and it was no problem, and he had to pretend to be mad and misgender them just to prove a political point. So I think that when we're trying to just be good faith and friendly towards each other and understand each other's perspectives, it's just unnecessary and aggressive. But he's young too.
So again, I conceded to you on the XXY, congenital adrenal hyperplasia, all the gender and intersex issues. The ones that are militant and demand people refer to them in a specific way.
Yeah, that's just an asshole being an asshole, right? I feel people should give you grace. I feel if you went to a restaurant and your server was a trans woman and you accidentally misgendered them a couple times, but we're showing a little bit of humility and we're just trying to do it to be an asshole to them. I think most trans people are probably chill these days. There was definitely a time where it was more you just said militant, where it was demanding of identification. But I feel like we should do it just to be like good people, not because like of any fucking.
Did you agree what I said earlier that in the transactional sense, there's really no need for anyone to explain their gender identity?
There's no need. I mean, there could be a need.
I mean, strictly transactional. You're at 7-Eleven, you're at Wawa, and
yeah, like who cares? I don't need to know.
Right.
Okay,
So when
if I can throw a bomb quickly, okay, the dude you were arguing vehemently against me today, or no, yesterday, about that I use Mel's preferred pronouns. You said I shouldn't do that. That's untoward. That's bad. I'm playing into the delusion, right? So I want to hear. And now it sounds like when you're talking to Les Chief, it sounds like you're a lot more like, hey, no, everything's like fine, everything's Gucci. That's not, you were coming at me strong because I choose to call Mel a she, right? You were attacking me over that shit.
It fit my narrative at the time, so shut the fuck up.
So it was for rhetorical.
Very much the way Let's Chief does it in chat. There's energy matches energy. So when Mel comes up and tries to impress upon it's pageantry and it's performative.
I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to. I was playing Silk Song. Mel wasn't there. You brought it up to me, and you were coming at. There was no matching energy. You brought the heat, and now that Les Chief is here, and you're not bringing the heat. Why are you bringing the heat to me and not Les Chief?
You deserve
because Les Chief came up here, and you made $50. What are you crying for, femboy?
God damn, for real.
Me and let's
turn the last of this this debate into an attack on Confluence.
That is over under. Confluence's free testosterone is 423. Over or under?
Ooh, I'm going over.
Okay, I'm going to say
what was the number?
423. I think I said.
Oh, I'm under 423.
And this is where, and now
I didn't
this
know
is
if
where
he was on supplements.
Not a lot under, but I'm not on supplements. I'm not on supplements.
I'm at a loss now because there's really not much that we're vehemently yes, I don't think when Mel walks in and is a militant, anyone that's militant, if you're a CrossFitter, if you're a Marine, if you're a Republican, if you're a Democrat, if you put anything in front of your name as a person, you're not my type of person. I have no time for you. I will not give you the respect of humanity if you're trying to shove something in my face. It's a dick move.
Yeah, so that just be like as I described it, just like, maybe an asshole being an asshole, regardless of what the ideology is, as you just laid
right.
it out.
And my problem with the left right now, and I'll try to argue before we shut this down, is that a lot of people on the left think that being part of a marginalized or a disenfranchised community, it nullifies them from being criticized or being. Is that fair? Would you say that there's a group in that party that think along those lines?
I think that's another minority.
I didn't say the majority. I just said, is it fair to say there's a group within there?
Is there some segment of the population that maybe like wields identity as a shield? Like,
so where does the fun come from by just shooting these hyperbolic incendiary comments in the chat from trying to get people
so I guess it was technically, and I hate that I'm admitting this, but I guess I was technically tone policing you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it feels bad to say, but yeah, I mean, like, well, I guess it wasn't technically tone police. It was literally just the logic of, and this is when you called me out, was after the chatter or panelists said that they were, 20 years old, and it was like, okay, like, but you explained your position on that. But I think you've done it with like other identities, like too, potentially. I just don't have it like offhand to talk about it too deeply. If it seems like in general, like we're in agreement, and we also both like to use a rhetorical flourish from time to time. I just feel like, like, we shouldn't like lose the overall like humanity in the cycle.
If we were talking about PTSD, like here, for instance, right? Somebody talks about 9/11. I mean, thank God she's okay, but both my mother and my aunt were working inside the building the day that it happened. There's things where if people have a personal attachment, it allows me to be more effective when I communicate with them on that issue. So Mel, I don't like subjective arguments, but I can respect people when they're coming from a subjective place. I try to speak more on the macro level, being objective. But if I find out why someone is subjectively impacted by a topic, I think that it increases understanding, and it's not a gotcha moment, and it's not an argument from authority, and I'm not belittling somebody's opinions. I'm merely trying to understand why they got to that point.
Yeah, and let's remember that like not every person of any particular identity has to be the advocate for that group. Like just because there's a trans panelist on doesn't mean like, all right, like we need you to defend the trans position in its entirety every time you come on the panel. Like they could just like chill and talk about other shit. Like I think there's like way too much fucking girl dick on the mind, and y'all need to chill.
This was like a really weak debate.
Sorry, buddy.
I know.
I'm
actually glad it kind of turned out this way.
I am not. I mean, I'm glad I got $50, but this was like the dude hits me with so much bullshit, and you, Let's Sheep, hit me with so much bullshit, and you're both Let's Sheep. You're way to the left of me. The dude is way to the right of me, and then I put you two together, and it's like, oh, let me jerk you off for a second. Oh, I'll jerk you back off for a second. It's like, what the fuck is this?
Maybe there's a lesson to be learned about America here. You know,
there's probably
maybe it's the middle. Maybe it's the middle that's killing us. Maybe the middle is the problem.
Right.
Maybe it's the centrists.
Because I feel like both of you fight with me way more, and both of you are like way on the other side. So it's like, what is happening?
We need to both anchor our sides and not let the extremes pull us out any further when we both have so much in common.
It just shows there's a difference sitting in chat and being on panel and agreeing. So when you're on panel together, you agree. When you're not.
Yeah, he's like an insane hyped version of like Testicular Johnson, where he's like spurging in the chat, but then he comes on panel and he's like super, you know.
So Confluence and
normal. But also, I stand by everything I've said. Like nothing. I don't feel like if there's anything I've said, like I said, that I was building up my hate aura in your chat for a while. If there's anything that I've said that someone actually disagrees with, other than like, let's Chief, like I don't like your tone, like we could talk about those things.
But my one last thing for Confluence and for Let's Chief, would you agree that far too many people are subjective when it comes to arguing points, which makes it less effective?
I'm not sure what do you mean by that?
Could you give like an example, maybe?
Well, I mean, people speak too much from how it personally impacts them rather than for the just humanity as a whole. Like when an argument where someone says, "Oh, but this one person I know, this place that I go, this thing that I understand."
Gotcha.
I think people have a hard time seeing past their own experience.
Yeah. I feel like it's important to use for, you know, the emotional appeal and to kind of back up some of your data with like some real story of what that looks like. But it definitely shouldn't be like the foundation of your argument. It should just be, you know, an accessory to it.
Well, this was anticlimactic. This was.
Okay, well now I if you want to fight with Let's Chief, I'll fight with Let's Chief.
Fuck you, Confluence.
Okay.
No, the guy came up in good faith. Give respect.
He did. He did. What I want to go after him on is Let's Chief. If you have some time, do you have some time? Because I do have a recent thing that triggered me a little bit. Okay.
Got some questions.
Let's do it.
It's the thing that you were saying that I allow the JQ talk. I don't think I do. I allow people to make jokes. I don't
probably
allow...
just one or two people, but it's like, oh, fucking Blue Jays, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and it's like, all right, this is just like cringe, fucking shit. I don't know what.
But is that not like? Is there not a degree where it's like that's a joke, right? Like, is that the same? Do you see that the same as like the JQ? Like seriously,
what's the punchline?
I don't know. It's just like it's. You don't see that. I see it with. It's like I don't know. Like being sexist is like there's a way to do that where it's like inappropriate. There's a way to do it where it's funny. You know what I mean? It's like racism. I feel like edgy humor, right? Like
we're not going to
see that.
We're not going to dox this person, but you've got a limited view into the personal life of the dude. I have a liberal friend that's been staying with me for a little bit. So if you have any questions for my liberal friend, now you're not on camera, so you can. I've got a liberal person that's been. Staying with us for a little bit. You guys have any questions for what it's like for leftists to live in my home?
I made them feel safe that they could talk to everyone.
They don't listen to this panel, but if you have a question on me on a daily basis, go ahead and shoot from the hip now. You got 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm curious what you think about like the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Jesus Christ. 30 seconds.
I don't think she cares too much about Israel and Palestine. She's from like the Vermont, Maine area, so she's just liberal by default. But go, you got 30 seconds. Ask her more about me if you want to know what type of a misogynistic.
Vermont, Maine. If you're in Maine, what do you think of Shipyard beer?
Shipyard beer. Oh, she's sober, so that doesn't.
Well, never mind.
Can God make an immovable rock that he can't move himself?
You have no questions about the dude from a liberal female's perspective? Really? You're going to let this go to the wayside?
I think she's gonna. I think she's probably held at gunpoint by you or at pew point. Right. So
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah, well, that's what you would say if you were. That's of course. That's what you would say. I mean, so I don't know what you want me to say. Of course,
I assume she's holding up.
How masculine is the dude? And you're gonna be like, oh, he's super masculine, and he owns like 5 homes, and like I'm not gonna let the dude use you, the hostage who I'm trying to free, to glaze the dude. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so what if I told you I think he's an asshole?
I would say more, because that's like the most milquetoast thing possible.
Go ahead, talk to the femboy from Canada. Tell him this is too much fun. They'll never know who you are and they can't see you, so this is completely anonymous.
Should I tell him about how bougie you are?
Sure.
Yeah, don't worry. He won't put you on camera. And anyway, he's showing us naked pics of you in Discord. So
that's not my wife, bro. That's not my wife.
That is true. The dude
What's
has
the
done
fanciest thing about him?
The fanciest thing?
Yeah, what makes him fancy?
What makes him fancy? He has a gym in his home. He has a towel warmer.
A towel warmer.
His slushy machine.
Oh, what flavor slushy you got in there, dude?
Right now, I'm doing sugar-free Crystal Light fruit punch with monk fruit and some berries.
God damn, putting that thing to use.
Yeah. Would you say that I'm bigoted toward any group of people? Heard that?
No, I don't.
The trigger was really pushed on that. You were ready for that one.
I bet he flexed his jaw when he asked that.
Okay, I got one. Do you feel more safe or more unsafe with him in the house?
Can you put her on camera so she can like blink twice if she's like under duress? Okay.
Do you feel comfortable with these people saying hello to you? Oh, okay. Here you go.
Hi.
Blink twice.
Blink twice if you need help. Blink twice if you need. Yeah. Why is there a Christmas tree up?
Do you think it's tacky? Do you think it's tacky?
It's
not has his tree up.
That's diabolical. It's fucking. It's almost fucking March, brother.
It's not
That's
a Christmas tree.
crazy.
It's a Valentine's Day, St. Patty's Day tree. I showed you I feel like you guys have wasted the opportunity to ask her any questions. So congratulations.
I don't trust any of. I think she's like a hostage or at least a dude sympathizer. Okay, that's what I think. So I mean, it's like. Yeah, she's gonna say you have a gym in your house. Wow, what the dude, he's got a gym in his house. Oh my god, so embarrassing.
These are your people.
He's got a towel warmer, so his towel is the same temperature or hotter than his balls.
I know, like what? Like wow, it's so humiliating.
Got him.
You guys just wasted an opportunity. You could have taken
There was no waste. There's not. No, she glazed you enough. We don't need more glazing. Okay.
No, she fights me more than anybody else. She's got a backbone.
Sure. Oh yeah, I'm sure she does.
We're in the Carolinas. We're in a conservative stronghold, and she's to Let's Chief's point. She's one of those like non-militant ones.
And to be honest, dude, I think you're pretty forthcoming on who you are. Like, we kind of know you. There's nothing she could tell us that we don't know, right?
I have a yarmulke warmer, someone says.
That checked out.
That does check out. Yeah, towel warmers are apparently. I mean, I don't have a towel warmer, to be honest. I mean,
dude, so I'm gonna admit one of my weakest points in my life. Anytime I see something on sale or promo at Costco, I have the inability to walk by. Like the towel warmer was an impulse buy. The slushy machine, like when you walk into Costco and they have all those new things.
You're like, I'm gonna walk by. There might be something.
I have literally never even heard of a towel warmer before. I didn't even know that was a. Why would you care if you get out of a hot shower? My towel's not cold. It's like room temperature. It's not untoward to put a room temperature thing on my already hot body.
Maybe when he works out and stuff, though,
I don't know. I mean, what's the use of the towel warmer?
Oh no, the towel warmer's in the master bath. It's not in the gym.
So what's the point? You get out of a hot shower and you need a hot towel?
Don't knock it till you try it.
It's pretty awesome, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, maybe I'd have to. It's like people that talk about like heated floors in like bathrooms. I'm like,
Have you never put on a hoodie?
Like, oh my god, it's so cold. Like
femboy.
That's femboy. Femboys need hot towels. Real men just use normal towels.
Have you ever put a hoodie on out of the dryer?
Yeah.
It's amazing. If that makes me gay, then call me Elton John.
Everything's amazing until your Costco towel warmer
It's a little
burns down your house.
effeminate. You can like it. I agree. It can feel good, but it's a little effeminate. Yeah, I will say that. It's not like the most masculine thing ever, right?
No, that's
if you think about it.
I like to be big and angry, but I've got a soft spot for disenfranchised people. I just hate the side of the political aisle.
Towels or something. I don't know.
I hate the side of the political aisle that allows them to. There's a big difference between crawling out of a hole and decorating, and I think sometimes left-leaning people will allow someone to decorate the hole they've fallen in, saying you're perfect just the way you are.
I don't know if there's a euphemism in there or what, but
let's Chief. Do you understand what I meant when I said that?
Yeah, but I also would make.
I didn't ask if you agree. I just meant, do you understand my?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I specifically would understand it from you in the context of like body positivity potentially, and I think there's two things could be true. One is that we should, accept ourselves for who we are, kind of when we look in the mirror, but also want to achieve like physical fitness and keep our bodies healthy and things like that. I think both should be true.
I don't hate obese people. I hate obesity. Big difference.
Yeah, fair.
I don't hate cancer. I hate people that suffer. I mean, I don't hate people with cancer. I
hate people who have cancer.
Clip it.
Toes down.
The dude, I've got something for you.
What's up, pal?
There you go.
Oh, you can get your butt all nice and warm. Look at that, the dude. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, the dude.
I have a heated toilet seat.
No,
you don't. And you're calling me a femboy. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Maybe tonight's my intervention moment. Maybe I need to realize.
Do you have a bidet?
No, I don't have a bidet.
Okay.
Do you want a bidet?
I would not be opposed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
We're learning a lot today.
Yeah.
What about a squatty potty?
More than that woman that was supposed to give us the truth. I mean, we're learning way more from the dude himself. Okay.
No, I will need. I'll probably get a squatty potty. I've got a pretty serious surgery scheduled for April. So after that,
a squatty potty is not a bidet. To be clear, those are
we know that a squatty potty is so your knees can go past 90, and you're supposed to be able to defecate in a more advantageous position. I'm getting a full and total hip replacement.
Okay, good luck, buddy.
Yeah, fractured my femur and.
Wait, how'd you? Wait, what? How? When, and how, and why, and where?
I mean, 20 years of like wrestling, jiu-jitsu, squat. I got in a motorcycle accident about a year and a half that was pretty bad, and that was the nail in the coffin. And I've been trying to put it off, and now there's nothing left in the hip whatsoever. So,
But like, how long ago did you fracture your femur? A year ago, or like?
Well, I just had the X-rays like this year, so it was probably from either the motorcycle accident or sometime before. But yeah, there's a hairline. And there's zero. It's 100% bone on bone osteoarthritis in the left hip. So they're gonna. I guess they're going in through the hamstring, and they're gonna do a total hip replacement. So if anyone gives a shit, pray for me.
Yeah, I mean.
When you going in?
I'll do my equivalent of praying for you.
Early to mid-April, it's scheduled. So
damn. Okay.
Yeah, and it's common amongst wrestlers. Like the normal age for hip replacements in the 60s. I'm about 20.
something years ahead of the curve. So I'll need another one probably right around the time I turn 60. But
true or false, most wrestlers are just mentally fucking wild. At least in high school.
They're just actors, aren't they? Oh, you mean you don't mean?
No, I wasn't a WWE wrestler.
No. That's not what I meant. That's funny as fuck, though.
So, like a fun one. When I got into jiu-jitsu and kickboxing, I was probably about 17. It's mostly angry young men that go in there. So most of them are pretty. Wrestlers, not so. No, you're right. Wrestlers are pretty wild. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah,
right, compared to other athletes, the wrestlers were always at another fucking level in my mind.
Yes, that is probably accurate.
But going back to, and I do wish you the best. That's really tough. Hopefully, everything goes well for you and you recover without pain as soon as possible. Obviously, it'll be a tough road to recover.
Well, the funny thing is, it's my left hip, so that means I've kind of been left leaning for the last 2 years. So I want to.
You're one of us.
I second Let's Chief.
And Let's Chief, what I said earlier today, when I saw Charlie, I was one of the few people that advocated for Gavin when he spoke to Charlie. I can disagree with, but the greatest thing Charlie Kirk ever said is he says, when people stop talking, that's when bad things happen. I can hate what you do and argue everything, but if you can't have a beer with the defense, if you're the prosecutor, you remember in the shows they used to have a beer after work together?
Yeah.
Like I think that's a place that we've kind of moved away from, where you can't separate the political beliefs from the person, and it's an easy way to dehumanize people.
Yeah, especially when so many people are living online, it makes it easier for sure.
Yeah, that's what I never understood about YouTube, where you can't talk about certain things. Isn't communication the answer? Like, isn't talking things out the answer?
Yeah, but you can't just have unlimited speech on an online platform.
No, but like they stopped us probably still. I don't know, the pandemic. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah.
But you know what? If nothing else, Confluence, I think we just found a new panel regular. I think Let's Chief got the bug, and now we're going to see him randomly without money being.
Listen, I've had the bug. I've been down there chirping away, for a couple weeks now. So it was an inevitability. I was just able to, get Confluence a couple dinners out of it as a result.
Well, I got Confluence a dinner out of my bench press ability, and he never even said thank you.
Nice. Gotta hook him up with some body sushi next.
Damn you, Confluence! How rude! And look, he's staying silent because he's admitting to it. Silence
and Farmacat and Emmett said, "Good luck on. Thank you very much for the well wishes." Excited to get my life back, man. It's been a really rough year. I'm pretty athletic, so I get away with a lot more, but.
Right. But well, because of that, you're going to be itching to do more, and you're probably going to want to push harder than you should be when you start to get back to it. So, make sure you pace yourself and do everything.
My surgeon literally said, he's like, look, man, he's like, I don't care what you look like. You're in your 40s. There's no more jujitsu. There's no more acrobatic sex. There's no more, he's like, just accept
maybe a
the fact.
swing.
Hey, CT.
Hey, CT. And yes,
welcome to the panel, Timu Dan Bilzerian.
What's up?
Timu Dan Bilzerian. That's a pretty impressive beer.
Why are you half naked, CT? What's it? You're not fully naked, I hope. Okay, you're not about to fucking ball flash me, are you?
No, I am laying in bed here. Let me calm down. I just got my shirt off here.
Also, Let's Chief. I will, if I can attack you from the other angle briefly, okay? Because again, you never come on panel, and you're here now. Okay, so Keelan was saying that he was sick of you during the debate. Keelan is our resident actual leftist, like Marxist style leftist, and he was sick and tired of you because he said you were a neoliberal.
Oh no!
And I feel like you are you a neoliberal? Because like some of the stuff you're saying sounds a little bit neoliberal to me. So, how do you defend yourself against those allegations? Keelan, I think, is gone. I think you made Keelan rage quit. He thought you were more goated than you were.
I'm trying to mog that guy. Where's that shirtless guy? I want to mog the shirtless guy.
Nice, get him.
You want to see my chest?
Oh, there he is. Chest for chest, apparently. Only on the Confluence Religious Chaos YouTube channel.
I want to mod. You guys mod me.
Are these men not made in God's image?
I just showed chest hair. I want the mod.
I feel like me and Let's Chief just had the ultimate 7-year-old friendship born. Like, he kicked me, I pushed him, our parents made us talk, and now we're like begrudgingly respectful of one another.
And then you guys had gay sex. Yeah, you forgot about that part, but it's fine. It's fine. Well, it's fine. Hey, it's 2026. It's 2026.
I don't know if anyone has a problem with this thing I said maybe like a couple weeks ago in chat, but Futoy just said that he'll do his equivalent of praying. And at one point you were talking about placebo a lot on stream. So, I was saying essentially that prayer is the same as manifestation is the same as placebo in a lot of ways.
Well, manifestation mightn't be placebo, though. I mean, it could be, but it also could not be.
Yeah, I think we do. Okay. Well, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Futoy. I'll wait if you want to finish.
Just quickly, right? So if it's hard to explain, but everything lives in a sort of like potential existence. So everything exists in potentiality, and then when all the factors come together to make it to give one of the potential options body, it will materialize.
Are you referencing like wave theory, quantum mechanics?
Well, you see, that's a funny thing, right? It kind of, I'm not referencing quantum mechanics, but it kind of goes in line with it.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the acknowledgement of the wave theories that all possibilities are able to exist until one possibility solidifies. And then you have the many worlds theory, which says that all possibilities exist simultaneously, and that
you see, I like that one.
Forget the quantum bullshit. Okay, forget the.
No,
fuck that. It's fine. No, it's cool. It is interesting, but fuck that at the same time.
Hey, who won the debate? Me versus Let's Chief. I think we both beat Confluence.
I think you both beat each other off. That's what I would say. I think if I did a poll, I think everyone would agree with that. Okay, which is fine. Which is
a good old-fashioned circle jerk, right?
Yeah. Hey, a 2-man circle jerk. Hey, it happened. It happened.
I think that's called a square jerk. I'm not sure.
Just a line.
But no, I want to respond before, because I don't want to get to the quantum thing. Is interesting, but I do think it's interesting about the placebo and the prayer and the stuff. So. One thing, so I agree with what Emmett's saying about prayer is giving thanks to God and seeking His mercy. It's a humbling act. I think there's different, but when we ask someone to pray for somebody, there's different meaning. So I do think, in one sense, prayer is bringing us into alignment with God. In a different sense, right? Prayer is like what's it called? A supplicatory. Is that a word? Experience, like supplication and stuff, where you're asking for something, you're requesting something. And then in that way, I don't think placebo is such a bad word. And I'm glad, Let's Chief, you have been watching for a couple weeks, if you're bringing up that, because that was a little while ago. And I'm very passionate about that, because I think placebo has become a no-no word, and we all just like act like it means nothing. I think it means a lot. But I don't think that, I will say, I think that prayer, it's like it can mean two things, and also it's like I think there is an actual God that does change
Obviously,
things.
I mean a specific context. If we're talking about manifestation and placebo,
right. And so and so I agree with you. I think that all these things. So and I mean you were leapfrogging off of Futoy saying I'll pray in my own way. I think there is utility in that.
Directed consciousness.
Now I got the Let's Chief out. Crazy times. What is even happening?
One question real quick for Let's Chief, just to fit, and it's not even a debate. One of the examples of leftist me, and I can't believe no one's ever talked about this. Do you remember when the left started showing that Grindr crashed at the Charlie Kirk Memorial?
I remember them showing it at like the RNC and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm just chuckling.
Memorial, but different things. Yeah, like
I'm just chuckling that they get to use
people mourn in different ways.
Well,
it's not you. Sorry, that's almost two spit takes I had for Confluence tonight.
That was actually really funny. But what I was going to say is, what does it make you think when the leftist uses anti-gay rhetoric to attack somebody when it suits their narrative?
Do you think they're saying it's bad to be gay, or do you think they're saying it's hypocritical that during these Republican
I think when Anna Kasparian called Alex Jones a fat fuck, or when somebody calls someone the F word that we can't say here,
yeah,
I think that when people get emotional,
I think that is obviously bad. But can you answer my question about, do you think when that is pointed out, like say it crashes at the RNC, do you think the critique is it's bad to be gay, look at all these gays, or do you think they're saying this group
I think
is
it's
usually
both.
critical of
I think they're using gay, and I think it's both. I think they're using gay and hate. I think it's both.
I think it is the latter. I don't know if I even trust that, but I've seen this on Twitter and TikTok and stuff, but I don't know if I trust it. But yeah, I think
assuming it was true.
Yeah, that all these people are going to these like the RNCs and stuff, but they're like, hey, I'm in Texas and no one's gonna know who I am, so I'm gonna, I guess do some untoward stuff.
Good old fashioned line jerk.
Sorry, before we get away from it too far, I'm really surprised your answer, Colin, when you said like it's a placebo effect, right? Because as a Christian,
I don't.
Hold on, let me land it.
I feel like you're misunderstanding me.
Hold on. You get me after. It's one sentence. So I looked it up. I heard something about it. I remember something about it, and I re-looked it up. And it's Matthew 18:20. Jesus said, "For where 2 or 3 gather in my name, there am I with them." Right. So
red-pilled, yeah.
Right. So, but that's not placebo, then, right? As a Christian, speaking as a Christian.
Okay, let me answer that. Okay, so again, yeah, I mean, I don't want to be misheard on this. I think there is a real God, and I think God actually answers prayers in a real way. But I also think there is an aspect of prayer that is a volitional experience that is something akin to what other people call manifestation or a placebo thing. So I think it's not, I think, and this is why I agreed with the left chief, because he said the context was, obvious. But I'm not saying that prayer doesn't work and that there is not a God who doesn't answer prayer. I'm saying that there is an aspect from what you said, Futoy, I will pray in my own way, whatever you said, right? So you're not praying to Jesus, presumably, but I think your prayer probably still does something, or at least it either does something in some type of way, or it does something to the person who is hearing that you're praying for them. One of those things I think is true. I think both of those are true. That gets into a bit of woo-woo. But I guess 3 things are true. I think the receiver, the person who knows they're being prayed for, benefits, right? And I think that there is some intentionality. That's the woo-woo part that I think is true. And I think there is a real God, divine, that answers prayers in a real way. So I guess I think 3 things are true. I don't know if that proves things or not. Emma is saying I'm gay as fuck, so I don't know.
What I meant by my own way is that I'm adding to the potential that he will have a great operation, it will be a success, and will have as little pain as possible. I'm putting my intent and my will.
Right, that's the woo-woo part. That's the and I agree with that woo-woo part. That's the kind of manifestation part. I think that's true. I think again, so 3 aspects I would say is the placebo, which I think would be the dude hearing that you're praying for him, which I think could be beneficial. I think there's what you're talking about, which is that maybe you're in some way contributing to him doing better. And I think the third way is the actual religious thing of that maybe God is actually hearing your prayer and enacting something based on that. So I'm making a tripartite version of prayer, but this is off the dome. So don't hold me to this. But
I always picture.
I feel like it makes sense though in my mind right now.
But when I hear people praying for that sort of thing, I always see God going, "Okay, so you don't like the way I have it planned out for you, so you want it different, is it? You want it a different way than my master plan? Oh well, okay." You know better.
But I feel like we even see this in the Bible where Jesus says, if this, the Garden of Gethsemane prayer, where he's like, if this can be, if this untoward action, this is my translation, cannot be done. But he says, thy will be done ultimately, or what's good. And so, that's the kind of the dichotomy there, right? So you can pray something, ultimately you want God's will to be done. You can still make your request.
Is your degree in divinity, Confluence?
I didn't. My degree's in psychology. My master's is in divinity, but I didn't technically finish. If you think about it, I got like 3/4 of the way there and didn't finish the degree. My master was in divinity, but not a finished degree.
I picture dude more like saying, "God, this is the plan you have for me. I'm going to handle it like a boss because that's how you made me." And let's do this. Am I right, the dude?
Yes.
Yeah.
When are you going to go back and finish that degree, Confluence?
I mean, it's the most expensive university in Canada, so probably never. Maybe there was a point where I wanted to be a pastor, and so that's why I was doing it. And then I decided.
What else can you do with a Master of Divinity? Can you teach like interdisciplinary studies at a seminary college?
No, you can only, and you don't even need a master. You don't need a master to even be a pastor. It just depends on the church. So no, there's nothing you can do. You would have to go get something called a demon, which I know sounds like demon, but it's a doctorate of ministries. If you want it, you'd have to get a doctorate degree to actually teach others, people that are at a seminary. But yeah, the MDiv really doesn't do basically anything, and so, but it's useful. I mean, I really enjoyed my time there. I would love to finish it if I had a random like $40,000 to throw after it. I spent so much money on that degree; it's crazy.
What? Why don't you? Sounds like a skill issue.
Well, it's the skill of making. To give your super chats $40,000, and Confluence finishes his degree.
What could you do with that degree, Confluence?
You can do. I mean,
I just answered you in the back chat, Chief.
You can be a pastor, but you can already be a pastor without it. Some churches do require some type of like MDiv or like another type of degree, but a lot of churches don't, so you don't technically need it. So I mean, it's like,
Christ said, if you have not taken seminary school, you must not be allowed.
But it's useful. I will say it is. If you think about it, that is true. But I think it is. I stand both of my degrees. My psych degree, which is liberal nonsense, but I still stand it. Everyone fucking hates me for it, at least on the right. And I stand my theology degree, okay, that I don't have, but I almost have it. If you think about it, because they teach you a lot of stuff, right? The theology stuff. If you don't take it, like I've met pastors that have not gone to seminary. A lot of times, well, they don't go into the Greek. They don't know about hermeneutics, right? They don't know about church history, all this stuff. There's certain things that you get taught that are probably good things to know if you're going to be like in a pastoral relationship with people.
You know, in Ireland, we refer to it when somebody's drawn to the priesthood as a calling. Do you not see it as a calling? And if you do see it as a calling, are you not like ignoring that calling?
I did at one point. At one point, I did see it that way. Yeah, this is maybe getting a little too personal for a live stream, but at one point, at one point. But I will say this. I feel comfortable saying this. At one point, I was like way more like fundamentalist, right? And then I became more kind of, my views on religion became a bit more, I guess, what I would say nuanced, what other people might say heretical. And then I was like, well, what church would I pastor at? Because the problem is it's like the Oscar Wilde quote. Oh God, what is it? Where he's like, I don't want to be a part of any club. I don't want to be a member of any club that would allow me membership. I'm butchering it, but it's something like that. Where it's like the leftist kind of very liberal churches, like the Unitarian Church or the United Church. I'm like, fuck those people. You know, I definitely wouldn't want to pastor at those churches. And then the very conservative churches, like maybe like think like Baptist and stuff. Well, then if they knew about my beliefs, they'd be like, well, we don't want that guy as a pastor. So I'm like, okay, in both ends, I don't fit in on any of these things.
Nobody
so
likes
I was
you.
kind of just, unironically. So I was like, well, why would I continue? So then I'm like, well, what's the place for this? Does that make sense? This is it. You know, are
you overthinking it? You know, you just become a pastor and do good, no matter where you are, right?
Yeah, but what church? I would have to start my own church. Yeah, I'd have to. Yes, yeah. What Alex is saying, I'd have to start my own
My
like
father-in-law's a
independent
pastor,
church.
so I'm unfortunately well aware of this bullshit.
Right. Yeah. And I've had this happen. I don't want to go into many details, but like it is true that it's like there's certain things where it's like, yeah, like when I was at seminary, well, I can say this as much. I was at seminary and there was like a church I was involved with, but then it's like they're asking me questions where it's like I can either lie and then I can like get involved with the church, or I can tell the truth and they're going to be like, well, your views don't match our mission statement. Yeah, they don't want you. And I would be accepted at the United Church, but I don't fucking want the United Church because I think they're heretical and fucking liberal ass dumb Christians. So I'm like caught between two worlds.
What is a Unitarian church? Then? I actually want to know.
Unitarian is like it's like a non-Trinitarian church that doesn't believe that Christ is God, and they're like, so like they would accept me, but they're like very like heretical and stuff. And the United Church that I brought up is like very like loosey goosey. They're all like, you know, kind of like almost like, I mean, this is like a low resolution take, but kind of like Mother Nature, everything is good. And they have like trans stuff going on and like women pastors and like, you know, and it's a lot of stuff. And Emmett is saying I'm a liberal. See, that's the thing. I'm not, I mean, maybe according to you, Emmett, but like I would not fit in with the United Church or the Unitarian Church or all those like those type of churches.
You're saying you're too milquetoast for some and way too hardcore for others.
Wait.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying.
People were talking there. I heard what Alex said. Yes, I'm saying that, Alex. I didn't hear what you said.
I was asking if you're talking about Unitarian or like Unitarian Universalist church.
Well, I'm talking about Unitarian specifically.
Okay.
The Universalist part, I actually low-key kind of agree with, but that's what would kind of that's like one of the many things that would exclude me from a lot of
dogmatic thing where they're bringing in a bunch of people with different backgrounds to just kind of like chill and be like, God's fucking whatever, we're all God, or like, you know what I mean? Like it's there's not like a specific creed, right?
Confluence. What about Judaism?
I mean, see, I feel like we didn't even see this. Okay, so what Emmett, see, this is an example, right? So Emmett is saying you believe in magic and shit. Literally, you take away spirituality from the church and make it about you. That's liberal. See, so that is, I mean, that, hey, Emmett is right. That is what the more, you know, conservative churches would say, and then the liberal churches, right, would call me a fascist probably if you think about it. So
Emmett, do you have a personal relationship with God?
I think you have an attraction to Judaism, right? I've seen that a few times. Like
I'm Kabbalah coded. Okay, so that's why it's crazy that this chief is like making it seem like I'm not Kamala coded, Kabbalah, and that's why it's crazy when Les Chief is like, oh, you entertain the JQ and stuff. It's like I'm a Zionist, first of all, very pro-Israel. Okay, probably too much, and again, I have a freaking Kabbalah poster in my background. Okay, I'm all about that Jewish mysticism and stuff, you know.
I support Israel. I'm not a fan of Jewish culture. I was I wouldn't say anti-Semitic, but culturally, I don't think they integrate well with anybody else.
Well, because they learn not to integrate with other cultures.
Well, I mean, Jesus was Jewish. How bad is it?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, that's the operative word there. He was.
Didn't they?
This is the spelling, but the base spelling is this rage page. So you want to look up.
Well, I know, but did they not execute him for his Judaism?
No, they didn't. They executed him because
do you think that Judaism?
I don't think they executed him for his Judaism. I don't think.
Do you think Judaism intersects well in America?
That was the sign they put above his head, King of the Jews. There was some friction there.
Right, because he was, you know, you are what I say I am, you know, talking about being
you are what I said. You are what you say I am.
I am what I am. What you say I am.
That's a Popeye quote. He said, "I am who I am." I am. A serious question for the chat: Does Judaism blend well with American values?
I think it depends on. I think it does. It depends on obviously what you mean by Judaism, right? Like, because there's a bunch of forms.
Orthodox.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being gaslit. Like the point was he was blaspheming, right? By saying like, they're like, "Are you the fucking son of God?" And he's like, "You say I am." Like, you said it, bro. Like, That was the reason.
And also in the quote too, right? When he says that I am, right, that is, at least in the way that most scholars interpret that, right, that's a statement of divinity, right? It ties back to the burning bush, right? Right, and that's why in the text they pick up stones to stone him once he says
and
that.
That's
right?
why
So he is claiming
Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews, INRI above him.
Yes, yeah.
So, but what I meant is they have some sort of thing about him being Jewish. The Romans,
but they didn't kill him because he was Jewish. The Jews wanted him dead because he was blaspheming against Judaism at the time.
Can you just answer the question? Does Judaism blend with American?
I answered the question. I said depends on the type of Judaism.
Orthodox.
I think like a Ben Shapiro type Judaism. Yeah, I think it blends very well. I have no problem saying that. Yeah, we can be a Judeo-Christian nation at all.
Is there no sect of Judaism that suits you? Confluence?
I don't like the liberal Judaism. You know, I don't like that stuff.
Is there one sect you do like?
What about Hasidic Judaism?
I don't really know enough about them, to be honest. I don't really.
Let's Chief, did we grow up near each other? Let's Chief.
Look into it.
Were you always in the Carolinas?
No, I was in New York my whole life.
Because I don't want you to waste your calling. Confluence is my thing. If that's your calling, you got to find.
I was surrounded by Hasidic Jews. Confluence, like literally surrounded.
Like literally.
I was in the city, but I
like, give me your wallet.
They were everywhere.
Give me your shoes and your wallet.
And I'll tell you right now, I don't think any religion that has merch or has a uniform is good for the world.
Well, that's them all. Like, which religion doesn't have merch or a uniform? Come on.
Catholics don't have a uniform.
Yeah, the priest. Are you kidding, bro?
That's our leader. I'm talking about
I got a different color robe because it's a new season now.
I'm talking about the members. I'm talking about the members.
I don't think there's anything wrong with showing off your religiosity at all. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like Ben Shapiro has a fucking kippah on his head. That's cool. That's fine.
The yarmulke? What's it called? A kippah?
Kippah. It's the same thing.
It's like hat.
Are you going to talk about a titsis too? Like you just want to wow us with your rabbinical knowledge?
I don't think that's really rabbinical knowledge if you think about it. It's just a name for it. Just a normal name. It's like if I said niqab or fucking a burqa. It's just base level words. I don't know. Exactly. Are you showing us your Islamic knowledge by calling it a hijab, the dude? Maybe.
Quran so far away.
We could have a quiz. We could have a quiz one night. Burqa
we could do a Judaism or an Islam quiz night. Okay.
Can we agree that like members who wear uniforms are kind of weak?
Members of what?
No, I don't know. Why would I ever agree to that? That's some gay shit. What's wrong with?
Hold on. The members of what?
Any religion.
What's wrong? Yeah, that's so gay. Like I'm in Canada, so I see a lot of Sikhs walking around that they have like garments on, they have like a turban on. So if anything, I think it's probably a good thing. I think sound off.
They should have uniforms, but they all should have hot towels as soon as you walk in the door.
Hot turban. They can, dude. Let's patent a turban warmer.
Aren't Sikhs allowed to religiously carry a knife? Right? They have a big knife. Sikhs, or is that
that's
the right
true?
One?
Wind turbine.
No, that is true. Yeah, that is true. They have
That's
to have a
USB
knife, a
heated turban.
They have to have a few things.
We
Yeah.
just did a thing. Let's sign some papers.
You know what?
Little
I think
NDA.
you are correct. We need to do that. We need to make turban warmers.
We can make money off this.
For those that live in like cold weather.
Dude, they were just saying that Charlie Kirk was a grifter, and we're sitting here trying to profit off Islam. Let's go.
Fuck yes. Well, someone's got to profit off.
So when I was in Utah this year for work, and I saw the
finally Witty Noggins is back. Witty Noggins, I thought you abandoned this. It's been a hot minute, brother.
Bro, he looks like the prequel movie for Stacy before he became Stacy.
This might be early. Witty, if you make the wrong decisions, you will become Stacy. That actually was on point. The dude, I will give it to you. You have a good ability to make those kind of split-second references. Yeah, you do.
So just to close that argument really quick, when I was in Utah and everybody was wearing the Mormon outfit, or the Hasidic Jews wear the tzitzis and the vest and the yarmulke,
Don't talk about my tits.
Show us your tzitzis. I just think an outward display. It's what did it say? They'll know who you are by your acts. I've never been a big fan of like an outward demonstration.
Well, it's by your fruit, right? Which is love and joy and peace.
Based.
Or maybe it's money and money and money.
Right. So that's, I almost think that it kind of like when I said the vocal minority for people that are not great ambassadors. It's like when you wear a uniform, you're basically separating yourself from your fellow man.
Well,
right.
but
You're basically
you kind
yourself.
of want to, don't you?
Well, originally they wanted to, because that's why they had 613 Levitical laws, right? So God could make himself known to humanity. But there was a point for that, right? Before Jesus came. Now that Jesus came, right? Now we're all under grace, and we're not under law anymore. So
most of them don't believe that. So.
You want to stand out by your actions, by your.
But
heart.
when you do, is anything wrong with that? Like if you, I don't see anything. It's like
Showing
it's
off?
like the same.
Okay.
Is it showing? I mean, okay, I have a fucking rosary on my neck, which is untoward according to the Catholics. But like, I'm not like, I like it. I think it's a nice symbol.
But I would say that's subtle compared to a uniform, brother. I think you're grasping at straws.
I actually never knew you had a rosary around your neck. Holy shit!
Some kind of hard
I always have it around my neck, Alex. That's
But-
crazy.
but do you use it?
It's even in my look. I'll even show you. It's even in my Emmett little avatar that he made me. God bless you, Emmett.
I have to ask.
Do you see that?
Why?
Wait, let me full screen
why?
it. Yeah, you can
Why?
see it. Do you see it?
Why?
No, it's just a chain.
Confluence. Do you use the rosary? No,
I
right?
don't know, because the Mary Queen of Heaven stuff. I'm like, that pause. That's crazy.
Yeah, okay.
That's crazy. Well, even the Hail Mary is kind of a pause for me, to be honest.
Really?
But just the rosary itself, just like, I don't know, just beads and a cross and stuff. You know.
I think it's okay. I think if you like it, I think if you're symbolizing some kind of hierarchy, right? Like where the priest comes out and he's got a special outfit that indicates his superiority, right? Basically his, he's closer to God than we are, right? Because of his outfit. So I don't really like that aspect, but I don't find anything wrong with the outfits in general. And in the tradition of the outfits or anything. For the
How about only on the day of a religious observance? Like that would be a cool concession.
Like confirmation or christening?
But that's what I mean. There's nothing wrong with any of it. Like that's the thing. It's like this is like kind of like France coded, where they hate all of the religious symbols.
I think when a Muslim wears a hijab and a burqa and a turban into Qdoba, or when a Mormon wears their stuff into Walmart, you're literally creating a line between you and your brother, saying I'm different than you.
No.
Let me tell you what's weird.
Let me finish what I was going to say. Let me finish what I was going to say. I don't wear political stuff in public. I'm very turned off by people who wear, Let's Go Brandon or Harris Biden shit. I'm like, you're literally just like, why?
Okay, that's one thing, but with Islam specifically, right? Like when women are wearing like the hijabs or the burqas and all that stuff, right? It's not just like, hey, I'm so omnigoated. Look at me, I'm Muslim. It's like it's a modesty thing. It's from their religion, right?
Culture.
So
it's a culture thing.
But also, there's Christians who cover their heads and veil. There's Christians who veil, and there's a biblical basis for it. So it's not just.
There's Christians who what? Say that one more time, brother. I'm sorry.
There's Christians who veil and cover their heads, and there is like a biblical basis for them to do that. There is like some Orthodox Christians do it. Like,
well, I know that verse that women should. So the context of that verse, if I could tell you real quick.
Well, we don't need to discuss whether or not it's true. The point is
the
that
Hasidic women shave their head just for a
they're
point of
also
information,
veiling and cover their head. And the point isn't to say that they're omnigoated like Confluence, that obviously like agrees with. The point is that like there's a biblical basis for it, and they're essentially humbling themselves before God.
Well, there's a biblical interpretation. There's an interpretation of that scripture, but that scripture was specifically the context in the time was that prostitutes used to shave their head completely, right? So people could know, they would know that they're. So
I would never fuck a prostitute that had a shaved head. I'd want the prostitute to have hair.
Right.
So I find that hard to believe, personally.
No, this is
What
back
about
in the day,
alopecia?
though. But this was the context.
Nope,
you can look
fuck
it up.
that.
And so he told
I
them
like
to
all
cover
my
their
women with
heads
hair.
because he didn't want people to think it was a brothel, right?
You do know the Hasidic women all shave their heads, right?
Alex, even their armpits?
What? No, once they get
No, I don't
married.
give a shit about that.
I'm talking specifically about the biblical text.
Right, but did you know that Hasidic women shave their heads for their men?
It doesn't,
They have to
it doesn't
wear a
matter
wig.
the reason why people are doing it, I guess, right? That's the point. Is that right? They're
The
doing
reason
it
is what the
for.
discussion is.
Well, Mormons wear the magical
Well,
underwear.
no, I guess what I mean is the justification. Like, so we can I guess there's no point debating if in the Bible you're supposed to wear a head cover or not, or in Islam if you're supposed to. The point is there are Christians that think you're supposed to cover your head at some times, and there's Muslims that think you're supposed to cover different parts of your body.
Right.
But I feel like all of that's fine. It's not a superiority thing unless your reasoning, I guess, is well, I'm superior, so I'm going to do this. But if you're
fair for context that at the times of these writings that the world was not as there wasn't as much crossover.
Yeah, they all were those things.
I don't know if that. I guess I'm saying I don't know if that matters. I don't really care if a Muslim thinks. Like, I would never tell. I think it's crazy if we think that like a Muslim woman shouldn't wear her hijab, or we want to ban that. Like, I think France is crazy, and in my country that
What about the New York City Police Department that shifted on their uniform standards? Why did the New York City Police Department have to shift on their uniform standards to accommodate Islam?
What about
Look, I'm not saying that all that. Yeah, there's things. Obviously, there's issues. Like if you go into but I think we should be accommodating. Okay, so
no, I think we should government religion in private.
Let me say my thing. Okay, so if we're going through TSA, right? Yeah, if you have a hijab on or you're covering your face, I think you should be brought into a different room and they should check. But I think we can be accommodating.
Why do they get a private room?
Because I don't know. I just think that's proper. I don't know. I think you probably should.
Have you ever had a job?
You sound like a cuck.
Yes. You guys sound like, I don't know. Well, I'm not going to say. But
why would you make special accommodations for anybody? None of us are that special.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I like religion. I think religion is a good thing.
That was the most
Canadian I've ever heard you.
You literally flailed your hands around like a little girl. You were flailing your hands around.
Guys,
religion should be practiced in private.
Guys,
no,
I've got
it shouldn't.
quick
That's so
religion
gay.
question.
Okay, that's so gay. The dude, that's so gay. That's so gay. Religion should be practiced in private. Fuck that. Fuck that gay shit. Because why? Because you want to hide your faith? Fuck off. Fuck off with that shit.
No, because other people don't want to. Hold on.
Okay.
Did you agree earlier when someone said that people shouldn't ask other people to or you don't need to know everyone's fucking sexual orientation?
I wasn't even a part. No, I wasn't a part of that. I wasn't a part of that at all.
Wow, that's a based thing from Section 230. So Confluence, separation for church and state, but only for Christians. So
No,
why
I
should
don't
they?
know.
No, hold on.
I'm
Why
not-
should they
first of
change?
all-
Why should the New York PD change their uniform for Muslims? There's a separation of state.
Because you can't honor it or legislate against it. So if you can't make any rules that interfere with you practicing your faith, that
But
would
separation of religion and state. There's a
just to be clear,
separation, but only for
First
Christians.
of all,
That
I was
is very section.
I was arguing with Alex about that maybe Christian nationalism is fucking based. I was arguing that fucking yesterday, okay? So it just depends on how it's done, okay? So I don't even know if I've never said my stance about separation of church and state. So not for only for Christianity. I think we should go. I'm pro religion, even if I think Christianity is the most omnigoated one. And so I think we should do our best where we can to accommodate. So again, with my example of TSA, I think it's fair to be like, okay, Les Chief is dropped off, he's back. So I think it's fair with TSA to be like, okay, yeah, you have to verify your ID, but yeah, we can bring you into a separate room. It's not that hard. And yeah, a female will probably verify you as opposed to a male because in your religion, you think it's immodest for a man to look at you without your head covering. I think that's fine. I don't see any reason why I would be like, no, we can't do that.
They have to basically provide a female TSA employee at every single place.
Yes.
In case a female wants somebody to.
But also,
absolutely, yes.
Have you not ever asked yourself why they do this? Is it religion, or is it because the men couldn't control themselves, so they had to cover their women?
I mean, it's both. Yeah, it's a little bit column A, a little bit column B. I mean, but that's
and
just
in column C and D and E and F, G.
Or
Yeah,
is it
there's a lot of reasons.
of column B?
No, I mean, that's both things are true. I mean, both things.
They
are true.
added it to religion because the men couldn't control themselves.
No, it's not. No, that's not. Now you're saying
Rage Page corrected me. Confluence. When I said in private, I meant more like modestly. I don't like if a Muslim wants to pray down 5 times a day, that's fine. Like I support the airports having those spaces. Just whenever it inconveniences other people or people try to fight for. The supremacy is not even the word I'm looking for, but just for like the main character syndrome, I don't think that's a good look for any religion.
Okay, hold on. Dude, what about the Muslim call for prayer? Should that be allowed across America? You know, they get up in the tower.
I'm not familiar. Forgive me if I sound stupid.
What do you mean by allowed, Futoy? What do you mean by allowed?
Ordinance?
Right, if it doesn't break a noise ordinance.
People have a problem with using the word Happy Christmas or Merry Christmas. You're supposed to say Happy Holidays. But yet the call for prayer is
No one makes you say that. That is
they
so
put it
tough.
on
It's
speakers.
not a legal thing, though, right, Futoy? I mean, like,
No one
there's
has ever
certain...
made anyone say.
Okay, would you have a problem with the Muslim call for prayer? Right? It's megaphoned. It's loud. You can hear it from miles away.
Well, I'm kind of less chief coded. If it's breaking a noise ordinance, then sure, then I would have a problem.
But if it's not breaking a noise ordinance,
Yeah,
it's
then
like
I'm not gonna say it's illegal to
I'm
do
not
a
saying
call to
legal. I'm
prayer.
not talking legality. I'm talking.
But you said it's not allowed. And what do you mean by allowed?
Accepted by as American society.
Pace yourself, Futoy.
What do you mean by accepted? Like what? Like should I?
Are you okay with it or not okay with it?
Rejected, as opposed to rejected.
I don't know what that means.
Are you
remember when the Minneapolis police chief was screaming
every day at a certain time or twice a day, you're going to hear the Muslim call for prayer.
Are you saying like does it align with my preferences? Like do I like it or not? Or are you asking if I think it should be allowed?
Both would be an interesting.
I don't really like hijabs. I don't really like them. I think they should be allowed. I think they kind of are like probably like subjugating the woman and stuff like that. But I'm like, so like that. I don't know what you're asking.
Futoy, is there a church? Is there a church in your town, Futoy?
Is there a church? I'll just probably about 4 or 5.
So, do any of them have like bell towers?
They do, but I don't think that's really a thing anymore.
So they don't use them? I think they still use them, though. At least
when I was a kid, they definitely rang the bells on a Sunday.
Should they be allowed to?
No, fuck that. Bell towers go away.
Would they be accepted in a Muslim country? Would they be accepted in a Muslim country? Answer me that.
No, but it's fucking barbarism in a lot of the Muslim countries.
Yeah, they're barbarians, Futoy. Just listen to Confluence. They're barbarians.
I said it's barbarism. I didn't say they're barbarians.
Well,
Different.
Hold on. Who does barbarism except for barbarians?
It's not how words work, Alex. I don't know what to tell you. Okay,
really?
Not how words work. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I am sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't start with me. Don't start with me, okay?
I'm just letting you lose slowly. It's all right.
All right. Let me paint you the picture why it's an issue over here.
Because I'm Canadian. Truth has already been revealed.
So many hundreds of thousands of. I've nothing against Muslims. Let me say that first.
You think the horn is bringing them? It's like a fucking call. They hear it and they're like fucking drop what they're doing and it's like
no, but if I get to finish, you'll understand it
what
better.
If one day gets used in like a terrorist coordinated attack?
No, it's not about that.
No, I'm asking.
Would you still be okay
over here? Is people are feeling that we're losing our culture, right? So there's entire areas that aren't Irish anymore. There's entire areas that aren't English anymore, right? So it's like everything together. We're losing our culture. It keeps growing and growing and taking over, which is what?
I have a question, not a comment, because you guys are probably smarter than me on this one. And this is where I hear people ask the question. Is there a Muslim country that's been successful, like emotionally, financially, professionally?
All of them.
They're all. What do you mean? They're all rich as shit.
We got to distinguish. Do you mean just like an Arab country, or like an Arab, like a religious centered government specifically, or just like with Arab people?
It's kind of the Fox News rhetoric, where again I'm more of a centrist than I let on, where they say no country that's been Muslim dominated has thrived.
Oh no, that's
what
wrong.
you mean by it really depends on what
you mean by thrive.
Like the UAE is very successful,
Yeah,
but like it depends who you are in the UAE.
Does the UAE have religious police? Is that a thing there?
Yes.
Yeah, they're Muslim.
Yeah, not in the same way as like not in the same way as like Iran has.
Okay, that's again. I preface this by saying I'm asking questions. I'm trying to learn here.
Yeah. But the UAE will if you
hold on.
They will arrest on moral claims as well. So
Sharia law, right? Sharia law.
The dude. What country do you consider to be like successful?
No.
So who said that the Middle East is rich as shit?
I did.
Is that across the board, or is that just in like the top 2%? And I'm asking.
It's like the U.S.
I am punching above my weight class here. I know nothing about Middle Eastern politics.
They have a lot of wealth, but it mostly sits at the top, just like every.
Yeah, but they're successful countries. I mean, they run right just as well as any other country runs.
That's why I was going to ask him, what do you mean by success?
Like Qatar is incredibly rich, but not everyone in Qatar is doing well, right? So that's what kind of Alex is saying about the wealth concentration.
America is the same way. Just to be clear, America is.
No, it's not the same way. There's people in the UAE that are like fucking dying, right? And
that's why I'm asking him, what does he mean by successful?
That's why I asked the question.
Right.
I guess I'm giving you guys.
It's not the same. It's not the same as America. America, there's at least the bottom doesn't go like so low that you're like starving to death. But in some of these places, you're like legit starving to death.
Yeah, but you see, that's another thing. Like people are saying, like, if you're going to come to a different country, why bring the stuff that?
Because that's what they liked about the country,
and bring it here.
The things they liked about the country are the things that destroyed it.
But the problem is, the issue is food toy. So I agree with you that a lot of these places are losing their culture. Okay, and this is where Les Sheep probably will disagree with me. Maybe not.
Is Somalia a majority Islam country?
Hold on.
I'm not.
We got to let each other finish though.
Well, I feel like nobody answered my question. I'm trying. This is a genuine opportunity to learn. I feel like you
jumped in when I was asking my question, but it's fine. I will let you ask about Somalia.
Well, if I don't understand what's being spoken on, I have to understand. This is actual humility. If I don't understand something,
that is true.
This is not my. So when I hear conservative news outlets say that they're not successful, like marriages, I don't know. I'm asking for y'all's opinions. If you could, excluding me, clockwise, snakewise, tell me if I'm really trying to learn here. This is another one of those, like, it's not a gotcha moment. When I hear someone say that Muslim countries are really struggling and that's why they're moving everywhere else, I don't know how to decipher what's true.
There is plenty of Islamic countries that have
Somalia is overwhelmingly Muslim. There you go. Roughly 99% of the population is Sunni Muslim. Islam is the official state religion. What?
What country?
Somalia. What you asked for?
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you and Alex were talking. I can only listen to one person.
My apologies. It comes down to basically this, right? The disparity between those who do really well and those who are completely fucked is
pretty high in Islamic countries, or in certain Islamic countries.
Like the concept of having opportunity to build a life isn't necessarily there in a lot of countries. So if that's what you're asking, like people's capability of like ascending the ladder.
Upward mobility, like opportunities for female freedoms.
No, those don't. But they're not. Most of them don't even ask for that, right?
Check it out.
Also, there's been no stability, so like we can't just be like cuz Muslim bad country. Like there's been no stability in decades of like civil war and like no proper like government. That certainly doesn't lay a good foundation for a thriving country to have a country constantly in civil war, right?
Sure, but that's also a skill issue on that part to an extent, right?
I don't know. It sounds like they're both skilled enough that they keep fighting back and forth. It's pretty good stalemate.
And Confluence, you're pretty objective. What's your take?
People can't win.
Confluence calls balls and strikes. He was kind of the one I was more curious to hear from.
To take a lefty.
Probably zooming it up.
You say that about leftists in American politics. It's a skill issue
so
that there's no literally.
Futoy, just really quick, okay? What you're asking about, why do people bring stuff
I was sending it up.
collapse their country? The answer to that question is because the same reason that people think that communism was never really tried, or that, fascism it was just woefully done. Like, people always look at the outcome and assume that it could have been better if they just done it the right way.
Fair point. Yeah.
Go ahead, Khan. Answer his question.
Like everybody should be Irish. Really.
What was I heard everything, but
I don't think it was this question.
specific
I feel like forget the question. Confluence had his own point to make, and I'd be curious what that was, because he said he thinks we might disagree here, and he was about to go on with something related.
I have no idea. I don't remember now. Yeah, I don't know.
No, I was because Confluence is usually pretty objective. I wanted his take on are there Muslim countries that are thriving, or is it mostly just right-wing rhetoric?
No, isn't Dubai? Isn't that Muslim?
Dubai is not a country if you think about it, but
okay.
But you could say it's a thriving country.
Yeah, but that's the thing that we talked about with like the wealth discrepancy that we were talking about before, right? Like, so depends what you mean by thriving. Like, I think the worst people in the UAE are, I think, doing worse than the worst people in America by a lot, right? It's the same. What was it? What was it? Saudi Arabia that was like hosting, or what fucking country was it? No, it wasn't Saudi Arabia. Was it? No, not
Brazil.
Bahrain.
Had like a World Cup, and they were building on top of the favelas and stuff like that.
That guy's name was Sepp Blatter.
There was like a Muslim country that was recently. What was it? Was it Saudi Arabia or was it Qatar? I don't know. Someone knows. It was like
so we could look
what's the question?
It was like the world. I think it was soccer. I think. But everyone was like boycotting, and this was like a big thing in the news like a year ago because they were like killing a bunch of people when they were making them like
that guy's name was Sepp Blatter, SEP Blatter. He was it was for the world.
What country am I thinking of? Was it Saudi Arabia?
Was it Abu Dhabi or it was one of those like new age cities? I know exactly. I know the guy you're talking about because he got decommissioned as the chairperson.
Yeah, and the country itself, I remember this brought a lot of attention, and I should know this. I can't remember if it was Saudi Arabia or if it was Qatar or one of these places. It wasn't Qatar. It was one of those rich Arab nations, and
I'm almost positive they were Saudi Arabia. That's why like leftists were boycotting anything to do with them.
But there's also the comedy thing that happened recently.
Killed or some shit. Was it like that related to that?
No, when they were building the Coliseum, they had people like fucking falling off of it daily.
Oh damn!
Yeah, when they were like building this stuff, and they were like killing so many people, and there was allegations of like slave labor stuff. I'm shocked that no one knows the exact. I feel like I'm retarded for not knowing this, but now I feel better because apparently no one knows what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about?
What fucking country? The country that was hosting, I think it was soccer, and everyone was like mad because they're using slave. Maybe it was the Olympics. I don't know.
It was UAE.
Okay, it was the UAE. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Yes, that's the one. United Arab Emirates.
Okay, so there we go. Yeah,
You're
so that was.
Cup.
Yes.
Was I right about the Sepp Blatter guy? Or am I making that up?
I don't know about that. It's not Abu Dhabi. It's UAE.
It looks like it was Qatar.
Qatar.
Wait, it was. Wait, was it? Where was the? Okay,
Building
now
a
I have to.
state-of-the-art stadium for 2022 World Cup, abused and exploited, while FIFA makes huge profits.
Okay, it was Qatar. Oh yeah, it was Qatar. Okay, or Qatar, as you got. Oh fuck that, Qatar. Okay, that's how English.
This is
people
America,
say.
damn it! It's Qatar.
Yeah, this is fucking America. Okay, yeah, okay. So, okay, I thought it wasn't Qatar, but okay, apparently it's Qatar. Okay, so that's what I mean. So that in that case, right, there's a lot of wealth in Qatar. So if you're wealthy, it's probably a great place to live, or if you're on a vacation, it's probably great. But for the lowest of the low, right, and that's what the FIFA World Cup exposed, or well, at least made people aware of, that there's a lot of like slavery going on. There's a lot of people dying on a job site. So if you're disadvantaged, it's probably a really shitty country to live in. So I guess that's a long answer to your question, the dude, but that's kind of my thoughts. It's kind of it probably. There is some Islamic countries that are probably great to live in, like Malaysia. I think I don't think I'd have a problem living in Malaysia. I wouldn't want to be like broke or like I don't know, like a religion that Malaysia doesn't like. I think
okay, Confluence. I have a question.
You not say that about any country, though. Confluence. If you're wealthy, it's going to be great. If you're poor, it's going to be shitty.
Not equally. If you're poor in America, very different than being poor in like, I don't know, fucking the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Very different. One of them you're actually dying, one of them you're not.
I want to give Emmett the floor, but I want to say sincerely thank you for that was a genuine question. So thank you for I know you didn't want to pivot, but thank you for taking the time to
just
inform me a little bit.
A quick stat before we hand it off to Emmett. Apparently, Qatar does not have high levels of poverty among its citizens, who benefit from extreme wealth and extensive social welfare, resulting in almost 0% poverty.
Yeah, that's what
That's what they say.
Wait. Well,
I don't know about the migrant labor, though.
Pretty much look after the poor, pretty more than we do.
Okay, yes, that's correct. But they deport every single one that is not part of the either family or that is poor. So that's fine. You know, if you want to go there, I agree. We should deport all people.
Yeah, that's why they brought in like slave labor for the FIFA. That's why I brought that up, right? So they're I don't know if they're
Qatar is 88. I just Googled this. Qatar is 88% expats. That's a wild number.
I think that's similar to the UAE, to be honest. I think it's like majority expats as well. And that's the thing, but it depends who they count as citizens as well, because sometimes they just like don't count people in these numbers to make the poverty numbers look really small, and then they're actually like boots on the ground, unaliving a lot of people.
Yeah, it's like in Venezuela, there's not dead people out of hunger, because if you die out of hunger and you know the doctors say that you died out of hunger, they go to jail. So, but yeah, we beat it. We beat death of hunger.
There's a lot of cuckoldry with these stats, I think.
Let's play a little game from people here when it comes to these ideas of poverty. Okay, let's say that you have the chance to be reborn right now. Which country will you choose, and why? You don't have a chance of who you're going to be. But you have to play the lottery in a sense. Which country will you choose?
Okay, wait, I'll go first because I have to.
Clockwise or whatever.
Clockwise, snakewise, but I'll go first because I gotta grab a drink. But I just off the rip, I think I would say Norway, because I feel like they're a strong Scandinavian people group, you know, and they got low crime rates, they got good social welfare stuff, and I feel like yeah, they got it going on, okay. And I'm not saying that's applicable to every country, but I feel like the policies they enact on their population works really well. So I would say Norway, maybe one of the other Scandinavian countries, and also Norwegian women. I mean, don't threaten me with a good time. So that would be the other advantage. Yeah. Futoi.
I don't care really. Italy. I like the sun.
You don't care? You don't care? It could be Italy or fucking the fucking Congo or Kenya. It's just or North Korea. It could be anything. Futoi doesn't care.
I don't get
Futoi North Korean. Good.
We'll send Futoi to North Korea. He'll be all right.
There's like 212 countries, right? Is that right?
I heard he likes hearing a horn blown multiple times a day really loudly.
True.
Is that about accurate? There's 212 countries.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, or so.
Give or take. Yeah, it depends how you count them.
Okay.
Like unironically, it does depend how you count them.
Yeah, this is not so much the question. This is yesterday. Emmett said he doesn't want to deal with me, so I don't really want to deal with him, and I don't want him to think he can pick and choose when he deals with me.
I thought you were squashing the beef.
Wait, what?
Everybody
wanted to come up. Oh my God!
Listen. Tonight is the night of good faith. Wait. Please. I'm a liberal. Tonight has been the night of good faith. Let's Chief and I set aside our differences so that we could grow in effectiveness and understanding. Futoy,
I can only try so hard, and then it's like, fuck you.
I have nothing.
What did Emmett even say?
I didn't.
What did he even?
Give me a second. I'm gonna explain this.
I think I was pretty clear in what I said.
You're in your feelings, bro.
Futoy, you're starting the beef. You're starting the beef, Futoy.
I don't want him thinking he can want to deal with me or not want to deal with me when he
I
wants.
was doing karaoke, and I didn't want him doing karaoke because I am doing karaoke. It's my shit. I am doing it. I invite people on sometimes.
Oh, there's some previous drama. Okay,
I don't
explain what happened. Explain what happened. Both of you tell me what happened, okay?
Futoy, let me explain. It's my show. It's not an open panel. I invite people on sometimes. I'm doing karaoke. It's forced karaoke. People pay for me to sing whatever they want. You cannot sing whatever you want.
Me gusta lo mejor. Las mujeres no me saltan ni el dinero del amor.
It has to be what they want you to sing.
You could let me come up and do a song. Stop your shit.
No, that's not how it works.
No.
Confluence, can you explain to him that's not how it works?
Or could
he? No, he don't have to. But my point is that he said he didn't want to deal with me, and now I'm supposed to.
Yes, because he's running a show.
I don't want him to think that I'm the
around and talk to you about why
not deal with.
Yeah, Emmett does pull out. I mean, it is.
I'm not that guy.
You're not. I feel like you're taking offense at like a thing that's not a thing to take offense to. I mean.
Hey,
I feel like you're misunderstanding.
You guys,
at least we showed our better selves. Let's Chief. Me and you were better men tonight.
True.
I don't know what happened, but I feel like you were misunderstanding what happened. I mean, I wasn't there, but I feel like
there's another thing.
The panel is like a limited thing. Emmett pulls up who he wants to pull up. I mean, that's how it goes. And then they're forced to sing a song, and people pay, and it's just like it's a thing.
I think Futoy is he's not.
Confluence, can we let Futoy sing a song right now for posterity?
Oh, I don't want to sing a song right now.
Maybe about how alone he is.
There's more. If you came up, more than likely they're gonna ask you to sing A and Gay. That's the first song you're gonna be asked to sing, Futoy. Okay, and you have to.
Did you say she bangs? What'd you say?
I've sang it like 4 times.
He said Nuggins is a bitch too.
Hey,
how about that?
I'm right here.
Peaches.
Hold on.
I know you're right.
Anyway, I don't care about this meta conversation. I don't care if you're mad at me.
Futoy, did you hear what he said?
Really matter.
Who?
What Emmett said. What would be the first song you'd have to sing if you came up?
I don't care. Why would I care? What song?
Yeah, it's fine.
If he doesn't care about what country he'd be born into, obviously he doesn't care about what song he'd have to sing.
Am I going to get to answer what country I'd want to be born in?
Yes, go. Fucking.
And it's not because I'm from here, but the United States, 100%.
Oh yeah.
Because really quick, Confluence said he wanted to be born in Norway. It's not a very diverse place. There's not a diverse climate. The idea that you would be born someone who could fit into Norway is next to nil. Anybody can find a place in America to fit in.
Bro, if I was born into Norway, I'm probably fucking white, right? I'm probably Norwegian. What Alex is saying.
Stop.
I'm not like going to be North Korean born into Norway.
Drunk boy, what you said is you have no point. You said you have no opportunity to say who you're going to be born as. So I took that as like you're rolling the dice. You could be anybody, and you like.
No, you don't get to be born as a millionaire or a billionaire. Or
that wasn't the question.
Oh, well, the way
Yeah,
you
you
made
do-
it sound was like it was completely randomized to
I
you.
didn't ask the question. I didn't ask the. I'm going off Emmett's question.
Let me explain. It's randomized. Okay, you don't get to decide who you're gonna be born as. You are rolling the dice in the probability of where you wanna be born.
So could you be a
In terms of
Guatemalteca
race
born
as
in
well,
Norway?
or you're saying
Yes, you
just
could,
as like family?
but it's like very unlikely. But you could.
I just
there's
learned
not
that
a lot of-
word like today, Emmett, Chapins and Guatemaltecas.
Welcome to horrible land and stupid words.
Is that a stupid word?
They're not like they're not actual forms of naming the people. It's just like they call themselves that pretty much. It's like the
slang.
The people. It's a slang. It's a slang that is a little bit.
It's like
older,
calling a
so
New Yorker a Yankee.
Yeah, yeah, like that.
Okay. In all seriousness, even though you called me a kid diddler, your comprehension of English as a second language is very impressive.
He called me one too. It's his way of greeting people that are new.
He says,
when I didn't know the dude was called that. When did that happen?
Yeah, I did, and the point is, if it's usually when people call me shit that they have no evidence of, and it's like, okay, well, if I can just say
Basically,
whatever,
they take
you can
something
say
he
whatever,
said
I can say
seriously.
whatever, and then it's like, sure.
They take something he says seriously, use it as evidence for him being that, and then
basically don't bring a petty insult to a nuclear war.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
I am a nuclear warhead. I can say that, sure.
Eres un come mierda.
Go. Stop trying to trigger me.
Yo tengo mucho respeto para personas se habla un idioma segundo. I speak enough Spanish to be dangerous, and I have the way that you are able to articulate in English is. I'm being sincere. It's very impressive. Like your syntax, the way that you're able to communicate.
A round of applause for Emmett. Round of applause for his English. Emmett, good job, Emmett. Good job.
If I could only get the fuck away from my accent, that would be great.
You're so well spoken.
It's crazy. It wouldn't let me put noggins. What the hell?
Well, Emmett, I'm talking more about your syntax, like the way that you're able to formulate sentences in real time. It's very impressive, sir.
Hey,
It
ADHD.
wouldn't let me put noggins. That's crazy.
I know, for a Mexican guy to like be able to speak like he does, I'm like amazed. I too am amazed. It's crazy.
To be fair, I would be amazed too, because fuck Mexicans, dude. They're special kind of breed.
You don't realize what he's doing though. Like he's trying to like para instancia cuando yo hablando en español es difícil para yo pienso para las palabras antes de mis sentimientos. Like I have a hard time. He would cook me. Like I couldn't do what he does in Spanish the way he does it in English in real time. It is very impressive. And anyone who thinks otherwise is ignorant.
También es interesante cuando lo hago en español.
Yo aprendo mi español con mis compañeros de campo mucho, probablemente en 1999, solamente para 3 meses cuando yo vivo en Puerto Rico.
Oh, you live in Puerto Rico?
For like 3 months, yeah.
Did you like it?
Sure. I mean, I lived in like Bayamon, so it was like I was 20 and we were partying. It was a fun time.
Yeah, that explains it. You have a small accent from like Central America, a little bit. That explains it.
It's my brown privilege.
Well, what would you like to be? So you said America, right?
No, we'll never know where Alex would have been born.
Right.
Good job, guys.
I would say I would also say America. I have reasons for it. If you want me to say it right now, I can. But I will just keep it simple and just say America.
Luxembourg.
Why?
If we're talking about stacking our dice rolls, they have the highest density of millionaires and a really high median wealth.
Are they mostly from Luxembourg or no?
It's a good question.
That would be a pretty big delineator between whether or not being born there would help you become a millionaire.
I don't know. Have you lived in really wealthy areas versus really poor areas? Typically, even if it's not fully equal, all the ships get raised.
We
can talk more about it.
I've lived in New York City. I've lived in the San Francisco Bay Area. I've lived in Chicago. I've lived in Miami. I've lived in Orlando, and now I live in the Carolinas.
Stacy, young Stacy. Oh, I mean
Stacy?
Nuggins, right?
Oh, Jesus.
You could change the name to young Stacy. Noggins, Nuggins, Nuggets.
What?
Would you care to answer the question?
Where would I USA?
It would be the USA.
Yeah, maybe Mexican though, dude, because I feel like they all just look out for each other. You know what I'm saying?
Do you realize that the most amount of probably murders in the
Maybe
whole
mine.
world happen in
Probably
Mexico?
That's what I meant. Probably mine. I go USA.
All right, Emmett, I got one question for you. If you had to hear Futoy sing one song in karaoke, what would it be?
Yeah, I want to hear more about the beef. I don't know if I'm toxic and shit, but you know.
I want to hear 16 tons.
There's no beef. He came in and he has to come up on panel.
Be honest, Emmett.
And I just said I don't want to deal with.
Yeah, he didn't
with
explain
that
anything.
because I didn't want to explain
really
it.
rudely.
It's
I don't
that
want to
simple.
you.
It's not an open panel. I'm sorry, Futoy, that it's not an open panel for everybody to jump in. There was no link.
Don't just jump on his throat.
There was no link in the panel. There was absolutely nobody was up but me. Was anybody up but me?
I enjoy doing it, Alex.
I know, but then I can't actually hear the answer. Just like gives it.
And if there was anybody up, it was Paige, and people pay $40 for her to be up. So.
I would request Futoy
as to my
staying all
question,
by
I
myself.
would definitely be born in America. Fuck that shit.
All by myself.
Well, the reason I will say that I will live in America is due to the force, right? They are the ones able to have the strongest military. They're the ones who have the force on their side.
Oh,
I never have to worry about actually having to deal with
being occupied.
I mean, you could be born. Yeah,
there are bad things that I could be born in. I could be born in O Block, right?
Switzerland.
Switzerland has to deal with the fact there's a war brewing right now between Russia and Europe.
Yeah, but
it's been brewing for a long while.
The Swiss are famous for never ever being in a war. Typically, because they finance.
I mean, if we're talking about worry, like I obviously am habitually located in Canada right now, but I've never worried about like, even though our military sucks, I've never in my life worried about it.
About New Delhi, would kill anyone who attacks you.
No, I mean like a war thing. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I'm saying I've never in one day in my life worried about like, oh my God, what if someone attacks Canada? Never happened. Never happened.
Well, you're also protected by your neighbors to the south.
I know, but if we're picking what country we live in, so I agree, it is 100% because of the U.S. I mean, again, 100% agree. But if I'm choosing my country, I'm just saying the worry angle, I've never even thought about that, like as a real concern because of the U.S. But no anxiety, you know what I mean?
Confluence, are you close to the Michigan border or like the U.S. border?
Yeah. Well, almost every Canadian is. That's a fun stat. It's like 90% live within like 100 miles of the U.S. border. But yeah, I'm like a hour and a half drive. Well, no, I'm more close to like North Dakota, Minnesota.
Gotcha. Because I'm in Michigan up there.
I'm from Wisconsin though, so you and me are pretty close. Yeah,
I'm literally across the water from Wisconsin, or the Lake Michigan.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I've been searching for a lighter for fucking like literally 45 minutes. I finally found one. I'm out of Zins. Okay, I ran out of Zins. I got some backup cigs. I'm gonna grab a smoke. I'll be back.
I have a question for Emmett. Why would you leave Mexico to go to Kansas?
Kansas?
Oh, Utah. I thought you lived in Kansas.
I live in Utah.
Oh, someone I talked to the other day from Mexico moved to Kansas.
Because Mexico, if you look at the, people don't understand Mexico. Mexico can be pretty, but it's a corrupt socialist state. That
no, I meant like in the U.S. Like, what makes you choose the state you would live in the it had nothing to do with leaving Mexico. Just why leave for a state that nobody would want to live in.
I mean, Utah's a great state, but also I have family in Utah.
Okay. That was I was just wondering the motivation. That's all.
Family.
Is that true, Podesta? No way.
Yes, I have family in Utah.
Canada got attacked by Japan in World War II. Really?
That makes sense.
Yeah. No dead air.
Trans people.
Trans.
Oh, that's right. Confluence is taking a sig.
Him, do you believe in God?
Yes.
Do you hold to a specific denomination or?
I'm Catholic adjacent.
Gotcha. Just curious.
Why is that?
Oh, I love talking about that stuff, and just the topic of the YouTube channel here, Religion Chaos Panel, the nature of God.
You are young, Stacy. That's amazing.
Oh yeah.
I'm a big fan of Catholicism for what Catholic Charities does. Not necessarily like the pageantry of the worship, but
so you don't do like the sacraments, and you're not like a.
Something happened to your mic, the dude.
Oh, is that better right now?
No.
You seem far away, which might be normal for you.
How about right now?
Oh yeah, that's way better.
When I was, I was baptized. I had communion. I did reconciliation. I did confirmation, matrimony, but I've never done last rites, and I've never done ordination.
You don't need to.
Oh yeah, I had a question earlier, but I couldn't get it out. A religious question: do all Christian sects do the Holy Sacrament? The Holy Communion.
So you have the Apostolic, right? So you have the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox.
The Greek Orthodox and
So they do like the Eucharist, right? Which is
that's the transubstantiated body of Christ.
Transubstantiation, right? And then you have the Protestant movement, which is a bunch of different groups. They still do communion, but it's in a remembrance, right? It's more of a symbolic thing. They're not.
Do they eat the wafer?
They all have their own wafers. Yeah, they all got their own guy from the grocery store that drops it off.
Do you know they have a gluten-free Eucharist now, Noggins?
Are you serious?
It's called I Can't Believe It's Not Jesus.
Yeah, that's funny. That's good.
I like that one.
Are you familiar with I Can't Believe It's Not Butter?
Right? Like, he already died for it. He already died for everyone 2,000 years ago, and to act like we need, hey God, will you come down every Sunday again and die some more? And we need more body. We need more.
We just want to eat you. Yeah, we just want to eat you, God.
Do you know what they call it in the South, Noggins? The communion in most of the non-denominational churches.
Supper.
Lord's, yes, that's and they do like a pre-package. It's like a coffee creamer thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's very weird. So you go from the Catholic Church.
It's a 2-in-1. You got the grape juice.
I still find it weird that,
and then you got the wafer right here in the bottom. You got a peel at the bottom.
Yep.
I still find it weird that Christianity.
It's like a Lunchable. It's like a Lunchable for Christ.
You just keep it in your pocket, dude. Just ready.
What was that, Alex?
I didn't know Jesus offered himself to go.
That, like, Christianity did not fall into cannibalism, given the whole body of Christ thing. Could eat the body of Job, the body of James.
Is Emmett religious or no? Because I know he's a monarchist.
He's an atheist.
Emmett is an atheist. Yeah,
an atheist. Oh Lord,
I'm not an atheist. I am.
He's
I believe in
my preferencist.
I do believe in my preferences. I believe in Orthodox Christianity.
I'm sorry. Can you
and I believe in the church, and I believe that that the consuls, all of the consuls were guided and set by
like Nintendo 64 and PlayStation and Xbox, all of the consoles.
You think all the councils were?
All of the councils.
I thought you said all the consoles.
Well, those two were mandated by God. To be fair, no, all of the consoles were guided by the Holy Ghost.
Well, look, yeah.
So all of them
exactly,
are binding.
Right? I mean, if the Holy Ghost was the one that initiated these books to begin with, then the council would just be the same means where God's just using people to get together.
Yes, but all of them are binding, so you cannot just pick and choose whichever you want about the consoles. You have to. They all are binding.
But
there are things that might be. There are some things that might be. For example, when they talk about the emperor, it talks about the time specifically because the emperor is a worldly figure. When they talk about the place of the bishops, it's also worldly because that doesn't mean that the future bishop will not be corrupted or that he cannot be falling to heresy.
Yeah, all.
But when it comes to
my wife just summoned me to bed, gentlemen. So I wish you all. I bid you adieu.
Good luck on your surgery.
Dude.
Thank
you.
You
should check out Dr. Andrew Farley on YouTube.
Take good care, okay?
Farley.
Later, dude.
All right, let's Chief. We'll fight again soon.
That's right. That was a.
You guys
first. Everyone's so salty about it, yet nobody brought anything to my doorstep. I'm gonna peace out too. You all got totally mogged today.
Me and Chief are gonna go.
We're locked. Our arms are locked, and now we're gonna march forward and bring everyone.
Yeah,
to
you guys go enjoy some of that D, okay?
We're gonna go.
Yeah, that's why we're leaving together. What do you think?
Let's Chief and I are gonna start a podcast.
2026.
Let's Chief and I are.
I know.
Let's Chief and I are starting a podcast. It's called Bipartisan and Chill. So if anybody wants to hit the like and smash subscribe,
only on OnlyFans.
Emphasis on the buy. Just kidding. All right, guys. Have a good night. It's been real. Later.
Let's Chief.
Thanks, guys.
Confluence. So today, if I could, so it's my favorite. He's like one of my few like people I call a teacher, right? Is Dr. Andrew Farley. Like, I feel like he's got some of the best theology, and he had a sermon today, and it was super controversial, right? The title was right. It's called "Forgiven Period." Why you don't need to ask for more forgiveness, and so this is like a controversial kind of statement in the Catholic world and in the Protestant world, right? We both look at each other like they're stupid, right? But the Catholics go to confession and do the sacraments and get more, to maintain the forgiveness. Protestants are like, oh, we just talk to God directly, daily, and ask for more forgiveness, right?
Oh, Protestants don't do confession.
Well, they confess their sins to one another, but they don't do that in order to get more forgiveness, right? Because in 1 John 9:1-9, that's an invitation to an unbeliever, where it says if you confess your sins, he's faithful to forgive you for all your sin, all your unrighteousness, right? So but they want to take it in the religious world and go, oh, well, we have to do that every day, constantly, every time we sin now, right? As if our confession, right?
Do Orthodox have confession?
Yes.
Like the Catholic way or like the Protestant way?
It's not like the Protestant. The Protestants don't have confession like that.
It's more akin to the Catholic, although it's not legalistic. It's for the healing of your soul, not for.
Yeah, so you may be healed, right? So there's something good about bringing something to light and confessing it to your brothers and sisters, right? And having them pray for you and stuff like that. All the groups would agree with that. But then there's ones.
No. Not entirely sure all of the groups will agree with that.
Maybe not. But a lot of them would say that that's a necessary requirement for the maintenance of your salvation, which is where I disagree.
Well, what does it? It's be part.
It's a good thing to do.
It's about being part of the church, and it's about being honest with the church, and it's about maintaining the sustenance within the church. It's not about you. when you're part of the church, it's not about you.
Can I clarify? Because when you say church, are you talking about the institution? Because when you
yes, of course, I talk about the institution.
So I don't.
Hey, wait, brief question, because I have to grab something real quick. So I just want to ask a quick thing. So Emmett, in Orthodoxy, is it the same in Catholicism, where if you commit like a mortal sin and you don't go to confession, then you fucking go to hell? Or in Orthodoxy, how does that work?
The hierarchy of
we don't make salvific claims. We don't know. Only God knows about salvation.
But see, that's not true, right? Because God, I mean, he's the only one that knows each individual part, right?
That is true, because I don't have a way to know whether or not God will. What is the agency of God?
But John goes, I write to you, brothers and sisters, so that you may know you have salvation, right? So it's an individual thing, right? If you believe in God, then you get his promises, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so now I can't look at you, Emmett, and go, I know you. That's God's job, right? God's the judge for everyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like you can know about yourself between you and God. And if you believe in him, right, then you get his promises, which is like everlasting life, never being plucked out of his hand. He remembers your sins no more, no records of wrong, sins are as far, like all these promises, right? So
okay, let me put it this way then.
Yeah.
For example, do you believe in original sin? Do you believe in any of that?
Yeah, original sin. Yeah, so
okay, so a baby dies. Does it go to hell because it doesn't have the knowledge and the ideas? Why not? It's condemned under original sin, and you are the one who has the capacity to know whether or not it was part of the church. So it's not even about God deciding what to do. It's about your knowledge.
No, so God says that. Sorry, I got like allergies. God says that. So God is just, right? We all know God's just, right? If He's good, and so and there's also verses where God talks about being responsible for what you know, right? If you're ignorant to something.
Yes, right? But being just means that it acts in accordance to something that is just, right? So if there's original sin and everybody's condemned by original sin, wouldn't it be just for the baby to go to hell in accordance to justice?
It wouldn't, because Christ paid for the sins of the whole world, right? Now it's applied to everyone.
And do you
all
need
the babies and all the people that are adults that choose, right? Like if you're a kid and you're ignorant and you don't have a choice to make that decision, okay, then that I don't believe that sin is held against them, because they haven't had the choice to choose yet, right?
Yeah, but that's your belief, right? It's
well, that's just based off the scriptures, though.
It's a me thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying based off the scriptures, right?
Emmett, explain ancestral sin for the class, because that's kind of omnigoated if you think about it.
Original sin.
The ancestral sin. Do you mean the idea of we live in a fallen world due to the actions of Adam and Eve?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the Orthodox version of original sin, which is
we see the way that we see it is not necessarily, and this is why I don't think they go to hell or anything like that, because the effects of the sin of our forefathers, for Adam and Eve, is seen in the world. So you live in a world that is fallen because sin crept in due to the actions of Adam and Eve. But that doesn't mean that you are necessarily condemned for that specific sin. You are born in innocence. Of a baby.
Yeah, well, I would agree with you in a sense as well with that. I think that because I don't hold to like a Calvinist view, but like I do think that like we're born into a sinful nature, right? Like our flesh, our body.
I think it's a little bit contradictory. That's all. You're contradicting yourself. Either we're born into sin or we are not.
Yeah, I think we are, but once again, I don't think it's contradictory. I think that
what should happen to, like, what is the if God is just and you sin, what is the just thing to do to sinners?
Right. So
are you saying that
talking
God
about
is
a believer
acting
or an unbeliever? Are you just talking about somebody in general?
I'm talking
like,
about
believe-
sin in general. Like, what would be the good thing to do to sinners if we are
So the
you know,
wages
if
of
we are
sin is
sin?
death, right? So so
So
sin
why
is
wouldn't he, you know, cast down? Why wouldn't the baby be cast down if it's born into sin?
because it's not
It's not your preference.
No. Can I explain?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not applied to him because he's ignorant. He doesn't have the choice yet to make that decision. So God is not going to hold him accountable for something that he doesn't have the option to choose.
It just I still it still seems like the reason you're given has to do directly with the preference-based idea, not necessarily
Because I don't know when you say original sin, like I don't know if me and you are on the same page with that. Like,
what does it mean, right?
Right.
What I'm
So
saying is, if you're
we're all-
born into sin and you're sinful by nature, then by nature and by you know, by extension
But
of
is
the
it
nature,
accounted towards
you
you,
ought be
right? Is it accounted towards you yet? Is where we differ.
Why-
Because I don't
why
think
wouldn't
it's accounted
it?
towards someone until because it says that Jesus and the Spirit's going to draw all men to Himself, right? A baby, right?
Yeah, but do you need anything to be drawn towards Jesus Christ besides, you know, the Judgment Day?
You need some development in your mind.
There's no development in the baby.
That's what I'm saying. So the baby's not going to be held accountable until it gets to an age where the Spirit draws them, God draws them, and then they can choose to reject it or deny it, right? So, like, you know, and this is something with mentally disabled people, right? Orphans, these kind of things, right? Where if you never had the choice, right? God, I mean, why would God hold someone accountable for something they had no idea? You know what I mean?
Because it's just. Because it
How
would
is
be the
that
just thing to do.
Noggins, there's somebody put it in chat. Maybe you can explain it.
Sure.
I looked it up, so it's, the quote is kind of slightly different, but they said Jesus said he comes for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Right, when I looked it up, though, it says it's Matthew 15:24. I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
Right. Yeah. So that's just unbelievers.
Okay.
But is that not in the Bible? Right, it's in Matthew 15, whatever.
It is in the Bible, I believe. Mm-hmm.
So is it true or not true, or what do you mean?
So the house of Israel, since Jesus came, right? It said that there's no longer Jew nor Greek, no longer male nor female. We're all one within the Christ, right? So when Emmett was talking about the church earlier, we differ on that too. Because with me, it's a spiritual idea, right? It's you know, you're part of the body. You're a part of the believer. Like you're part of him. You know, it's a spiritual thing with God, right? It's not an institution, right? That you go to. Like you're in the body of Christ as a believer. So
yes, because the way that we differ is he sees this idea of the institution having no spirituality, and the way that I see it is the miracle of the church and why the Holy Ghost is a thing within the church has to do with the fact that it's an incorruptible institution. It cannot be corrupted.
Can you tell me which part? Which part's
all of it?
incorruptible?
All of it.
But all of it is infallible. All the men are infallible, right? How many anathemas has
No, that's not what it means. It means that the institution in and of itself cannot fall because it follows.
But you had
has to
1,000-something years
exist.
of schisms, right? Before you guys.
You have 1,000. You have less than 100 years. How many schisms do you have? How many churches
That's what
are
I'm
there?
saying, is what's infallible.
No, you guys, listen. We have one church. It's just
I'm
one.
not a part of any of these. I'm not a part of any of these.
Oh, there you go. You're a schism in and of yourself.
No, what I'm saying is this: is that what is infallible is the believer and in the promises from God that were sealed to the day of redemption.
You're not infallible. This is why you need repentance.
No,
because you are not infallible.
You finish, Emmett. I'm not saying us. I'm saying that God's promise to us, right? The new covenant that He established, Jesus, when He died in Hebrews 8, chapter 8 through 12, right? It says that, and then Hebrews 10:14, right? For by one offering he has perfected us for all time, for all those who are sanctified. Right, and it shows that we are sanctified in the first two, or the two verses before that. So, like, what is infallible is that we're sealed to the day of redemption. We'll never be plucked out of his hand. He'll never leave or forsake us. Right? He remembers our sins no more. He keeps no records of wrong. Our sins are as far as the east is from the west. That's what's infallible. In the old covenant, it wasn't like that. Right? You had 603 Levitical laws, and then you had the 10 commandments. So there's 613 laws total. The Jewish people were the only ones with a covenant, right? So nowadays you got all these Gentiles, right? I got a lot of friends that are Seventh-day Adventists and like all these different groups, and I'm like, dude, you guys were never even invited to the law, right? You guys are trying to not eat pork, not wear these materials, not like do all these different things. It's like a buffet line of law.
Do you think the church is a buffet line?
No, I'm saying like all these different groups that have branched off, or it's like a buffet line of what they're comfortable with. They want to take a little bit of law, a little bit of the 613 laws, and a little bit of grace and a little bit of Jesus, right?
How do you? Okay, you so you follow all of the what? Are you sacrificing animals in the temple?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Jesus was the one sacrificed for all time.
So what? It's part of the law. You should be if you're gonna follow all the law.
No,
why are
but
you
we
not?
shouldn't follow the law. That's what I'm saying.
You're confusing me.
No,
It's
I'm
like,
saying we're not
this
under
is what,
the law. We're not.
This
under
is
the
what
law.
I said. This is what I said. This is what I said specifically
should
when
be
I
moral,
started.
right?
It's like all of the councils are binding. All of them. All of the church fathers.
What do you mean by that?
When they're
No, they're not. What are you talking about?
Yes, they are binding. The councils
How?
are binding. Because even the canon of a scripture is done within a council. The church that you follow, the ideas that you got, it was given to you by the fathers of the church.
Yeah, but that was one council one time. You're talking about all the councils.
All of the yes. Why? Wait.
They kicked out.
Which ones?
How do you pick and choose your councils? No.
Yes, then you're gonna have to pick and choose your councils, right?
I don't hold to any
like
of that.
like these guys that use these guys that you're complaining. Like these guys that you're complaining that they're a buffet. You're just a buffet as well. You pick and choose whichever council you like, whichever force you want. Okay, like these other denominations have their little buffet of the laws they want. It's the same for you. You're exactly the same thing.
I know, because I don't. I'm not under the law. I'm under grace. God's already Jesus. Today, this is what I was saying.
Something's wrong.
Something's
Is
wrong.
there
with your
anything
mind.
wrong with that, Emmett? Is there anything wrong with them just picking and choosing what they want?
No, yeah, definitely there is, because
yes,
this
of
is
course
not
there
a
is
this is not
wrong
really
about
a open for interpretation. There's one way to interpret all the scriptures where they all make sense together, right? And it's not that hard. In my
Doesn't
opinion, like in the New
everybody kind of
Testament.
disagree on it?
But people have been I mean, look what Satan did in the Garden of Eden. He goes, "Oh, I know God told you that you surely wouldn't die, but what he really meant was that you would be more like him," right? So he just took what God
when you
said.
say right then what he really meant, how do you
So
know
he took the
that's
truth
correct?
right in front of your eyes, and he goes, "No, that's what he really meant," right? But how do you know what interpretation is true? Is the ones that they all intertwine and they don't contradict each other, right?
How
So
do
you're
you
not
know
one
that?
sect.
We're
Are
gonna
you one
go
sect?
back. Wait, we're gonna go back to basic. We're gonna. This is what I said specifically. For example, this is what I tell Confluence about it. Right? I say, Confluence goes on and takes away all the spirituality from the church, and then pretends that spirituality just belongs to him. Okay, doesn't take into account the idea of the miracle of the church. Shut up, Confluence.
Doesn't do
He
any
doesn't.
of this.
He doesn't. He doesn't take.
Hey, Confluence got a
How's
relationship
it
with
going,
God.
He doesn't.
Sky?
The spiritual.
He doesn't. He doesn't take into account the miracle of the church in and of itself. It is a miracle. It is a miraculous institution because
Why?
you have to. Because it cannot be corrupted. That is the miracle.
Right.
Of the church.
So let me explain to you, Emmett. The foundation for what you're talking about right now is in Matthew, when Jesus goes, "Who do you say that I am, Peter?" And he goes, "Surely you are the Son of God." And he goes, "Blessed are you, Simon Peter, for God did not reveal this to you, or you didn't come up with this on your own. God revealed this to you, right? Therefore, I'll give you the keys to and I will build my church on this rock, and the gates of Hades won't prevail against it." Right.
Okay. What is the rock?
Right. Petros. Right. You can look it up.
Yes. What does it mean?
Yes. So even the new pope.
What is the
came out.
interpretation of the rock?
Jesus built his. So I think it's the belief that Peter had, like on this rock of belief, you believe in God, right? And on that, he builds it. So now you have the Spirit of God, you have everlasting life.
Yeah, that makes sense more than the rock is Christ. What he just said, Logan just said, it's the belief, it's that God gave him.
He built his church on the solid belief of people, right? Like if you believe in God, like
the church
that's
is
what
built on Christ. It's not built on belief.
No.
Yeah, it's built on Christ. I will build my church on this rock, right? So
I have a different Okay,
So
for example,
rock, right?
wait. You have Confluence has an interpretation right now, and you have a different interpretation of the same text right now. Okay, I know Confluence studied the shit out of this. Okay, so
like I said that
he's gonna be able to have his own interpretation, and you have an interpretation. Which one is correct, Noggins?
Right.
Which one of you should I believe?
Cheers, right?
Let's say that I know nothing about Christianity. Which one of you should I believe? It should be Christ, or it should be the belief of Peter?
Jesus.
Which one?
Always believing. Look, don't ever take my word for it, right?
Oh my God! Why? Then why are you talking if I cannot take your word for it?
I mean, listen. This is what I just tell everybody. This, right? Pray. Like if you're a truth seeker, you should just pray and allow God.
I don't even. What does pray mean? Confluence told me a little while ago that praying means manifesting. Should I start manifesting?
No, don't talk me like that.
Okay.
I gave you a
Is that what I should do?
I give you a tripartite off the dome version of what different people mean by prayer. So you can't cuck me and say, "Oh, prayer is manifesting." I gave a specific thing.
Should I be manifesting? Is that what I should do?
Apparently, I'm not even here. Just keep going with your straw man of me, Emmett.
Well,
I'm sorry.
What Logan said made sense, like even for a non-Christian, because he said that Jesus said to him that you have this belief because God put it in your head, not because you came up with it yourself.
Right.
On that rock, you will build my church. So if that's true, what Noggin said. If that's what it actually says, what Jesus actually said, well, then it only makes sense that that's what it means.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't mean the Catholic institution because that wasn't even around until 300 AD. Okay,
that's not true because Catholic. Oh God, I don't. Listen, I'm not gonna go into Futoy. Wait, let me ask a question, Futoy. How did you go to the conclusion that Noggin's interpretation is correct?
Because
how did you get there?
No, I didn't say it was correct. I said it made sense because of what how he said it.
It made sense.
He said what actually Jesus said in the Bible. Well, then it makes sense that it's that because he said, like, God put it in your head to believe this, not you came up with it yourself. Yeah. On that rock, you will build my church.
Let me read it. Let me read it to you guys. Can we read it real quick?
So the way that you got to it is because God put it in your head that is the correct belief?
Well, I'm only trusting Noggin to give me the correct information of what Jesus said. I don't know if he said it or not.
I'm going to read it real quick. Can I read it?
You don't know?
You should trust the Holy Spirit if you think about it, Futoy.
All right. He said to him,
the church.
But who do you say that I am? Simon Peter answered, you are the Christ, the Son of the living God. And Jesus said to him, blessed are you, Simon Bar-Jonah, because flesh and blood did not reveal this to you, but my Father who is in heaven. I also say to you that you are Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overpower it. And I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth shall be bound in heaven. Whatever you loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven.
What's up, nerds?
Hey,
right?
How's it going? Yeah, it's Jesus basically saying, Peter, you're going to build my church because you have a connection to God. That's basically what he's saying, right?
Okay.
So,
then Peter goes on, and he just tells
what you're trusting
people
in
that
really, bro, is the apostolic succession, right? You're really trusting in the apostolic succession of the laying on of the hands passed down from everybody.
No, I believe that this is the idea, and this is in the creed, I believe that there is a church that was given to us by Jesus Christ that follows the tradition that has authority
that actually goes on and
Okay,
tells
so
us
let me
what
ask you
is
this,
the
Emmett.
correct thing
To
when
the
it comes to
church in
different
Ephesus,
interpretation, for
to the
example.
church in Galatia, to
Mhm.
the church in Corinth.
Yes.
Right?
The church was all one governing body, my friend. They got together and they discussed things. They worked together. They were in communion with each other. Stop acting like they were individual
Right, but
entities. That shit didn't come about into the
believers
modern
within a
era.
body, right? It's not about location or institution. Like God's not going to be like, I'm sorry, let me see the title on the door of the church you went to before you get it. You know what I mean? That's
Well, the church used to be unified. There was no there was no
I
Catholic,
agree with
there was
you.
no Protestant.
Yes, you're correct. If a bishop and the followers of the bishop, you know, going to any building and they perform the liturgy, that is the church. It's not about the building in and of itself. The building doesn't make the church, okay? But the authority and the belief and
Well, it doesn't say it even has to be a bishop.
has
It
to-
says where two or more are gathered in my name, that is the church.
No,
Right,
I understand, but
and the
but,
body is the believers, bro. Like
Yeah, but the
like,
the
don't
thing
you know
the
the verse
thing
where
the
it goes,
thing the
"Don't you
thing
know
the
you are
thing
the
is
temple of
too
God,
wait
and the
wait wait
Spirit of
wait
God
the
dwells
thing
within you?"
the thing about that is too the reason that all these things that Emmett talks about matters. You can't have two Protestant women sitting there saying the most wild shit and then be like that's God. No, bro,
What are you
there's
talking
always be some subvert. Well, for one,
Why'd you say just Protestant women? Why didn't you just say
because
women?
Protestants are individualists and think that they can interpret the Bible for themselves and try to teach people what they believe.
Okay, first of all, can I correct you on that?
You can
Because-
try, but you're allowed to be wrong.
All right, yeah, that's true. Because what you're doing is instead of trusting in the Holy Spirit, because you're not just trusting in your own man-made logic.
So
'cause you
when
have-
a dope whore talks to me about
Hold
God,
on.
is that the Holy Spirit or is that the meth and heroin?
I don't know that guy. Hold on a minute. What I'm saying is this: you can either trust in, you can be a truth seeker, right? Like deep within you, and be like, all right, God, like teach me, like I want to, like me. If you guys are right, I want to know, and I want to be orthodox if that's the truth, and I got no problem with that, right? But what I'm saying is this: I'm not going to trust in these men because they're kind of old, right? Because they had the Spirit in them. We have the Spirit in us, the same Spirit. And it says that he writes his laws on our hearts and our minds, and that the Spirit is the one who teaches and corrects, and we don't need a teacher anymore. The reason back in the day, 80% of the church was illiterate and couldn't even read or write, right? So yes, of course you needed someone to teach you things because no one could read. You know what I'm saying? So like, you got to take into account all the.
You think it was
too.
because of? You think it's just because people were illiterate?
No, that's not the only reason.
No, it's because people are retarded and put their self-interest over the Holy Spirit. That's why you need canon.
Yeah.
That's why you need the church.
What the Galatians, right? Who is the
Sorry, just we looked it up earlier, right? And it's you might have a different quote, I don't know, but the one we looked up is very similar. It's Matthew 18:20. For there 2 or 3 gather in my name, there am I with them, right? That's what it says. It doesn't say anything about church. It just says, for where 2 or 3
people, right?
Yeah, gather in my name, there I am with them. All right, that's the.
But it also says that we abide in Christ. In Colossians 2, it says that we're hidden within Christ, right? He says, I will never leave or forsake you. No one will ever pluck you out of my hand. So there's this idea that the religious world on both sides, right? The Catholics want to do the sacraments, right? And get closer to God this way, get forgiveness more this way. The Protestants go, well, we have a direct communication with God, so we just talk to him and do their interpretations and whatever, right? But the biggest thing is like God totally forgives us, right? Like there's not partial forgiveness, right? There's not partial eternal life. Like it's eternal life, right? Not temporary life, right? His promises can't be broken by humans, you know, mood changes, right? Or whatever, right?
Yeah, but
if
that means that you don't have to do it. Like the whole idea is you don't even have to believe. You're just saved. Why don't be a piece?
No, if you do believe,
it makes no
rest in that though, right? He says, "Come to me, all you who are weary and laden, I will give you rest in your soul." Right? My burden is light and my yoke is easy, right? And he says, "I will give you peace," right? So like this performance standard of like constantly having to make sure I'm doing like that's stressful, right? That's
okay. Why do you think people have to move towards the idea of good. Why?
Why do I think people have to move towards the idea of good? Well, people have their
Yes.
own interpretation of what is good. Who determines what's
Can they
good?
just be a piece of shit and not do it?
Well, God determines what's good, right? And what's
That's
wrong.
yes, but that's not an answer. Like, why would people need to move towards the idea of good? Can they just be a complete
So
piece of
that's
shit?
Romans chapter 6, verse 1. What shall we say? Shall we just continue in sin because grace abounds? That's what
Colin, do you see it?
Wouldn't that be true if that's the case? Wouldn't the grace of God be more? Will be showing way more?
So even you know what it says in Romans? It says this too: when sin increased, grace abounded all the more. Now, there's a word called antinomianism, which is what Paul got accused of back in the day, which is just it's pretty much just like cheap grace, where it's like you can do whatever you want to because you paid for your sins, right?
So now grace is cheap?
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying, is that people are misunderstanding God's grace and being under his grace. They're all cool with his love, right? And his forgiveness, as long as you're a good boy. But when it comes to grace, it's like, well, like we have to maintain that, right? We have to keep up with
Grace
that, right?
Thorpe.
And so the good news is this, though, right? That under grace, and like God already paid for all your sins.
If I'm
Right?
okay,
Your
perfect.
future
If I
sins.
don't have anything to do,
Right?
because
Why
I'm
would
already
you not go
saved,
sin?
and there's no
Right.
Why would I not go to
Romans chapter
sin?
6. You should read it. So what it says. It says,
I know romance. Okay,
Okay, sorry,
stop
I'm
it.
not trying to
Why do I have a duty?
Okay, because you're a slave to righteousness now. You're not a slave to sin. And really, you don't want to do these things. You have a new identity in Christ, and he's actually changed your heart and your desires, right? So you're actually a new being. The old you's been crucified. So you might be under this illusion, that you like to do these things, but then you do them and you're like,
This is
do
why I
it?
said Protestants. By the way, this self-interpretation and self-grandizing.
This is Romans chapter
crazy.
6 and Romans chapter 7. Just read those two chapters, please. Like Romans 7, Paul talks about a believer himself.
My favorite book of the Bible is Romans, dude. Stop it.
Hebrews 10:14. How would you explain that verse?
I don't explain verses.
Again, that's the Protestant problem. You
I
guys
know,
are
but
interpreting
you
the
know what your
belief for
problem is
yourself.
that you think you can't read English. You can't read words.
No,
That's
I'm
the
not.
problem,
I'm not
bro.
an Orthodox or a Catholic.
Like, you
I
guys
read
go,
them for
"We can't
myself,
read
but I do
words,
trust.
bro.
I do.
We gotta
I
go
do
see
trust
what
the
Bob
church's
said,
interpretation.
Because Bob understood the words, and we can't understand the words. Like you guys are under this
I don't.
delusion that you
I don't
can't
like
read,
hearing
bro.
white. I don't like hearing white women say that we're gods amongst ourselves. That's why I don't try to self-interpret.
I'm with
That's
you
why I
on
don't think
that.
you.
I'm with you, bro.
Nuggins, what was that? So I can look it up. Hebrews what?
10:14.
I don't like sitting at the park and having meth heads come up to me and tell me about the end of days and the Christ's return.
I'm with you. All the eschatology about dispensationalism and
Okay, Noggins.
I'm with you.
The point I'm making is and I said it to you at the beginning, is why are you like the question I would have to you is why are you correct?
I'm not saying that I'm correct perfectly in theology, but I'm growing and I'm allowing God to teach me, right? So I've kind of landed somewhere.
How do
where I'm
you
like,
know it's God teaching you and not your own desires?
I'll tell you why. Because God said he's not the author of confusion. Paul goes, we should all preach the same gospel. If me or even an angel come to you and say a different gospel, and he lays out what the gospel is in like 2 paragraphs, right? And then here's how you know which interpretation is true, Emmett. The one that intertwines with the rest of them and doesn't contradict the other ones. So you can't just pick and choose which ones you want to fit your theology. You have to make sure that they all intertwine. And it's not that.
Thanks for having me, Confluence. Y'all have a good night. Peace out.
Have a good night, OG.
Peace out. Have a good one.
It's because God that does not allow confusion. Is that
He said he's not the author of confusion, so it's not.
Before we get too far, guys, for anybody who wants to know, Hebrews 10:14, for by one sacrifice he has made perfect forever those who are being made holy.
Yeah, that's actually not even that's not even the best translation. The best one is actually for those who have been made holy, which is for those who have been sanctified. That's the actual Greek. And so,
have you been sanctified?
Yes, because it tells you that in two verses before that. You can read that.
That you're a saint.
Yeah, all believers are saints.
So everything you say would be true?
No, not everything all the saints have said have been true. That's insane. I don't know
That
who
would be
believes
a
that.
saint. Do you know why? Do you know why?
To the
people are
saints in
sanctified
Corinth,
after they're
one of
dead?
you have been sleeping with your stepmother. To the saints in Galatia, who has bewitched you? Right?
Is that how it's written in the
That is
in the
how
Greek?
it's written. That is how it's written in the Greek.
So it's basically saying because of Jesus' sacrifice on the cross, right?
Yes.
He has made all the believers in him in the future.
Yes.
They use the word perfect. I don't see how that makes sense, but whatever they mean
I'll
by
explain it
perfect.
to you. So we've been perfected, and so we're perfected and we're righteous and we're holy spiritually in his eyes. Now we still live in a fleshly body. This is in Romans 7 where Paul is like, he refers to sin and because he's like, I'm doing these things I don't want to do and I hate it, right? And he's kind of referring to like sin as like a splinter, right? It's in you, but it's not you. But it's a part of you and it's in you and it's causing you pain, right? So he's kind of like, who is going to deliver me from this body of flesh? So until we get the new bodies, whenever we pass, right? We're still going to have this fleshly body that craves and desires fleshly things. That's why he is always encouraging us to focus on heavenly things, and that's how you walk in the spirit.
What do you mean new body when you pass?
Yeah, I'm. What the hell is that?
Right, so we're spiritual beings, right? So we have a mind, soul, body. So it animates this, right? But we get old and we pass away, and then when we
You're
go to
saying
heaven,
this is animated, like in front
No,
of us?
when we get to heaven,
do you mean the
we'll have a
soul?
Like, wait, yeah. No, you said your spiritual bodies, but then you just explained
No, I'm saying
Earth,
when we
like
get to heaven, we're gonna have a
reality,
new
like
body.
physical things.
Right, I think he means the soul, right? I think that's what you mean now. That's the soul, right?
Yeah. When we get to heaven, we're gonna have a new body.
Our soul.
Well, a new soul. We're gonna have a new soul.
No, I don't
However the
think.
mathematics and physics work, we'll have a new.
Well,
I don't think
whatever,
we're gonna have a
however
new
that
one.
works. Yeah, the
I
ones
don't
and
think
twos. Yeah.
Nuggins. I don't think that makes sense. I think like you have your soul with your biological body. When your biological body dies away, your soul is free, right? You don't get a new soul.
No, your soul and your spirit are the same. You're right. You're right. But what I'm saying is, however
Yeah, this
you
is just-
are visualizing that, like right now, I'm not looking. I'm looking at your exterior, like you're looking
The,
at mine, right?
biological.
Yeah,
futon.
It's just
exactly.
You know what
I'm
is the
listening
funny
to
part
your
of all of
interior.
this? This is the funny part of all of this is that it is just pure confusion.
I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Talking.
Why is it confusion?
Is it?
It is.
Why?
Just pure confusion talking.
Explain what you mean by it's confusion.
Just my interpretation of my
You don't
idea
believe
because
in the
I
soul?
want it.
You don't believe in the body?
Is it?
What body?
The biological body.
Where is the body?
You're sitting in it. But do you believe there's a soul, right? You have a soul to save, a soul that passes on to heaven or hell.
Is that because? I mean, I don't know. You will have to give me an idea of why should I believe there's a soul, right? It's your claim.
But do Orthodox people believe there's a soul, or is it you?
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm not Orthodox right now, I'm just taking your belief system. So I want to know how you come to the idea of a soul.
I never really questioned it, to be honest with you. It always just made sense to me that you would have a biological and a soul.
Yeah.
So all I have to do is believe in you. So that way I will get to
you
the
believe
idea of a soul.
you do you. I do me.
I do.
You do you.
Okay. So
Well,
if I do
when you
me
say
and I
you're
don't believe in a
Orthodox-
soul, I'll be right.
No, well, you see, you said you're Orthodox, and I asked you, do Orthodox people believe in the soul? You said they do.
They do, but I'm not talking about my belief system right now. I'm talking about your belief system. I'm trying to figure out how you believe in things.
But your question
You said it always makes sense to you, and you have to believe in yourself. So if I believe in myself,
no,
and
you don't believe in
I don't
yourself.
believe there is a soul.
Hold on. The argument is if there's a soul, and that's as far as it goes, Emmett. Don't try to bring it up to anywhere else that it is, because that's what it was talking about.
Yeah, I'm just saying whatever the biological body is like in that realm is that, but we're still spiritually perfected, righteous, and holy because of Christ's work on the cross, right?
Yeah, that was a bit weird, Emma. You believe in the soul. Your Orthodoxy believes in the soul. I believe in the soul, but yet you're questioning is there a soul when we all believe there's a soul? Why would you do that?
Because I want to know how you come to the idea of you having a soul.
Well, yes, now
Because
you
you're
can make that
unique, you're an
argument.
individual, right? Like you're not. Go ahead, Confluence. Sorry.
Maybe God told me, and I didn't come up with it myself.
Okay, God hasn't told me. How do I come to it?
Unfortunately, and I apologize to John, who's in the back. I'm sorry you're set up, but Confluence is going to bed. So final words for everyone.
Are you fucking kidding me? Every other night you're like, I'm gonna wait up for another 3 hours, and now you're like, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed earlier.
I have to wake up tomorrow pretty early.
Voltaire, the devil made him tired.
I'm just fucking with you guys.
The devil made him tired because there's some truths being spoken on chat.
I can start my stream.
I'm good with all you guys, and Emmett, if you let me up, then that's cool.
Emmett,
cool with you. But everybody else, I mean, like, I just like talking with you guys, and I like arguing, and it's always a good pleasure. Confluence, good to see you.
07's Voltaire, always. Now I have to wait for Emmett to.
It's not gonna take long. I'm already getting there. Just a second.
There you go.
Hey, see you later, Voltaire.
Oh. Hi, Confluence. Love you.
Love you too, Noggins. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, dude. Sorry for spazzing.
No, it was good. It was good spazzing. At least in my opinion.
Dude, you got an open invitation anytime you want to come down to Michigan, bro.
Bro, I do. I gotta get away from Canada for real.
I got for like at least the next 2 months. Like God bless me, bro. I'm in like a $2 million crib right now. It's like 3 stories, 5 bedrooms, like in the sky, looking over the lake. Dude,
wow.
I told you, Noggins, I want to be in one of the fucking drum circles, okay?
Yeah, dude. Come chill with me and Michael, dude. And and Uriah, dude. I got a bunch of characters out here. Yeah, that's bro. Right. Anytime.
The Ricky in chat says you guys sound confused. Well, I'm sure this topic will continue another night, and you can come up and set it straight.
It's continuing every night if you think about it. We didn't even get through so many prompts, so it'll probably be
I mean, they can
this panel tomorrow. To be honest with everyone.
How far in yesterday's video did you get?
No, this was just the religious chaos panel. I think we got through 4 prompts. There's still like 9 to go. So
but how many hours of the video from yesterday?
Oh, from yesterday? Well, I mean, we weren't trying to go through video today, but yesterday we actually got through, I think, 40 minutes. I mean, it is an 8-hour video.
Wow.
So, but it's good. Yeah, it's a good absolute time. It's not really good relative time because the video is very long. It was Andrew Wilson against Not So Erudite.
For 8 hours. How did they do that? I don't even know how they sat there talking the same shit for 8 hours.
I mean, see, this is someone else said this, but it's like, I mean, I've been live for 6 hours talking about fucking nonsense, you know. So I mean, I mean, I can see it.
Fair enough. All right, I'm gonna hit the sack. Thanks for having me up. Good talking to you guys. Good talking to you, chat.
Later, Food Toy.
Later.
Emmett. Later,
Emmett, the longer you take, the more people are.
I'm already
off,
there,
okay?
Don. I'm already there.
Are you dropping a link, Emmett?
Yeah, I'm already live.
Oh well, drop a link then, Goofy.
I don't see you. I'm trying to raid to you.
Open the YouTube on the new tab, and you should see me now.
Maybe I have to refresh.
I don't have you added.
It's gonna take you there, but I put my link in the back.
What do you mean it's gonna take me there?
Like I'm raiding him, so when I end the stream in 1 second, then it's gonna.
The link is in the back anyway.
Okay, I'll get to it in the back then. Oh yeah. All right.
All right. There we go. Okay, everything's set up. All right. Thank you guys for stopping on, and thank you, chat. And again, sorry, John. I know you got ready, but yes, I will send you over to Emmett's. God bless everyone. Take care. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Maybe continuing the religious chaos panel. God bless. Take care. 07.